After finding out I was the fake young master, my 8 previously cold and abstinent sisters all turned into crazy little brother fanatics, not only waging war against the real young master for my sake, but even fighting each other every night to get close to me. Right now, 4th sister looked at my embarrassed expression and couldn't help but laugh. Little brother Muge, just now, you were under my skirt hugging my leg, scared like a little quail. You were just too adorable. My face immediately flushed red. Although it was pitch black under there just now, the warm and full sensation of the touch, even now, thinking back, my heart still beats a little fast. Muyoyan saw my confusion and said with a smile, "Little brother Muge, my wedding dress is too heavy. It's not convenient to talk while wearing it. Can you help me take it off?" I was immediately stunned. 4th sister, this isn't a good idea. My dear friends, the bot comments have finally been turned off. Before, opening the comment section was just a flood of emojis spamming the screen. Now the comment section is so clean. Before, a long press would bring up 3 icons. Now that's finally been turned off. Before, because of those bot comments, I couldn't see your text messages. Now whatever thoughts you have, post them in the comment section. I can see them all. Finally, I wish you all can eat a lot without getting fat, and that romance is always by your side. Let's start the main story. Muyoyan immediately pouted, pretending to be angry, and said, "Just now you were hugging my thigh so tightly, and now you know it's not a good idea?" I was immediately unable to refute it. I could only brace myself and step forward, awkwardly helping Muyoyan undo the buttons and laces at the back of the wedding dress. When the huge pannier was removed, the sight of the rolling waves before my eyes still took my breath away. I hurriedly averted my gaze and silently recited, "Do not look at what is improper." Muyoyan seemed very pleased with my embarrassment, so she walked to the side of the bed and sat down, elegantly crossing her beautiful legs. Right after, she patted the spot next to her. "Little brother Mugi, sit. What are you standing there for?" I hesitated for a moment, but still sat down. At this moment, Muyoyan suddenly linked her arm with mine, looking at me with a determined expression. "Little brother Muge, I won't beat around the bush with you anymore. I'll say it directly. I don't want to leave any regrets. I don't love that Jia Zai. He's just a playboy who only knows how to indulge in pleasure." It turns out that just now, Muyoyan was trying on her wedding dress after learning that I was not her biological brother. She, who was originally a sacrifice for the Mu family's marriage alliance, completely fell from grace. The first thought in her mind at that moment was to give her most precious thing, before getting married, to the person she loved, and at the same time to take revenge on that scumbag Jia Zai. So she called me over directly, but who would have thought that before anything could happen between them, her fiancé Jia Zai would suddenly come knocking. In a hurry, Muyoyan could only have me hide under that huge wedding dress with its frame. Thinking of this, I immediately understood Muyoyan's plan. So I tactfully advised, "4th sister, marriage is a serious matter. You should still think it over carefully." "Think what over?" Muyoyan said while smiling at me. "Little brother Mugi, you like me a lot too, don't you? Otherwise, why would you lean in so close just now? Were you captivated by my scent?" I couldn't help but blush again, and in my mind, I couldn't help but carefully recall the scent of perfume mixed with the unique body scent of a beautiful woman and a fragrance I had never smelled before. It really was very fragrant. Looking at my shy appearance, the rims of Muyoyan's eyes slowly turned red. For the sake of the family's interests, my parents sacrificed my happiness, forcing me into a marriage alliance. I'm truly unwilling to accept it. Why can't I marry the person I like? As Muyoyan spoke, her whole body suddenly pressed against me. "Little brother Mugi, consider this your 4th sister begging you. I don't want to get married with regrets. I don't want to, in the long marriage ahead, regret not being brave for once today. Besides, after I get married, I won't come looking for you anymore. I swear." I was immediately put in a difficult position. On one hand, thinking about Muyoyan having to marry Jia Zai, the kind of man who changes women faster than he changes clothes, my fists immediately clenched. On the other hand, Muyoyan usually treats me very well, and I couldn't bear to see her as a tool. Because I have this confidence, once Muyoyan has had me, she would probably become completely addicted, so after getting married, she would very likely cheat on Jia Zai often. Muyoyan saw that I wasn't saying anything. She suddenly knelt down in front of me. "Why can he, Jia Zai, fool around outside, while I have to marry him as a virgin? Why can I choose the person I like?" I watched Muyoyan use the most vulnerable posture to speak the most rebellious words, and my heart immediately ached. And just as I was about to reach out and hug her, my phone rang at the worst possible moment. I immediately sobered up a bit, then I quickly stood up. "4th sister, I'm going downstairs for a moment. I'll be back later." Muyoyan watched my departing figure and immediately started sobbing. As for me, after closing the door, I didn't feel good either, because just now I almost couldn't hold back. But reason told me I couldn't do it. Once it starts, there will be no end to it later. I sighed helplessly, then turned around to go downstairs. But just as I reached the top of the stairs, I ran into Jia Zai, who was about to come upstairs. When Jia Zai saw me, his expression immediately twisted. "Oh, isn't this the great young master of the Mu family? No, wait, the great young master of the Qian family, right? My dear brother-in-law-to-be, long time no see. I looked at him expressionlessly. Actually, the Mu family finding the real young master, Muji, was all thanks to the Jia family. It was the Jia family's hospital that, during a health checkup, accidentally discovered that my blood type didn't match the Mu family's. As a reward, Mu Yangquan said that as long as the real young master was found, he would marry one of his daughters to him. After that, the Jia family mobilized their entire intelligence network, spending a lot of effort to help the Mu family find their long-lost son, and Jia Zai and Muji had even discussed kicking me out of the Mu family before they came here. Seeing that I didn't respond, Jia Zai continued to mock me. Being able to marry a wonderful wife like Yuyan, I really have to thank this fake brother of yours, good little brother. What's wrong? Do you hate me a lot? Hate me for making you fall from heaven to hell, unable to continue leeching off the massive Mu family, being their rich young master anymore? Ha ha ha, the more you hate me, the more excited I get. Don't worry, once your fourth sister marries me, I will definitely dote on her well. Do you think I'm a scumbag? Unworthy of your fourth sister? But the reality is, it's useless for you to be upset. From now on, when you see me, you must respectfully call me brother-in-law. Looking at the crazed man before me, I started to feel a little regret. Just now, I actually rejected Mu Yoyan. Now it seems I was ridiculously stupid. Dealing with this kind of scum, why should I even talk about morals anymore? In an instant, some kind of switch in my heart was completely flipped on. Then my tightly clenched fist slowly relaxed, and right after, I lifted my head, looked at Jia Zai, who was still laughing maniacally, and a pitiful smile suddenly appeared on my face. Jia Zai's laughter immediately stopped. He was a bit stunned by my smile. He also felt a wave of inexplicable annoyance and unease. But I didn't look at him again. I walked straight past him and went downstairs. Jia Zai stood there dumbfounded. The more he thought about it, the more something felt wrong. What was that guy smiling about? But he couldn't figure out the reason. He could only scratch his head in frustration, deciding not to think about it for the time being. Getting to the main business was more important. So he put on a gentle and thoughtful expression and walked towards Mu Yuyan's room. As soon as the door opened, Mu Yuyan was now wearing a gray sportswear set at home. Her eyes were red. Clearly she had just had a good cry. The moment Jia Zai saw her like this, he immediately pretended to be heartbroken and reached out to touch Mu Yuyan's face. Yuyan, what's wrong with you? Why are your eyes so red? Are you not feeling well somewhere? Tell me quickly. Mu Yuyan tilted her body to the side, dodging Jia Zai's hand. I'm fine, just a little tired. Jia Zai wasn't angry either. Instead, he smoothly retracted his hand. Yuyan, I know my reputation wasn't good before, which made you suffer. But that was all before marriage, I promise you. From now on, I will absolutely only love you. I will never cheat. Seeing Jia Zai swearing so solemnly, Mu Yuyan had heard these kinds of promises until her ears bled. What man doesn't say that before marriage? She was just about to open her mouth to mock him, but Jia Zai spoke first. Don't disbelieve me, I'm not just saying it, I'm telling the truth. And to put you at ease and also to put my parents at ease, they prepared something for me. As Jia Zai spoke, he unbuckled his belt. Mu Yuyan was startled and instinctively took a step back, watching him warily. What are you doing? Jia Zai directly revealed a very large pair of safety pants, then explained with some embarrassment. My parents spent a lot of money to have this specially, made in Switzerland, a male version of a chastity lock. Except when I'm bathing, I can never take it off. Moreover, this lock is very smart. It can only be opened using my watch's facial recognition, or with the accompanying key. As Jia Zai spoke, he brought the watch on his wrist in front of Mu Yuyan. You see, for you, I've kept myself chaste for a month already, and every night my father personally supervises me. Only when I'm in my own room can I open it for a while to take care of things myself. Mu Yuyan was completely stunned. She had only heard of this kind of thing in some unofficial histories and strange tales. She never expected to see the real thing today, and it was even a high-tech version that could connect to a watch. Jia Zai saw that Mu Yuyan's attitude had changed a little and immediately looked at her with deep affection. Yuyan, I was immature before, but now I understand. I will only love you, I swear. I will be faithful to you for my entire life. Saying that, Jia Zai lit up the watch screen and opened the unlocking app interface. I've decided, after we get married, this unlocking authority will remove my parents. Without your consent, I can't do anything until the day you truly trust me. Mu Yuyan was made a little embarrassed by his actions and was also a bit speechless, putting her face into it. This. What is all this? But Jia Zai's attitude was very firm. He held the watch in front of her. Yuyan, input it, this is my sincerity. Mu Yuyan could only reluctantly lean in to let the camera scan her face. With a beep, the facial information was successfully entered. Only then did Jia Zai satisfactorily take back the watch. Then he took out a key from his pocket and placed it in Mu Yuyan's hand. This is the physical key. I'm also giving it to you to keep, my dear wife. I hope you'll take good care of me from now on. Mu Yuyan clutched the key and let out a faint, Got it. You can go out now. I want to be alone. All right then. Jia Zai turned around contentedly and trotted out. After all, To be able to marry Mu Yuyan and also get the support of the Mu family, wearing a chastity lock for a month was nothing to him. He'd even be willing to wear it for life. But the moment he opened the door, the smile on his face instantly froze. Just then, I happened to be coming upstairs and ran into Jia Zai. Jia Zai's heart skipped a beat, and his disgust for me instantly surged. But in front of Mu Yuyan, he didn't dare to show it, so he immediately put on a kind expression. "Hello, brother-in-law." But I didn't look at him, but at Mu Yuyan behind him, then smiled lightly. "Hello, brother-in-law." When Mu Yuyan heard it was me, joy immediately blossomed on her face. "Little brother Mu Gay, come in quickly. Fourth sister needs you for something." Jia Zai, standing at the door, didn't think much of it, but from an angle that only the two of us could see, he sneered contemptuously. "A piece of trash kicked out of his home, still dares to show me attitude. Once I and Mu Yuyan are married, he'll find a way with the real young master, Muji, to kick him out of the house." As soon as Jia Zai left, I stepped in, then without a word, I locked the door. Seeing this action of mine, Mu Yuyan's heart immediately skipped a beat, and her eyes looking at me were full of anticipation. "What's wrong? Have you thought it through? Are you here to fulfill fourth sister's wish?" Before the words were even finished, I took the initiative to approach, because I wanted Jia Zai to know everything he was proud to be getting, I had already gotten to first. After a full 2.5 minutes, I reluctantly let go of Mu Yuyan, then I said panting, "Fourth sister, I want to see you in your wedding dress." When Mu Yuyan heard these words, she was first stunned, then she burst out laughing. "I never thought our little brother Mu Gay would be so naughty. What are you thinking in that head of yours? But since you've agreed to fulfill my wish, then of course I won't disappoint you." Saying that, Mu Yuyan stood up straight and walked towards that huge wedding dress. I followed, helping her put the heavy wedding dress back on. But when the wedding dress was back on, Mu Yuyan suddenly moved, looking at me with a perfectionist's expression. "Little brother Mu Gay, this wedding dress is too big. The frame is also cumbersome. It's not easy to move in. How about I change into the toasting outfit? That Shiyuhei outfit is very flattering." Seeing this, I nodded. Okay. Soon, the Mu Yuyan before me had changed into a Shiyuhei outfit as red as fire. The outfit hugged her slender body. The skirt below was just right, having both the solemnity of Chinese formal wear, while not losing a bit of modern sexiness. Her whole person was immediately indescribably beautiful. I immediately stared in a daze. Mu Yuyan's heart was incredibly sweet at this moment. She picked up her skirt and twirled in front of me. "Little brother Mu Gay, is it beautiful?" "Beautiful!" I praised sincerely. The next second, I scooped Mu Yuyan up into my arms and walked towards the large, soft bed. Mu Yuyan let out a cry of surprise, her hands instinctively wrapping around my neck. The red Shuhei outfit and the pure white bed sheets formed a sharp contrast. The temperature in the room seemed to suddenly rise a lot at this moment. 2.5 hours later, Mu Yuyan was like an obedient kitten, lying on her side in my arms. "Little brother Mu Gay, were you handsome just now?" I nodded without hesitation. "Handsome, but only 9 out of 10. Mu Yuyan frowned petulantly. "Why only 9 out of 10? I smiled and stroked her hair. "It was originally 10 out of 10, but now a layer is gone." Mu Yuyan was stunned for a moment, then she giggled. "So does Muji regret it?" I shook my head. "No regrets. After all, things have come to this. Saying I regret it would be like slapping my own face, wouldn't it? Besides, asking myself, do I really regret it? It seems not at all." After hearing my answer, Mu Yuyan directly gave me a light kiss on the lips. I knew it. Little brother Mugi loves me the most. Fourth sister. So about your marriage with the Jia family. At this time, I still asked the question I was most concerned about. The smile on Mu Yuyan's face faded a little. She lay back down in my arms and sighed melancholically. "The wedding must still be held, but I want you to say one thing to me." I reacted immediately. It seems fourth sister not only wants my body, but also wants my heart. And the sign of a man loving a woman is having a desire to possess her. So I slowly began to speak. "Fourth sister, I won't allow Jia Zai to touch you." Mu Yuyan smiled upon hearing this. "Don't you worry. I'm only marrying over there. But I won't give myself to Jia Zai. I will forever belong only to you." Hearing that, I nodded with satisfaction. Then my gaze suddenly fell upon the key on the vanity. I picked up the key and played with it. "Fourth sister, what is this?" Mu Yuyan lazily turned over, lying on her stomach on the bed, propping her chin on her hands and looking at me. "The key to Jia Zai's chastity lock. I was immediately interested. "Tell me more." Seeing this, Mu Yuyan recounted the entire process of Jia Zai showing his loyalty in front of her just now, including that high-tech facial recognition and also this backup physical key. After listening, I couldn't help but laugh. I originally thought Jia Zai was an arrogant, overbearing idiot. I didn't expect him to also be someone controlled by his family. To marry Mu Yuyan, to get the support of the Mu family, he could actually go to this extent. Can this even be considered a man? Mu Yuyan looked at the meaningful smile on my face and also started laughing. "You find it interesting? Then I'll leave it in your keeping from now on. I was immediately stunned. Leave it in my keeping? That's right. Mu Yuyan nodded matter-of-factly. It's useless for me to keep it anyway. It's annoying just looking at it. I'll give it to you to play with. I looked down at the key in my hand, and the smile on my face couldn't help but widen. Leaving it in my keeping, doesn't that make me like an air traffic control tower? Completely controlling Jia Zai's takeoff rights? If I want it to fly, it flies. If I don't want it to fly, it has to stay parked in the hangar forever. I immediately felt that this was much more interesting than beating Jia Zai up. So I nodded without hesitation. All right, then fourth sister, I'll take this. But just as the two of them finished getting dressed, there was a sudden loud knock on the door. Hearing the sound, I quickly unlocked the door and then opened it, and a pretty face immediately appeared before me. At this moment, Mukexin was standing at the door, her big round eyes blinking as she looked at me. Little brother Muge, why are you coming out of fourth sister's room? My soul immediately flew out of my body. Eighth sister, I came to see Sister Yan Yan's wedding dress. Mukexin said, oh. Then she tiptoed to look into the room, and happened to see Mu Yo-yan leaning on the dressing table. Her gait was a little strange, so she asked doubtfully, what's wrong with fourth sister? I just saw her walking unsteadily. Her face was also flushed. My heart skipped a beat. Oh, that's because fourth sister's wedding dress is too heavy and tight. Wearing it for too long has restricted her blood circulation. That's why she can't stand steadily, right? Mukexin blinked her eyes. Then why is fourth sister wearing her hair in two braids like that? I remember she hates this hairstyle the most. She even said it's too childish. I was immediately at a loss for words. That's a new hairstyle fourth sister is trying out to go with the wedding dress. Don't you think it's very unique? Mukexin clearly had no doubts. Let's go eat. Everyone is waiting for you two. But just as we reached the top of the stairs, Jia Zai happened to be coming up from downstairs. The moment he saw Mu Yo-yan, his eyes lit up. At this moment, Mu Yo-yan's face was flushed and radiant, her eyes shimmering with affection, and her whole body exuded an astonishing charm from the inside out. It was a unique kind of radiance, one that only comes after being completely satisfied and nourished. Jia Zai was immediately overjoyed, and his heart was ecstatic. He felt that it must have been his sincere confession just now and the great sincerity of the chastity lock that had completely moved Mu Yo-yan. Then he looked at Mu Yo-yan's beautiful and captivating face and stammered, Yo-yan, what were you and younger brother Muge doing in the room? Mu Yo-yan's expression didn't change, her heart didn't race as she spoke. I was trying on some of the gowns for the wedding and asked younger brother Muge to take a look, to give me some opinions. After all, younger brother Muge has the best eye for things. His taste is very high class, far better than those designers. Hearing this, I immediately added, that's right, the shuhi outfit fourth sister tried on just now was so beautiful it even shocked me, like a fairy descended to the mortal world. When Jia Zai heard this, he smiled even more happily. Really? That's great. Then I'm really eager to see it. As he spoke, he looked at Mu Yo-yan with an expectant expression. Can you put it on for me to see now? Mu Yo-yan shook her head, with a fitting touch of shyness on her face. No, wait until the wedding day. Okay, I'll listen to you. Jia Zai was completely wrapped around her finger, and his anticipation for the wedding immediately soared. The four of them went downstairs to eat together. After dinner, Jia Zai thoughtfully suggested taking a walk in the manor to digest the food. Yo-yan, let's go for a walk. Mu Yo-yan nodded and very naturally looked towards me. Younger brother Muge, come with us. Before I could even speak, Jia Zai quickly chimed in. Yes, younger brother Muge, come along, the more the merrier. The Mu family manor was very large, and along the way, to show off, in front of Mu Yo-yan, Jia Zai talked non-stop. You two wouldn't know, besides business, my racing skills are also top-notch. That Verstappen guy from F1, you two know him, right? The world champion, last year in Monaco. We even had drinks together. He's a great guy. He even took a picture with me. Jia Zai boasted wildly, spitting as he talked, completely lost in his own world, utterly oblivious to his own arrogance. But he was completely unaware that Mu Yo-yan and I, walking beside him, were secretly holding hands behind our backs. At this moment, my fingers were gently drawing circles in the palm of Mu Yo-yan's hand, occasionally giving her soft palm a gentle squeeze. Mu Yo-yan tried to suppress her laughter, while having to pretend to listen attentively, occasionally nodding along. This made his heart beat faster, and he was extremely excited. Jia Zai bragged for a long time, and seeing that Mu Yo-yan and I had a lukewarm reaction, he decided to change the subject. Talk is cheap. Someday I'll take you two to the track for a spin, to let you feel what real speed and passion is. Hearing this, I said casually, I don't have a driver's license. Mu Yo-yan also played along. I cherish my life quite a bit. I don't like things that are too stimulating. I prefer to ride a bicycle slowly and enjoy the scenery. As she spoke, Mu Yo-yan suddenly changed the subject. I really like Pogachar. Watching him ride is such a pleasure. I immediately caught on. I like bicycles too, but I admire Vingegaard more. His climbing ability is just too strong. Jia Zai was stunned. Pogachar? Vingegaard? What are those? He hadn't heard of any of them, but he reacted extremely quickly, immediately realizing this was a new opportunity to curry favor with Mu Yuyan. So Jia Zai had to immediately jump on this topic. Bicycles? I'm good at that too. I have several top-of-the-line mountain bikes in my garage, all custom-made from abroad. In short, as long as it's a sport related to speed, I'm very good at it. Yuyan, I can take you cycling someday. Mu Yuyan listened for a moment, then suddenly smiled mischievously. So when you cycle, what position do you like to use? Jia Zai was immediately stunned. What kind of positions are there for cycling? So he answered without thinking. Isn't it just sitting on the saddle and pedaling? If you want to be a bit more particular, you lower your body, keep your back straight to reduce wind resistance. Mu Yuyan shook her head. I prefer it when people stand up to pedal, especially when going uphill. Look at Pogacar and Vingegaard. When professional racers are attacking or sprinting, they all get off the saddle and stand up to exert force. That's how you get power. You're still too inexperienced. I suppressed a laugh and added, Brother-in-law, fourth sister is right. Standing up to pedal is my specialty, but although standing can help you sprint, sometimes when the slope is too long, your legs will still get a little tired from pedaling for a long time. As I spoke, I looked at Jia Zai with an extremely innocent gaze. Watching the Tour de France recently has gotten me hooked, brother-in-law. Let's schedule a time to go for a bike ride in the countryside. Mu Yuyan couldn't hold it in anymore. She quickly turned her head away, her shoulders trembling, almost bursting out laughing. Oh, 750, this naughty little rascal is too much. But Jia Zai only felt that I was being friendly towards him, so he generously patted his chest. Of course, no problem. We're all family. It's only right to help each other out. Next time, the three of us will go for a ride in the countryside. When you get tired from pedaling, I can help push you from behind. I smiled happily and agreed, yes, brother-in-law. After the three of them finished their walk, Mu Yuyan and I saw Jia Zai off to his car, and as soon as Jia Zai got in the car, he started to cram knowledge about cycling while looking forward to the next cycling experience. He had to train himself to become an expert by then. Meanwhile, as soon as I got home, I saw eighth sister Mu Kexin suddenly walk towards me. Younger brother Mu Ge, you're just in time. Come to my room quickly. There are some advanced math problems I can't solve. Hurry and tutor me a bit. As she spoke, Mu Kexin grabbed my hand and pulled me into her room. As soon as I entered Mu Kexin's room, a sweet, girly fragrance hit my face. At this moment, Mu Kexin sat cross-legged on the carpet beside me, then raised her small face and looked at me seriously. Brother Mugi, Mujiji is coming back tomorrow. You're not sad, are you? My heart immediately warmed up, and then I shook my head. There's nothing to be unhappy about. Liar. Mu Kexin pouted. I don't believe you. Suddenly going from the young master of the Mu family to the fake young master, you must feel a sense of loss in your heart. But don't worry, no matter how others are, I will definitely be the same as before, and I will treat you even better. Speaking of which, Mu Kexin suddenly gave me a mischievous wink. But actually, I think this is even better. Before, we were brother and sister, but not anymore. Think about it, you suddenly have 8 beautiful and rich older sisters with no blood relation. This is a huge gain, isn't it? The gloom in my heart immediately dissipated, quite a bit. 8th sister, you're the only one with such twisted logic. It's not twisted logic. Mu Kexin huffed coquettishly. All right, let's get to business. Hurry and teach me this problem. I've been thinking about it so hard, my hair's about to fall out. Seeing this, I smiled and took the workbook and started explaining to her. After the tutoring session, Mu Kexin suddenly pulled something out of her bag and stuffed it into my hand. Brother Mugi, I've prepared a gift for you. I looked down. It was a car key with the prancing horse logo on it, which I couldn't be more familiar with. Sister Kexin, you. Mu Kexin directly pulled me to the window, then pointed to the not-so-distant car parked at the garage entrance. Ferrari 488 Pista, it's your college entrance gift. Don't all boys like cool cars like this? From now on, you'll be our family's college student. I held the cold car key, but my heart was burning hot. First was 4th sister's multi-million Richard Mille, now it's 8th sister's multi-million Ferrari. And at this moment, Mu Kexin looked at my stunned expression, while in her head, a grand play was unfolding. No more acting, time to lay the cards on the table. Before, we were siblings, so we had to keep a distance. Now that there's no blood relation, why keep up the act? Mugi is so handsome and kind, why should I give him up to someone else? When I, still dazed, holding the multi-million-dollar watch and the nearly $10 million Ferrari key, returned to my room, I felt like I was dreaming. Yesterday I was still a fake young master about to be kicked out of the house. Today I have both a luxury watch and a luxury car. My sister's love is so heavy, yet so sweet, especially 4th sister. As I thought about today's madness, I couldn't help but feel my face heat up. Early the next morning, as I walked to the dining room downstairs, there were already a few people sitting at the dining table. It was eldest sister Mu Yulu and her live-in husband, whom she hasn't consummated the marriage with, Yan Huigong, as well as 4th sister Mu Yoyan and 8th sister Mu Kexin. The moment I appeared, Mu Yoyan's eyes immediately lit up. That burning gaze made my heart skip a beat, and I immediately recalled everything from yesterday. I felt my cheeks start to heat up again. I could only lower my head and walk past quickly, pulling out a chair to sit down. At this point, Mukekshin immediately greeted me sweetly and pushed a glass of warm milk in front of me. "Brother Muge, good morning. Did you sleep well last night?" I nodded awkwardly. "Good morning, eighth sister. Last night's sleep was fine." As soon as the words left my mouth, the atmosphere at the dining table immediately became a little strange, especially Yan Huigang. At this moment, in his eyes as he looked at me, there was an unconcealed trace of contempt. And at this moment, eldest sister Mu Yulu, who was always quiet, suddenly spoke up. "Younger brother Muge, come here for a moment." Seeing this, I obediently walked towards her. Mu Yulu then called me directly to a hidden corner next to the living room, and then looked at me gently. "Younger brother Muge, are you in a bad mood?" I shook my head. "No." Eldest sister, still being stubborn. As Mu Yulu spoke, she suddenly reached out her hand, took out a handkerchief, and then gently wiped the corner of my mouth. "You have milk on your face, and you still say you're fine." I immediately froze. The Mu Yulu in my memory was always strict and rational, but a gentle action like today's was truly unprecedented. Mu Yulu saw that I was silent. She sighed helplessly. "Whether Mu Jiji comes back or not, you are a child of the Mu family, and you are my Mu Yulu's younger brother. I know you're not happy, but remember, no matter what happens, eldest sister will always be on your side." As Mu Yulu spoke, she took a folder out of her handbag and stuffed it directly into my hands. "This is for you." I was stunned for a moment. "Eldest sister, what is this?" Mu Yulu smiled faintly. "A gift. Mu Jiji has one, so you can't be without one either." Hearing this, I directly opened the folder, but as soon as I pulled out what was inside, my pupils contracted instantly. It was a property deed, located right next to Jiangcheng University Town, a newly built hotel-style service department building, and in the owner's section were the two big words, Mu Ge. I immediately looked at Mu Yulu, stunned. "Eldest sister, this is too valuable." Mu Yulu looked at me seriously again. "Take it. You're about to start university. You need to have a place of your own. The money isn't important. The main thing is to give you some assets to stand on your own feet, so that no matter what happens in the future, you will always have a safety net." At this moment, my heart was completely filled with the love of my sisters. Yesterday, it was fourth sister's multi-million-dollar watch, eighth sister's nearly $10 million car, and today, it's eldest sister's entire building, worth several hundred million. Heavens, what kind of fairy god sisters are these? Are they holding a gift-giving competition here? And just as I was overcome with emotion, two fragrant breezes came from behind me. "Younger brother Muge, what are you talking privately with eldest sister about here?" Just then, seventh sister Mu Karen and sixth sister Mu Ki suddenly came to my side and very naturally linked their arms with mine. Then Mu Ki looked at me curiously. "Younger brother Mugi, look at your touched expression. Did eldest sister slip you something good again?" But Mu Karen didn't say a word. She just pulled me outside. Let's go. Come for a walk with us. Get some fresh air." Mu Yulu stood in place, watching the backs of her three younger siblings as they walked away. Countless thoughts immediately flashed through Mu Yulu's mind. This kid has really grown up. He's even become a man who can make a girl's heart flutter. If I had known earlier that we weren't related by blood, if I hadn't recruited this live-in son-in-law, Yan Huigang, for the sake of the family's interests, then maybe. Mu Yulu and Yan Huigang had been married for 2 years, but they always slept in separate rooms, let alone marital intimacy. They had never even held hands. Yan Huigang was considered to be content with his lot. Apart from having some ambition, he hadn't done anything out of line. Unless Yan Huigang betrayed her, she didn't want to cheat on him. That would be a betrayal of her own principles. But now, Mu Yulu truly regretted it. Watching the younger brother she had watched grow up, about to become the prize of her younger sisters, her heart immediately felt blocked by something. On the other hand, I was now between Mu Ki and Mu Karen, and I finally couldn't help but ask, "Tell me, did you all discuss this together?" "Discuss what?" Mu Karen asked, feigning ignorance, her big eyes blinking, full of innocence. Hearing this, I looked at her seriously. "The gifts, everyone's giving them like it's a relay race." Mu Karen burst out laughing, her whole body hanging on my arm. "Oops, you found out. We did discuss it together. Mu Jiji is coming back. Mom and Dad will definitely make a big fuss. We were afraid you'd be unhappy and feel neglected, so we discussed it and decided to just treat you twice as well. I have truly received my sister's kindness." At this moment, my heart felt warm, as if soaking in a hot spring. So I looked down at Mu Karen, who was still rubbing back and forth on my arm, because she was leaning slightly against me. From my angle, I could even see down her t-shirt collar, catching a glimpse of her deep, snowy white cleavage. Who could possibly withstand that? I hurriedly looked away, silently chanting not to look at what is improper. And just then, a black MPV slowly drove up and stopped not far from us. Immediately after, the sliding door opened. The first to get out was a woman wearing a neat business suit dress. It was third sister, Mu Tangxun. After her, a person wearing sunglasses and a mask, completely covered up, jumped out of the car. That person yanked off her sunglasses and mask, revealing a devastatingly beautiful face that could captivate all beings, then spread her arms like a little bird and flew towards me. It was fifth sister, Mu Yukian. Before I could react, a fragrant breeze hit my face. Then, a soft, warm body crashed into my arms. I saw Mu Yukian hugging me tightly and gave me a loud peck on the cheek, performing a French-style greeting kiss. Younger brother Muge, I missed you to death. I immediately turned to stone on the spot. Is this the fifth sister that fans online call an ice queen that can only be admired from afar? This image has collapsed more completely than the East African Great Rift Valley. And on the other side, third sister Mu Tangchun just walked over with her briefcase, but she came to a stop in front of me and didn't say anything, just used those deep, quiet eyes to look at me silently for a moment. At this time, another car at the villa entrance silently drove up. It was a Bentley. As soon as the car door opened, a woman in a light blue long dress stepped out of the car. It was second sister, Mu Yuyi. Eldest sister, Mu Yulu. Inside saw that all the sisters had arrived and came out of the villa. Everyone's here, come in. After entering the villa, Mu Yulu cleared her throat and was the first to break the silence. Since everyone's here, let's get down to business. I called everyone back today to welcome Mujiji. Mom and Dad's intention is for us, to show a family attitude, and I've also had someone investigate his background. Mujiji is 18 years old, he has the same birthday as younger brother Muge, a high school dropout, hangs out all year round at internet cafes and pool halls in the west of the city. He associates with some unsavory characters. His main job is collecting protection money at nearby middle schools. After she finished speaking, the living room fell into a dead silence. The expressions on each of the sisters' faces were quite something. A hooligan who collects protection money? Is this their real younger brother? And the first person who couldn't hold it in was seventh sister Mu Karen. She was laughing so hard she was falling over, her whole body collapsing onto the sofa. Oh my god, collecting protection money? What kind of young and dangerous movie script is this? Does he think he's very handsome? I bet you 5 dimes. He definitely has a tattoo, like Azure Dragon on the left, White Tiger on the right. After saying that, Mu Karen suddenly wrapped her arms around my neck and gave me a loud kiss on the cheek. Our little brother Muge is still the best. A top student, handsome and clean. This is what a young master of the Mu family should look like. Mu Kekin also wrinkled her cute little nose, her face full of disdain. That sounds so scary. He won't bring those bad habits home, will he? I don't want the house to smell like cigarettes and alcohol. Little brother Muji always smells so nice, so fragrant. Fifth sister Mu Yukian's expression was now darker than the bottom of a pot. She took off her sunglasses, rubbing the bridge of her nose. What kind of international joke is this? You're making me be sisters with a thug who collects protection money? If this news gets out, will I even have an image to maintain? My commercial value will evaporate instantly. As Mu Yukian spoke, she ruffled her hair in frustration, then turned her head to look at me, her gaze instantly becoming incredibly gentle. Thankfully, our little brother Mugi is so outstanding, it's so respectable to take you out. When my next movie starts shooting, he'll let you visit the set and make all those little vixens die of jealousy. Fourth sister Mu Yoyan, who was always as gentle as water, now had a gaze that was incredibly firm and sharp, her hand resting on her knee unconsciously clenched into a fist. I don't agree to let him move in. Someone with poor character will ruin the family's reputation. Most importantly, what if he bullies little brother Mugi? I absolutely will not allow anyone to harm little brother Mugi. Little brother Mugi is so young, so adorable. To have him live with a thug, it'd be a miracle if he isn't bullied to death. Her gaze made my heart tremble, and the scene from last night uncontrollably flashed in my mind. Right now, I felt that fourth sister was like a mother lion protecting her cub. Anyone who dared to touch her cub, she would fight them to the death. At this moment, second sister, who had been silent, Mu Yuyi, finally spoke up timidly. Actually, a prodigal son's return is more precious than gold. Maybe he didn't have the means before. We should give him a chance. But before she could finish her sentence, she received several unfriendly glares. Mu Yuyi was so scared that she immediately shrunk back, her voice getting even quieter. But our house isn't a place just anyone can enter. Safety is the most important thing. Little brother Muji. He's always been very well-behaved, very reassuring. Hearing my sister's comparisons, I was immediately speechless. My god, this Mujiji hasn't even arrived, and he's already been verbally gang-beaten 100 times by my sisters. As for me, they've lifted me up to the heavens, praising me as if there's no one like me in the world. This feeling is great, it's true, but the pressure is also mountainous. Mu Yulu saw her sister's reactions, and only then did she speak slowly. Alright, that's enough. We can't change Mom and Dad's decision. Mujiji will definitely be moving into this house today. Speaking of which, she suddenly turned her head to look at me, her gaze also instantly softened. But that doesn't mean little brother Muga has to suffer. You will always be our little brother. No one can change that. The denunciation session in the living room had just ended, but a hint of tension and a united front against a common enemy still lingered in the air. Although my sisters didn't say it, their exchanged glances had already reached an external consensus. The strategic understanding was to dote on me alone. At this moment, I sat in the middle of the sofa, surrounded by all sorts of fragrances and fervent gazes, feeling like a piece of Tang monk's flesh, both happy and under immense pressure. Just then, the sound of a car came from outside the villa. The engine noise going from far to near, finally stopping at the door. The living room immediately fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned towards the door in unison. The first person to get out of the car was the head of the Mu family, Mu Yangquan, followed by Mother Baoju, her face showing a few hints of unconcealable excitement and anxiety. As soon as she got out, she turned and reached back into the car, her cautious demeanor, as if she were about to welcome a rare treasure. Gigi, slow down. Don't hit your head. Then, a figure emerged from the car. It was Mujiji. At this moment, he had one foot on the ground, curiously raising his head. When he saw the villa, as huge as a castle before him, his eyes immediately widened. His mouth unconsciously fell open, revealing an expression of someone who had never seen the world. Then Mujiji spoke in a thuggish tone. Mom, Dad, is this our house? It's so damn cool. Baoju, her eyes full of heartache, stroked his head. That's right, Xiaoji, this is your home. You'll live here from now on. No one will dare to bully you anymore. Mu Yangquan frowned, clearly dissatisfied with his son's outfit and way of speaking, but he still suppressed his anger and said, Before we go inside, change out of these clothes first. Change what? Mujiji looked confused. This outfit of mine is so handsome, I wore it on purpose. This is my most formal outfit. My bros in the neighborhood all say I look the coolest in this. The corner of Mu Yangquan's mouth twitched, but in the end, he didn't say anything, just let out a sigh. Mujiji's attention was quickly drawn to the luxury cars parked there, especially the bright red Ferrari 488 that 8th sister Mu Kexin gave me. His eyes were filled with greed and envy. He wished he could rush over and lick it a couple of times right now. Damn, a Ferrari. Whose car is this? It's so cool. In the villa's living room, eldest sister Mu Yulu heard the noise outside and was the first to stand up. He must be here, sisters. Let's go out and greet him. Second sister Mu Yuyi stood up hesitantly. Third sister Mu Tangchun remained expressionless, put down her teacup, and stood up decisively. Then the other sisters sporadically, reluctantly stood up. At this moment, seventh sister Mu Karen and fifth sister Mu Yokian muttered at the same time. What a hassle. Only fourth sister in the whole room, Mu Yoyan, remained seated as still as Mount Tai. She just sat there on the sofa with absolutely no intention of moving. With a helpless expression, I glanced at Mu Yoyan. After Mu Yuyan caught my gaze, she let out a barely audible huff, as if she were pouting, and also as if she were expressing her dissatisfaction, but in the end she still stood up and followed the crowd. But when the 8 sisters saw the person with the bleached blonde hair and then let out a gasp of astonishment at the villa's magnificent appearance with an expression of someone who had never seen the world, the 8 sisters' eyebrows furrowed in unison. That yellow bowl-cut hairstyle, that tight-fitting skull t-shirt, those skinny jeans that could strangle someone, this visual assault could be compared to a spiritual atomic bomb. Even eldest sister Muyulu, who always remained unfazed even if a mountain collapsed before her, was silent at this moment. In her sharp eyes that had seen countless people, for the first time, a 3-second daze appeared. Is this the bloodline of the Mu family? Was there a mix-up twice? And the first person to break the silence was fourth sister Mu Yoyan. Pfft! Ha ha ha. She just laughed while shamelessly pointing at Mu Gigi in the distance. My god, is this the lead DJ who escaped from some nightclub in the urban rural fringe? Is his hair cosplaying as Enoki mushrooms? Seventh sister Mu Karen also laughed so hard she couldn't stand up straight. I'm done for. I'm done for. I feel like my eyes have suffered a work-related injury. I need a kiss from little brother Muji to recover. Sisters, tell me, with his pants that tight, isn't it uncomfortable to walk? Fifth sister Mu Yukian took off her sunglasses, her face full of despair. I declare from this day forward, I'm cutting ties with the Mu family for an hour. Eighth sister Mu Kexin also whispered to me, Little brother Mu Gay, he looks so weird. He doesn't look like a good person at all. You're still the most handsome. All right. Eldest sister Mu Yulu finally spoke up, cutting short this joyous roast session. She took a deep breath, as if wanting to use this breath to suppress the speechlessness and disappointment in her heart. Regardless, he is mom and dad's son. Let's go. Let's meet him. After saying that, she took the lead, striding forward with her long legs and walked towards the door. The remaining sisters looked at each other. Although their faces still held smiles and looks of disdain, they still followed. And on the other side, Mujiji finally woke up from his luxury car dream and followed his parents to the villa door. When he saw the 8 women walking out of the villa, he was completely stunned. Are these my 8 sisters? They're so beautiful, 100 times more beautiful than the teachers on my hard drive. At this moment, Mujiji's eyes were staring straight ahead. He felt like he was about to drool, and he unconsciously put on what he thought was a handsome expression that he often used to flirt with girls on the street. Then, Mujiji's gaze was like a scanner, brazenly scanning back and forth over the 8 sisters, while enthusiastically waving. Hello, sisters. I'm Mujiji, your real younger brother. That gaze was filled with unconcealed lewdness and scrutiny, and that naked desire, causing the sisters' expressions to instantly turn cold. Mu Yangquan and Baoju also realized their son's gaffe, their faces becoming extremely awkward. Xiaoji, speak properly. Ah yeah, aren't I just getting to know my sisters? Mujiji looked unconcerned and even proactively extended his hand to shake theirs. Eldest sister Mu Yulu emotionlessly extended her hand, shook his. The feeling was cold, a brief touch and then an immediate release, as if completing the most formulaic business ritual. Second sister Mu Yuyi timidly extended her hand. The moment her fingertips touched Mujiji's palm, she immediately retracted it as if shocked by electricity, bowing her head even lower. Third sister Mu Tongchun also had a standard handshake posture. Her gaze was calm and ripple-free, as if she were receiving a visiting citizen. When it was fourth sister Mu Yuyan's turn, she crossed her arms, looked down at Mujiji's outstretched hand, the corner of her mouth curling into a mocking smile. Then, she slowly raised her delicate hand, with its exquisite French manicure, but she didn't grasp his, but instead extended her long index and middle fingers, as if holding a cigarette, and lightly touched Mujiji's palm, an action full of perfunctory and utter disgust. The smile on Mujiji's face froze. Before he could react, fifth sister Mu Yuqian, wearing sunglasses, stepped forward. She didn't even look at Mujiji, just used her gloved fingertips to touch his hand like a dragonfly skimming water, then immediately pulled back as if she had touched something filthy. The entire handshake ritual was filled with awkwardness. That disastrous handshake ritual finally reached its end amidst Mujiji's forced smile. All 8 sisters had been reviewed, now it was my turn. Mujiji's gaze finally left the sisters and landed on me, standing at the end. With just this one look, the smile on his face instantly vanished, replaced by unconcealed disgust and contempt. Why hasn't this fake product scrammed yet? Still dressed like a human, standing here pretending to be a young master. Who the hell does he think he is? Mujiji sneered inwardly. He wanted to put this fake in his place, in front of everyone, to let him know who the real master of this house is. But I was very calm, still wearing a polite smile on my face, and proactively took a step forward, extending my hand. Hello, my name is Muji. But Mujiji acted as if he didn't see my outstretched hand, nor heard what I said, directly turning his head to look at Mother Baoju beside him with an exaggeratedly petulant expression. Mom, I'm hungry. Let's go eat quickly. I heard the chef at home cooks delicious food. My outstretched hand froze in midair. The air seemed to freeze in that moment, an awkward atmosphere immediately spreading. A flash of surprise crossed my face, but I quickly regained my composure and quietly prepared to withdraw my hand. However, Mu Yuyan at the side, her eyes turned red in an instant. At this moment, she was like an enraged mother leopard, her entire body exuding a dangerous aura, looking as if she was about to charge forward. But second sister Mu Yuyi, who was closest to her, had quick eyes and hands and grabbed her tightly with one hand. Yuyan, don't get agitated. Although second sister herself was also trembling with anger, reason told her she couldn't make a big scene. Mu Yuyan struggled furiously. Let go of me. How dare he treat our little brother Mugi like that? On the other side, eighth sister Mu Kekten was also furious. Her small, sweet, and soft face flushed red, her cheeks puffed up. How dare this blondie? How dare he treat little brother Mugi like that? If he dares to do this now in front of mom and dad and so many sisters, then behind our backs, wouldn't little brother Mugi be bullied to death by him? Just thinking of this, Mu Kekten's heart tightened. The next second, Mu Kekten did something that no one expected. Directly ignoring everyone else, she quickly walked to my side. Then, under everyone's astonished gazes, she extended her small hand and took my hand, which was still suspended in midair. Little brother Muge, let's go inside. This action instantly dispelled all the awkwardness in my heart. I looked down at her and saw Mu Kekten looking up, looking at me with those big, clear, heartbroken eyes, as if to say, don't be afraid, I'm here. It wasn't over yet. Seventh sister Mu Karen also immediately walked over and linked her arm with my other one, deliberately saying in a sarcastic tone, Little brother Muge is so handsome and stylish, I'll take you inside to eat something delicious. Fifth sister Mu Yuqian was even more direct. She took off her sunglasses using her phoenix eyes that were enough to mesmerize the world. She gave Mujiji a cold glance and then whispered in my ear, Little brother Muge, from now on, stay away from this kind of person. Hell, lower your class. My sisters, each with a word, immediately surrounded me, in the middle, using their actions to express their stance. The expressions on Mu Yangquan's and Bao Ju's faces were extremely ugly. They never expected that on their son's first day home, he would clash with their daughters and Mugi to such a tense degree. A group of people entered the living room. The atmosphere was so awkward you could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with your toes. After arriving in the living room, everyone sat back down. I was still surrounded by my sisters in the middle, while Mujiji was arranged to sit next to mom and dad, facing the sisters from a distance, as if separated by the Chu River and Han border. To ease the atmosphere, Bao Ju said to Mujiji with a smile, Xiaoji, introduce yourself to your sisters so everyone can get to know each other. Muji was not socially awkward at all. As soon as he heard that, he immediately stood up from the sofa, cleared his throat, and put on that self-proclaimed handsome expression again. Hello sisters, my name is Muji. You can call me little brother Xiaoji. I don't have any great talents. I'm just somewhat known in the west side of the city. The internet cafes and pool halls over there all have to give me some face. If you sisters want to go there to hang out in the future, just mention my name. You'll definitely get a discount. Mu Yuyan directly rolled her eyes. Internet cafes, pool halls? Is this in any way compatible with well-born young ladies like us? Tacky, explosively tacky. As Muji spoke, he waved his skinny arms and legs, making a few boxing moves and a few basketball shooting motions that he thought were very cool. As a person, I hate those bookworms the most, who only know how to bury their heads in books. They have no masculinity at all, unlike me. The girls chasing me could line up from one end of the street to the other. His words were clearly aimed at me. Mom and Dad's faces went from awkward to ashen. Baoju tried to interrupt him several times, but he ignored her each time. The sisters listened until their toes were about to scratch through the carpet. Finally, Muji's heroic tale was over. He sat down smugly, awaiting the adoration and praise of his sisters. The result that welcomed him was a dead silence. Baoju could only awkwardly try to smooth things over. All right, Xiaoji has finished his introduction. You girls should also introduce yourselves to Xiaoji. Let's start with Yulu. Eldest sister Mu Yulu spoke without emotion. Xiaoji, my name is Mu Yulu. I'm your eldest sister. I currently help manage the family company. Although it was brief, everything that needed to be said was said. Muji was very respectful. After hearing from one person, he looked astonished and asked all sorts of questions. Wow, eldest sister is so amazing. So, are you very rich? Third sister, do you work for the government? Are you a high-ranking official? If I get bullied in the future, can I come find you? But when it was fourth sister Mu Yuyan's turn, she was just leaning back on the sofa, not even looking directly at Muji, just snorted through her nose. Mu Yuyan. Muji was stunned for a moment, but didn't give up and asked again. Fourth sister, you're so pretty. What do you do for a living? Mu Yuyan directly turned her head away and began to study her nails, completely ignoring him. The atmosphere became awkward again. At this moment, Baoju's voice carried a hint of pleading. Yuyan? Only then did Mu Yuyan impatiently utter a few words. Unemployed. Finally, it was my turn, but I had just stood up when Muji waved his hand impatiently. No need, I want to go have breakfast now. As soon as these words were spoken, the temperature in the living room instantly dropped to freezing point. Mu Yuyan absolutely couldn't take it anymore. She pointed at Muji's nose and scolded angrily. Muji, how could you be like this? Apologized to Mugi. Immediately, Mu Kexin, seeing Mu Yuyan cause trouble, immediately stood up and chimed in. How did little brother Muge anger you? May I ask why you keep targeting him? Again and again? The atmosphere immediately became as tense as a violin string, extremely ugly. Muji was stunned by this scene. He never imagined that I, this fake young master, would have such a high status in the sisters' hearts. He just said one thing and stirred up a hornet's nest. I didn't mean that. He hurriedly waved his hands in fear, and in his haste, he cleverly pointed to the pile of gifts in the corner. I was just too excited to see that pile of gifts. I couldn't wait to open them. It's really not that I don't respect Brother Mu. This excuse was so clumsy it made people want to laugh, but it finally gave both sides a way out. Mu Yangquan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. At this moment, I directly stood up, still wearing a gentle smile on my face. It was as if everything that just happened had never occurred. Then I walked to the middle of the living room, looked at Muji's panicked face, and said calmly, "It's okay. My name is Muge. Welcome home." This sentence of mine was like a slap, hitting Muji hard in the face. And the other sisters, who originally just had the mentality of watching a show, now felt an unknown fire ignite in their hearts. Muge is the fake young master, but it wasn't his choice, nor did he steal Muji's life. He is also a victim who was deceived. Muji, if you're angry and resentful, go find our parents. Go find fate. Why are you taking it out on Muge? Are you sick? From the moment they met until now, in just a few short minutes, this blonde kid had targeted Muge time and again. One time, he directly ignored him. Another time, he humiliated him in front of everyone. And what about Muge? From beginning to end, he maintained his composure and dignity. Even after being humiliated, he could still say things like, "Welcome home." He is too well-behaved, too kind, and it makes people's hearts ache. The sisters' hearts immediately, completely leaned to one side. They looked at my calm and gentle face and had only one thought in their hearts. No. This child is too honest. He will definitely be bullied to death by this street punk in the future. We must protect him well, cherish him in the palms of our hands, and not let him suffer even a little grievance. But Muji completely didn't understand the turbulent storm in the sisters' hearts. At this moment, he was in a state of complete bewilderment and panic. Shouldn't this fake be? Shouted down and beaten by everyone like a rat crossing the street. Why were the fourth sister with the hottest body and the cutest eighth sister both acting like they were so aggressive while defending him? He immediately panicked a little. But Mujiji's street smarts quickly helped him calm down. He quickly calculated in his mind. Fourth sister and eighth sister are on Mugi's side. That's indeed a surprise. But just now during the argument, the other 6 sisters didn't say anything, especially eldest sister and third sister. With that aura, you can tell at a glance that they have a say in the family. They didn't scold me, which proves they are definitely on my side. Besides, that fourth sister, I heard mom and dad mention in the car, is about to get married. A married daughter is like spilled water. She won't be able to meddle in the Mu family's affairs anymore. Calculating it this way, Mugi's side only has one, the young 8th sister Mu Kexin, to back him up. And on my side, there are 6 sisters. 6-1, the advantage is mine. I'm still guaranteed to win. After thinking this through, the panic in Mujiji's heart immediately vanished, replaced by an even stronger sense of smugness. He felt that he had seen through the complex situation of the Mu family and had a firm grasp on the initiative. Half an hour later, a long dining table was filled with a lavish breakfast, Chinese style, Western style, incredibly diverse. The moment Mujiji saw the table full of delicious food, his eyes lit up. Without a second word, he pulled out a chair and sat down, picked up his chopsticks and started eating immediately. His eating posture could truly be described with the phrase too horrible to look at. The sisters on the sofa were all stunned. Mu Yoqian directly frowned, a look of physical discomfort on her face. Only Mother Baoju looked at her son's ravenous eating, her eyes filled with heartache. Eat slowly, Xiaocat. Eat slowly. Don't choke. From now on, you can eat like this every day. Look how skinny you are. You must have suffered a lot outside. Mujiji mumbled a reply, but the movements of his hands didn't slow down at all. A meal ended in this strange atmosphere. The sisters basically didn't eat much. Just watching Mujiji's mukbang was enough to make them full. After breakfast was over, Baoju looked at the happy and harmonious scene, a satisfied smile on her face. She clapped her hands and said to everyone, "All right, Xiaocat has just returned. You sisters have all prepared gifts, right? Quickly take them out and show your little brother." Mujiji's eyes lit up again instantly. He was extremely moved in his heart. See, I told you so. In their hearts, the sisters still care for this biological brother. The coldness and perfunctory attitude just now were definitely just an act to test me. Now that I've passed the test, they're about to start spoiling me. Then he immediately stood up from his seat, bowed deeply towards his sisters, his voice full of sincere emotion. "Sisters, you are truly too good. You even prepared gifts for me. I am truly so touched. Thank you, sisters. I am truly so happy." After speaking, Mujiji raised his head. There were even tears of emotion sparkling in the corners of his eyes. He thought the next scene would be the sisters vying to warmly stuff gifts into his hands. However, what he saw instead were the strange expressions on his sisters' faces. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with awkwardness and speechlessness. But Mujiji was still immersed in the touching sisterly affection he had created, completely unaware that he looked like a fool. He had already seen at the villa's entrance that bright red Ferrari, brand new and shiny. Even the tires were gleaming black. You could tell it was a new car at a glance. Although Mujiji didn't even have a driver's license, he was a veteran online car critic. His biggest hobby was usually on car forums and videos, giving his expert opinions. This Aventador is no good. The naturally aspirated V12 is already outdated. The gear shifting logic is like a piece of shit. The little 100 km/h acceleration is fast, but can't you feel the turbo lag? On paper, it's not as good as the 720s. He used his old, dilapidated computer that even lagged while gaming, typed on the greasy keyboard, commenting on luxury cars worth millions and tens of millions, as if he were the reincarnated god of Mauna Kea. In reality, his only vehicle was an old electric scooter that would run out of battery after 50 km, and the brakes were entirely foot-powered. But today was different. He, Mujiji, had leveled up. That Ferrari was definitely the homecoming gift from his sisters. He had already thought it through. Later, he would drive the car to the west side of the city to show off in front of his buddies. Just as Mujiji was daydreaming about the future, Mother Baoju spoke up. All right, stop sitting around, give the gifts. Xiaocat has just returned. Let's go in order from youngest to oldest, starting with Kexin. Mu Kexin, having been called, reluctantly stood up from the sofa. Mujiji's eyes lit up immediately. He looked at Mu Kexin with a face full of anticipation, like a pug waiting to be fed. Mu Kexin was nauseated by his despicable gaze, but she still followed the plan and gritted her teeth to speak. I've prepared a car for you. Boom, it was as if fireworks exploded in Mujiji's head. A car, she said. A car. It must be that Ferrari. I'm ecstatic. He knew that eighth sister was the youngest, the most simple-minded, and would surely pity her long-lost biological brother the most. But on the outside, Mujiji maintained a moved expression, with tears in his eyes, while his heart was already blooming with joy. That multi-million yuan Ferrari, this life is worth it. Then let's go outside and see. Mu Kexin's tone carried a barely perceptible hint of cunning. Okay. Mujiji hurriedly jumped up. A group of people walked imposingly out of the villa. Mujiji walked at the very front, head held high, chest puffed out, feeling that his life had reached its peak. The sisters followed behind, each and every one of them reluctant. I walked at the very back, looking at Muji's smug and petty appearance. Then at the slightly upturned corners of eighth sister's mouth ahead, I had already guessed about 70 to 80% of what was going on. There's a good show to watch. The group walked up to the bright red Ferrari 488. Seeing that curvy body again, that proud prancing horse logo, Muji couldn't hold it in anymore. He rushed forward in a few steps, as if caressing a lover, feeling the shiny car body all over. Then he placed his butt and sat right on the hood of the Ferrari, even patting the hood, saying with a smug look, "This car is so awesome." He didn't see at all that as soon as he made this move, the expressions of all the sisters changed. Such a waste. Muji remained oblivious. He jumped down from the hood and spread his arms wide, intending to give Mukekshin a big hug. "Thank you, eighth sister. Eighth sister, you treat me so well, I love you to death." Mukekshin, as if avoiding the plague, nimbly jumped back a step, avoiding his bear hug. Then she tilted her head, using those big, innocent eyes to look at him, and slowly opened her mouth. "Who said this car was bought for you?" The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The smile on Muji's face instantly stiffened. Mukekshin was seen raising a slender, fair finger, pointing to a corner not far from the Ferrari. "That one is yours." Everyone followed the direction she pointed, only to see a vehicle of high-end and considerable value parked there quietly, an electric scooter. Pfft. Fourth sister Mu Yoyan and fifth sister Mu Yukian looked at each other and couldn't hold it in anymore, bursting into laughter. Although the other sisters didn't laugh out loud, the corners of their mouths twitched incessantly, and their trembling shoulders revealed the extreme joy in their hearts. Even eldest sister Mu Yulu, who was always serious, had the corner of her mouth curve into a faint smile. Muji stood there dumbfounded. His eyes darted back and forth between the Ferrari in front of him and the lonely electric scooter in the distance, his mind a complete blank, feeling as if he had fallen from heaven to hell in just 1 second. Kekin's mother, Baoju, turned pale with anger. She pointed at Mukekshin, her voice also trembling. "How could you treat your brother like this? Are you teasing him?" Mukekshin immediately put on the appearance of a harmless little white rabbit, blinking her big eyes aggrievedly. "I'm not. Mom, I heard that my brother doesn't have a driver's license. I can't give him a car that he can drive. That would be very impractical. So I specially went to pick out this latest smart electric scooter. A full charge can go 150 kilometers. It's very high-end." She paused for a moment, then added, "This scooter isn't cheap. It's almost 30,000 yuan. It used up all of my allowance for this week." Once these words were spoken, no one could say she was wrong anymore. That's right. Without a driver's license, giving a supercar is indeed inappropriate. An electric scooter is so practical, and it costs 30,000 yuan. For a girl who just started university, that's already a large sum of money, full of sincerity. Eldest sister Mu Yulu also came to smooth things over. "Mom, Kekshin just started university too. She doesn't even have a car herself." To be able to spend 30,000 yuan to buy a gift for her brother is already very thoughtful. She of course knew that the Ferrari was bought by Kekshin for me, but at this moment she absolutely couldn't say it. Otherwise, it would only bring more hatred upon me. Muji stood on the spot, only feeling his face burning hot, turning red and white as if he had opened a dye shop. He felt like he was a clown stripped naked in public, surrounded by mocking gazes, and he was instantly furious enough to burst. But he didn't dare say anything. He could only swallow his pride, then forced a smile that was uglier than crying, walked over to the electric scooter and said with a forced laugh, This gift is also very good. I like it a lot. Thank you, eighth sister. Wait, after I get my driver's license, can eighth sister buy me a Mercedes to drive, okay?" But Mukekshin didn't take the bait at all. She blinked her eyes and said with a serious expression, "I'm not sure if I'll have money in the future. I still have to buy handbags and cosmetics. If you want to buy a car, ask Mom to buy it for you. Mom has money." A single sentence directly blocked Muji's path. His smile completely froze on his face. Absolutely no face was given. The group walked back to the villa's living room, the atmosphere colder than a Siberian cold front. He walked at the back, head bowed, his face alternating between red and white, his teeth grinding audibly. At this moment, he felt that in his 18 years of life, he had lost all his face today. The sisters walked ahead. The ones who laughed easily were still trying to hold it in, their shoulders shaking. Mu Yoyan and Mu Yukian didn't even try to hide it. The gloating smiles on the corners of their mouths were just short of being carved directly onto their faces. After everyone sat down again in the living room, no one said anything. The scene was awkward to the extreme. It was still Mother Baoju who gritted her teeth and tried to smooth things over. All right, don't take it to heart. Let's continue with the gift-giving." After speaking, Baoju's gaze swept across her daughters, finally landing on seventh sister Mu Karen. It's Kieran's turn. Mu Karen, from under the coffee table, pulled out a large box. "Here for you." She pushed the box in front of Muji. Muji looked at the box printed with the image of an alien head and was stunned for a moment. "What is this? The latest computer? Top specs? With a 360Hz monitor and a 5090 graphics card?" Mu Karen yawned. I see you seem to like hanging out at internet cafes. Just play at home from now on. This set is at least over 100,000 yuan. For a normal person, it's an astronomical price, but in Muji's eyes, this was no different from giving alms to a beggar. But he could only force a smile. Thank you, seventh sister. Next was sixth sister Mukai. She gave a set of the latest, drone and a full VR set, also of considerable value, but it was also only around tens of thousands of yuan. When it was fifth sister Mu Yuqian's turn, this big superstar was extremely perfunctory. She had her assistant hand over a small, exquisite box, wearing a professional smile on her face. This is the latest Fruit 17 Pro Max. The top model is for you. Muji took the phone, sneering inwardly. A phone at most 20 or 30,000 yuan, she dared to give this as a gift. It's estimated he had already started keeping a tally in his heart, writing names in his little black book. Then it was fourth sister Mu Yoyun. She walked in high heels, sashaying over to Muji, looking down on him. Then she took a small square box out of her handbag. Little brother, for you. Muji opened it to see. It was the latest Fruit smartwatch. This gift wasn't expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. A few thousand yuan. But compared to the multi-million yuan Richard Mille watch she gave me, it wasn't even a fraction of mine. Muji's face turned completely black. He felt this wasn't a gift. This was a blatant insult. Mu Yuyan didn't pay it any mind. She turned and walked back to her seat. After giving these small gifts, it was finally the turn of the first three sisters. A glimmer of hope was rekindled in Muji's heart. The previous ones were unreliable at a glance. The truly big gifts must be at the end. Then third sister Mu Tongchun stood up. She handed over a black bank card. There's 1 million yuan in here. Consider it your allowance. I hope you can learn some good things in the future and stop hanging out with scoundrels. Muji's eyes lit up instantly. This is how a real sister should be. So he hurriedly nodded and bowed to accept the card. Thank you, third sister. I will definitely listen to you. Next was second sister Mu Yuyi. She gently handed over a car key. I bought a car for you, a Mercedes E-Class. It's already parked in the garage. You can drive it after you get your license. Although a Mercedes E isn't as good as a Ferrari, it's still a luxury car worth 500,000 or 600,000 yuan. Muji's mood improved a little. Finally, it was eldest sister Mu Yulu. As the most powerful eldest sister in the family, she just nonchalantly pushed over a document folder. A 180 square meter apartment in the city center. It's already been transferred to your name. A large apartment in the city center worth 10 million yuan for Muji. This was the largest asset he had ever seen in his life. Although compared to the entire building given to me, it was a world of difference. But Muji was still so excited that his whole body trembled, and he immediately felt he was back on top. The gift-giving session finally ended in a strangely harmonious atmosphere. At this moment, Muji sat on the sofa, looking at the house deed, car key, and bank card in his hand. The small abacus in his heart was clicking away, and his mind was also spinning extremely fast. He had already divided the 8 sisters into 2 factions. Who was good to him, who was not good to him. He had already finished ranking them in his heart. His gaze also instantly became extremely cold and sinister. At this moment, Muji still wore a moved smile, but in his heart, a towering hatred had arisen. He thought he had hidden it very well, but didn't notice that I was sitting opposite him, looking at him with a calm and profound gaze. The gift-giving session, like a comedy, finally ended. The sisters sat in small groups, either playing with their phones or talking quietly, completely treating Muji as if he were air. At this very moment, fifth sister Mu Yuqian stood up, putting on sunglasses that could cover half her face. I'm leaving. I have a schedule to complete this afternoon, she said as she picked up her bag. Hey, leaving so soon? Baoju hurriedly stood up to stop her. It was so hard for the whole family to gather. Stay for lunch before you go. I can't, Mom. Everything has already been arranged over there. The contract breach fee is very expensive. Mu Yuqian's tone was very firm. The father, who had been silent all this time, Mu Yangquan, finally couldn't help but speak up. His voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction and authority. Can't our Mu family support you? You always have to show your face outside, making yourself so busy you don't even come home. When Mu Yuqian heard this, not only did she not get angry, on the contrary, she turned around and took off her sunglasses, making a funny face at her father. Blah, I like it. She playfully stuck out her tongue. Being a star was her dream since she was little. She even felt that being a rich young lady at home was very boring. When Muji saw this, he felt his opportunity had come again. He hurriedly stood up from the sofa and approached with a solicitous expression. Fifth sister, let me see you off. Mu Yuqian glanced at him, her eyes completely devoid of emotion, and just faintly uttered 2 words, no need. After speaking, she walked away in her high heels and headed towards the door without looking back. Muji's outstretched hand awkwardly stopped in midair. The expression on his face froze once again. This is the nth time, today, that he's been publicly executed. Mu Yuqian walked to the door and was about to open it when she suddenly stopped. Then she turned around, and under everyone's gaze, she raised her index finger and beckoned gently towards me. an extremely simple gesture, yet filled with a hint of teasing. I was stunned for a moment, then pointed to my nose and mouthed the words, "Me?" Muyukian nodded. The corners of her mouth under the sunglasses curved into a meaningful smile. I walked over. Everyone's eyes were focused on me. As soon as I reached the door, Muyukian very naturally reached out her hand and took my arm, her whole body pressed intimately against mine. "Come on, walk me to my car." Her voice carried a hint of a smile. Her warm breath brushed against my ear. My body immediately stiffened. I could feel the almost murderous glare from Mugege and the varied gazes of my sisters. Muyuyan was the first one to get jealous, but Muyukian didn't seem to care and held my arm, then opened the door and walked out. The sunlight outside was beautiful. Muyukian's van was parked not far away. She didn't get in the car right away, but held my arm and strolled leisurely in the courtyard. Only then did I have time to carefully observe my fifth sister beside me. No wonder she could become a superstar. In terms of looks among the 8 sisters, she was definitely the most beautiful one. At least a 9 out of 10. It was a photogenic face, perfect from every angle. Her features were as exquisite as God's finest masterpiece. Her skin was as white as high-quality suet jade, almost translucent under the sun. Her figure wasn't like fourth sister's. Muyuyan had the magnificence of a D-cup. She looked like a B-cup at most, but she won with her perfect proportions, slender and just right. No wonder at only 23 years old, she already had 30 million fans on Weibo. She was recognized in the entertainment industry for her ethereal beauty. She was a versatile actress, singer, and idol, extremely popular. As I was lost in thought, I suddenly felt a grip on my waist. I looked down. Muyukian's other hand had wrapped around my waist at some point. This wandering hand was way too blatant. "Little brother Muge, your figure isn't bad." Muyukian leaned close to my ear, her breath fragrant like an orchid. "These abs, are there 7 of them? Let me feel." I was made uncomfortable by her bold action and could only respond with a joke. "Fifth sister, do you usually use the unspoken rules like this with the young handsome men in your company?" When Muyukian heard this, she was stunned at first. Then she burst into a peal of clear, pleasant laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha, you little brat." She laughed so hard she swayed, her soft body leaning completely against me. Not only did the hand on my waist not let go, it even tightened its grip. "That's right, this is exactly how I use the unspoken rules with them. So what about it, little brother Muji? Do you want me to use them on you a little?" I felt my face flush slightly. My God, who could stand this? "Fifth sister, if you keep this up, I'm going to have to charge you. I could only continue to use jokes to hide my embarrassment." "Charge me?" Muyukian raised an eyebrow, smiled even more cheerfully. "All right, name your price. Do you want a Lamborghini or a Patek Philippe, or do you want to be the male lead in a movie?" As she spoke, she gently traced my Adam's apple with her finger. "As long as you serve me well, I'll give you anything." I was completely paralyzed. I realized that compared to fifth sister, fourth sister's direct attacks were truly child's play. Fourth sister wanted something to happen with me, but at least she still had a bit of a maiden's shyness and a longing for love. But fifth sister, she gave off the feeling of an experienced hunter who was playfully toying with her chosen prey. She really wanted to eat me alive, to play with me. What she enjoyed was this process of control and conquest. "Fifth sister, aren't you afraid I'll take you seriously?" I took a deep breath, deciding to turn the tables. "Take me seriously? I hope you do. I'm just afraid you don't have the guts." She said this and stopped walking, turning to face me. The two of us stood very close, so close that I could clearly see her long, thick eyelashes and her expressive eyes. "Little brother Muge, did you know? You're not like the other men who want to climb into my bed. Their eyes are full of lust, greed, and calculation when they look at me. They want to get fame and fortune from me, but your eyes are very pure when you look at me." Saying this, she reached out her hand and gently caressed my cheek, so pure that it makes me want to corrupt you. I looked at this stunningly beautiful face so close to mine, and her eyes full of aggression and teasing. This woman knows how to handle men. She knows she's beautiful, and also knows how to turn that beauty into the sharpest weapon. Muyukian exhaled her orchid-like breath, her warm breath, with a faint scent of gardenia, constantly teasing my nerves. "So, have you decided yet? Do you want to be the male lead in a movie, or do you want a sports car in a mansion? As long as you nod, tonight I'll let you experience what it's like to reach heaven in a single step." And this scene was being clearly watched by someone not far away, behind the second-floor curtains, clearly. At this moment, Mugege's face was completely dark. Jealousy. He was about to explode with jealousy. Among the sisters, the only one he knew, before being acknowledged as family, was fifth sister, Muyukian. After all, she was a superstar. Her image was everywhere on TV and phones. He even remembered Muyukian, that face, both pure and sexy, he had once. Thinking about it now, it was indeed a bit sinful. That was his biological sister. But she didn't like this, newly found, soft-looking biological younger brother, and instead was so intimate with an imposter, hugging his waist, touching his face. On what grounds? He deserves to die. Mugi was trembling with anger, the jealousy and hatred in his eyes almost spitting fire. Then, he stealthily slipped out of the living room, found a deserted corner, and took out his phone with its cracked screen. Next, he secretly aimed it at me and Mu Yukian in the courtyard. Click. He had taken a picture of their intimate scene. In the photo, Mu Yukian's entire body was pressed against mine, with her hand on my waist. That pink top revealed her, smooth, bare back, and slender waist. Although my expression was a bit reluctant, I didn't push her away at all. Mugi looked at this photo, a sinister smile appearing on his face. Mu Yukian, aren't you a superstar? Don't you have tens of millions of fans? I know that idols like you are not allowed to be in a relationship. Being in a relationship is called a scandal. If this photo gets out, they'll see how you can still be your fans, goddess. And you, Mugi, you pretty boy, they'll see how you can stay in this house after this. Mugi put his phone away with satisfaction. He felt he now held a trump card that at any moment could blow these two to smithereens. He adjusted his clothes, put a harmless smile back on his face, and returned to the living room satisfied. In the courtyard, I finally escaped from Mu Yukian's clutches. I walked her to her van. All right, we're at the car. Can I go now? What's the hurry? Mu Yukian pulled me back again, directly pulling half of my body into the car. The car door slid shut with a whoosh. Next, Mu Yukian pushed me onto the soft leather seat. Then she sat straddling me, pinching my still dazed face. At this moment, the smile on Mu Yukian's face faded a little, and her eyes became serious. Little brother Mugi, listen carefully. That Mugi is not a good person. The way he looks at you is full of jealousy and resentment. He will definitely find ways to cause trouble for you in the future. You can't be as docile as before, understand? If someone bullies you, you have to fight back. You have to be like a man. Be a little braver. Even if the sky falls, it'll be here to support you. I looked at her, an inexplicable warmth spreading in my heart. It turned out that her outrageous actions just now weren't just to tease me, but also her own way of supporting me, telling everyone that I, Mugi, am under her protection. I can't guarantee for others, but your fifth sister will definitely always be on your side. Mu Yukian paused for a moment, her gaze becoming extremely determined. Even if mom and dad are completely focused on that blonde kid, you don't need to be afraid. Your fifth sister here hasn't spent a single penny from the family for a long time. The money my studio makes in a year is more than the allowance dad gives me. At worst, it'll support you. It'll support you. These three words were like a warm current that instantly flowed through my entire body. Looking at the beautiful face before me, seeing the undisguised protection and sincerity, in her eyes, all the jokes and teasing became incredibly real at this moment. I was moved. It turns out this fifth sister, who seemed so carefree, was so protective of me deep down. Did you hear me? You fool. Mu Yukian pinched my cheek again. I heard you. I nodded vigorously. That's a good boy. Mu Yukian smiled with satisfaction. She leaned over and lightly kissed my cheek. All right, I'm leaving. Call me if anything happens. Watching the car drive away, I stood there touching the cheek she had just kissed. The scent and warmth of her lipstick still lingered. I chuckled and shook my head, then turned to walk back to the villa. But when I pushed open the door and entered the living room, I immediately felt three incredibly intense gazes. One was from the corner, a gaze full of jealousy and venom from Mugi. The other two gazes came from the sofa, from fourth sister Mu Yoyan and eighth sister Mu Kexin. The three of them were the ones who had paid the most attention to the actions outside just now. It's just that Mugi was jealous of me, while Mu Yoyan and Mu Kexin were jealous of Mu Yukian. Eighth sister Mu Kexin puffed up her cheeks, her small mouth pouting so much you could hang an oil pot from it. She looked at the faint lipstick mark on my face, the little vinegar jar in her heart completely overturned. Fifth sister is too sly to actually call brother Muji out alone and then hug and kiss him. That's too much. She's clearly not much older than me. On what grounds is she so bold? On the other side, Mu Yoyan's expression wasn't very good either. She elegantly crossed her legs, her long, slender legs wrapped in her dress, creating firm curves. The tip of her foot tapped lightly on the floor, revealing her inner turmoil. Mu Yukian, that vixen, daring to seduce my man right in front of me. She watched me walk in, a hard-to-detect glint of possessiveness in her eyes, but she quickly adjusted her mood. Mu Yuyan comforted herself internally. It's fine. That vixen Mu Yukian at most only teases with her words, taking a small advantage. But I have already completely devoured little brother Mugi. His body, his heart, they all belong to me. Mu Yukian's little tricks are nothing. Thinking this, Mu Yuyan's heart immediately felt balanced again. Returning to the living room, I felt like a Tong Sanzang who had just escaped the spider cave. Behind me was the van of fifth sister Mu Yukian, already far away, and in front of me were two gazes so sour they could almost materialize. Mu Yoyan and Mu Kexin. One was sitting on the sofa, elegantly crossing her legs, but her gaze was like an X-ray, scanning back and forth across my face, focusing on the faint lipstick mark on my cheek. The other was puffing her cheeks like an angry pufferfish. the teddy bear pillow in her hands, was about to be squeezed out of shape by her. Mugi's gaze wasn't as complicated. It was pure jealousy and venom, like a poisoned dagger, wishing it could carve a few pieces of flesh from my body. These three gazes made my scalp tingle, so I could only pretend that nothing was wrong and quietly walk to my seat and sit down. At this moment, Muyoyan cleared her throat, being the first to break the silence. She lifted the teacup in front of her, took a light sip, then raised her eyes, looking at me with a faint, mocking smile. Little brother Mugi, what brand is Fifth Sister's lipstick? The color is quite nice. It makes your skin look fairer. Damn, this woman really knows how to be sarcastic. I cursed inwardly and subconsciously raised my hand to wipe my face. Don't touch it. Muyoyan spoke again. It's quite pretty. Keep it as a souvenir. After all, not everyone gets the chance to receive a parting gift from our family's superstar. Hearing this, Mu Kexin, who was sitting nearby, wrinkled her little nose and also huffed. She turned her head to the side, showing me the back of her neck. I immediately started complaining bitterly in my heart. Damn it, I didn't do a single thing. I'm the victim here, okay? Although Mu Yuyan had the upper hand verbally, she was still very unhappy inside. She looked at my handsome face that everyone resented, and thinking about how that vixen Mu Yukian had blatantly hugged and kissed me like that, she felt as if she had overturned a whole jug of aged Shaanxi vinegar in her heart, so sour it was bubbling. No, this damn little brother is too much of a flirt. Eating him just once isn't enough. I must brand him with a mark that belongs completely to me, Mu Yuyan, so that other women won't even dare to think about it. Mu Yuyan thought this to herself, but the smile on her face became even more charming. I'm a little tired. I'm going back to my room to rest for a bit. After saying that, she walked straight upstairs in her high heels. Her graceful back was full of unspoken charm. After sitting on pins and needles in the living room for a while, I also found an excuse to slip back to my room. But just as I lay down on the bed, ready to process today's explosive amount of information, my phone buzzed once. I picked it up. It was a WeChat message. The sender was Mu Yoyan. The content was very simple, just one sentence. Little brother, Mu Ge, come to my room for a moment. My heart skipped a beat. Here we go again. I could feel that behind this message there was definitely nothing good in store. But for some reason, besides nervousness, there was also a hint of mysterious anticipation that I didn't even want to admit to myself. I hesitated for a moment, but still got out of bed, and as if possessed, I walked out of my room and went straight to Mu Yuyan's door. I took a deep breath and knocked lightly on the door. The door opened very quickly. Mu Yuyan's hair was still soaking wet. She had clearly just taken a shower. A sweet and alluring scent, a mixture of shower gel and her own body, filled the air. My breathing immediately became ragged. Come in. What are you standing there for? Mu Yuyan turned and walked inside. Then she walked to the bed and sat down, and then patted the spot next to her. Sit. I hesitated for a moment, but still sat down. Why are you sitting so far away? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Mu Yuyan looked at me with a faint, mocking smile. I said nothing, just felt my heart pounding. The atmosphere in the room was even more ambiguous than last time, even more dangerous. Mu Yuyan didn't tease me anymore. She dropped her smile and spoke faintly. Yukian, is she pretty? My mind raced, weighing every word. Sister Yukian is a superstar. Of course she's beautiful. Is that so? Mu Yuyan's tone was unreadable. Then what about compared to me? Who's prettier? What kind of life or death question is this? I screamed internally. You both have your own kind of beauty. It's not the same type. Then tell me, what type am I? And what type is she? Mu Yuyan pressed on relentlessly. I felt my forehead start to sweat. You're the mature and charming type. Sister Yukian is the exquisite and beautiful type. That's not wrong. Mu Yuyan nodded. Then her gaze suddenly sharpened. So, little brother Mu Ge, do you prefer the mature and charming type like me? Or do you prefer the exquisite and beautiful type like her? I was completely frozen. I realized that no matter how I answered, it was a dead end. Seeing my flustered look, Mu Yuyan suddenly smiled, but her smile carried a hint of coldness. She suddenly moved closer to me, her soft body almost pressing against mine. Little brother Mu Ge, do you feel that Yukian is better than me? Do you find her young and beautiful, and a superstar on top of that, more attractive than someone like me who's about to be married off? No, I immediately denied it. Actually, I found her status as a soon-to-be wife to be even more stimulating. Although I didn't want to admit it, I actually had a strange preference deep down, inherited from ancient times. Then why did you let her hug you and let her kiss you? The rims of Mu Yuyan's eyes gradually turned red. Have you forgotten how you were under me last night? The images from last night uncontrollably flooded my mind. I felt my body heat up instantly. Little brother Mu Ge, look at me. Mu Yuyan reached out and lifted my face, forcing me to look directly at her. In her beautiful eyes, there was now a mixture of grievance, anger, and a thick, possessive desire. Suddenly, Mu Yuyan's emotions flared, and she violently pushed me down onto the bed. She lunged on top of me, straddling my waist, looking down at me from above. My whole body was stiff, my mind blank. I looked at the woman on top of me, teary-eyed but incredibly forceful. All the defenses in my heart crumbled at this moment. I ached for her, pitied her, and was even more deeply shaken by the reckless love she was showing at this moment. Finally, Mu Yoyan lowered her head and kissed me fiercely. This kiss wasn't gentle and exploratory like the last one, but was full of domineering appropriation and possession. An hour later, Mu Yoyan's room door opened again. The two of us came out, fully dressed. My expression was a bit dazed, my eyes were even a little vacant, as if I had been completely drained. But Mu Yoyan beside me was a completely different sight. She had changed into an elegant white long dress with delicate, light makeup on her face, but the charm in the corner of her eyes and a bone-deep satisfaction and laziness that no makeup could hide. Then she very naturally reached out to help me, adjust my slightly messy collar, her fingertips accidentally brushing against my Adam's apple. "All right, let's go down to eat." She leaned into my ear, speaking softly in a voice only the two of us could hear. My body stiffened. I felt like my ear was on fire. Lunchtime once again turned into a drama of ice and fire. The Mu parents sat at the head of the table, with Mu Gigi seated between them, enjoying emperor-level treatment. "Gigi, eat more of this fish." Mother Bao Ju placed a large piece of fish in his bowl. "Gigi, this steak is delicious, you should try it." Father Mu Yangquan also rarely served food himself, but at the other end of the table, it was a different scene. I was sandwiched between Mu Yoyan and Mu Keichin. My bowl was already piled high like a small mountain. "Little brother Mu Ge, eat this shrimp, I peeled it for you." Mu Yoyan picked up a plump white shrimp and brought it right to my mouth. The sweet affection in her eyes was practically overflowing. "Little brother Mu Ge, try this dish. I specially had the kitchen make your favorite sweet and sour pork ribs." Eighth sister Mu Kexin, not to be outdone, piled a large piece of pork rib into my bowl. My mouth was full of shrimp, and my bowl was piled with a mountain of meat. I felt like I wasn't just eating a meal, but participating in an eating contest. The entire dining table was divided by an invisible line into two worlds. On one side was the blind, compensatory love of parents for their biological son, and on the other side was the possessive pampering of the sisters for their own darling. Mu Gigi's eating habits were as unsightly as ever. His mouth was full of rice and food, and he chomped away noisily while mumbling to his parents. Soup and rice flew everywhere. The sisters looked at him, and with a mutual understanding, lost their appetites. Lunch ended amidst this strange tug-of-war. After lunch, second sister Mu Yu Yi and third sister Mu Tongchun stood up saying they had to leave. Second sister had to hurry back to the wealthy family in Modu, and third sister also had to get back to work. "Let me see you off," Mu Yangquan said, standing up. "That's not necessary." Second sister Mu Yu Yi gently shook her head. Her gaze swept across the living room, finally landing on me. "It's fine if little brother Muga sees us to the door." I was stunned for a moment, then nodded. So I walked with second sister and third sister out of the villa. The afternoon sun was a bit glaring. The plants in the courtyard exuded a lazy fragrance. Unlike the boisterousness of being with the other sisters, the atmosphere now was extremely quiet and restrained. Third sister Mu Tongchun walked on the far left, still in her woman's suit. Her steps were steady, her eyes looking straight ahead, and the stern aura of strangers, "keep away," she exuded, made her look like a walking iceberg, even colder than eldest sister Mu Yulu. Second sister Mu Yu Yi walked in the middle, still wearing that long light blue dress. A gentle breeze blew, making the hem of her dress and her long black hair flutter gently, which made her look even more fragile and melancholic. She was like a Jiangnan ink wash painting, beautiful, yes, but always carrying an inescapable sorrow. I walked on the far right, and I could feel that both sisters beside me were intentionally keeping their distance from me. There was no intimate arm-linking, no ambiguous teasing, and even very little eye contact. They were like two real older sisters, who had no improper thoughts about me. This feeling made me breathe a sigh of relief. "Little brother Mugi is about to go to university. Congratulations!" It was second sister Mu Yu Yi who spoke first, breaking the silence. "Thank you, second sister," I replied. Mu Yu Yi nodded, then fell silent again. The atmosphere became a bit awkward again. Wanting to find a topic of conversation, I looked at second sister's gentle and beautiful face and said with a smile, "Second sister, you and brother-in-law have been married for a year, right? When are you planning to give me a nephew or niece? I'd love to be an uncle." To me, this was a statement, as normal as any other family conversation, carrying the well wishes and concern of a younger brother for his older sister. However, the moment the words left my mouth, I keenly sensed the temperature of the air around us suddenly drop. Second sister Mu Yu Yi's footsteps suddenly stopped. The faint smile on her face instantly froze, then shattered like a piece of fragile glass. The light in her eyes quickly dimmed at a visible rate, replaced by a sadness and a bottomless self-loathing. This topic was clearly like the sharpest knife, stabbing precisely into the softest and most fragile place in her heart. Married for a year, Mu Yu Yi's husband was out carousing, not coming home at night. In that house, she was like a gorgeous prisoner. She felt she wasn't pure, felt like she was a failure. And my careless words had shattered all of her pretense and strength. I immediately noticed her unusual behavior. I looked at second sister's instantly pale-faced and my heart sank. Crap, I said the wrong thing. Second sister, Did I say something wrong? Mu Yi suddenly came to her senses. She hurriedly lowered her head, using her long hair to hide her distressed expression. She took a deep breath, and when she looked up again, a smile had returned to her face. No, nothing. Her voice carried an unconcealable tremor. You didn't say anything wrong, I just suddenly remembered I had something to do. I was a bit distracted. I knew she was lying, but I didn't know how to respond. Just then, third sister Mu Tongchun, who had been silent, suddenly reached out, gently patted second sister's shoulder. She didn't say anything, but that action carried a silent comfort and strength. The car was already waiting at the gate. The air was so suffocating it was hard to breathe. We're leaving now. Third sister Mu Tongchun nodded to me as a form of goodbye. From beginning to end, second sister Mu Yi didn't look at me again. She opened the car door and almost fled into it. The black Bentley glided away silently, carrying the two sisters away, and also taking all the ease from my heart. I stood there watching the car's silhouette fade into the distance, my heart filled with doubt and a sense of unspoken guilt. I knew that my words had definitely, deeply hurt second sister, but I didn't know why. Wasn't it just a normal blessing? I returned to the living room, my mind still troubled by the strange atmosphere, when second and third sister left. I felt like a troublemaker, but I didn't know where I had gone wrong. With a heavy heart, I sat down on the sofa, feeling a bit dejected. In the living room, Muji was holding his newly acquired Apple 17 Pro Max phone, loudly scrolling through short videos, occasionally letting out a sleazy laugh. The sound was played out loud, audible throughout the entire living room. Eldest sister and fourth sister had both gone to their rooms to rest. Only the twin sisters, Mu Kai and Mu Karen, were still sitting on the carpet. The two of them quickly noticed my dazed appearance. Mu Karen's eyes darted around, and she gave her sister beside her a mischievous nudge. Then the two sisters, one on the left and one on the right, approached me like two little cats and directly sandwiched me in the middle. Yo, what's wrong with our little brother Mugi? So downcast, like a frostbitten eggplant. Seventh sister Mu Karen's voice had a hint of teasing. Today she was wearing a pair of denim shorts, and her long, fair, and straight legs dangled right in front of my eyes. Her whole body leaned in close, her soft arm resting on my shoulder, a sweet, fruity scent wafting into my nose. Before I could say anything, sixth sister Mu Kai on the other side pushed up the glasses on the bridge of her nose and spoke seriously. Based on the micro-expression analysis of your face and your posture, your current mood is very bad. I'm fine, I replied weakly. Still saying you're fine? Mu Karen stretched out her finger and poked my cheek. Your face is as long as a bitter melon. I'm just a little tired. That statement was true. I really was tired. After all, I was about to be drained dry by that vixen Mu Yuyan. Mu Karen didn't believe it. She extended her slender index finger and gently scratched my nose. Liar. Your expression is all but writing the words I have something on my mind on your face. All right. If you don't want to talk, then don't. Do you want seventh sister to play a game with you? He'll carry you to victory before I could answer. Fuck! A curse suddenly rang out from the corner of the room. The gazes of all three of us turned in that direction. Muji was sprawled on the single sofa, his feet propped up on the coffee table. On the screen was a team fight in honor of kings, and the scoreboard proudly displayed 0-5. Do you even know how to play? The support is supposed to follow the marksman. What the hell are you doing wandering around like a ghost? His voice was loud and grating, full of irritability and impatience. The elegant, quiet atmosphere of the living room was instantly and completely destroyed by him alone. Seventh sister Mu Karen wrinkled her nose in disgust and whispered to me, "How about we go play in my room?" Although Mu Kai didn't say anything, her brows were also tightly furrowed. I was even more speechless. This guy truly had the three words, uncultured, carved into his very bones. Fuck! The enemy jungler is ganking me. Where is everyone? Where the hell did you all die? A bunch of teammates as stupid as pigs. Can't carry. Muji's shouting continued. As he cursed, he frantically tapped on the screen, making the phone clatter. Mu Karen was speechless, but didn't want to show it, so she turned her attention back to me. Her entire body was practically hanging on me, her soft body pressed against my arm. Although not as exaggerated as Mu Yuyan, the fullness and elasticity characteristic of a young girl still felt soft. Immediately after, she deliberately leaned into my ear, lowered her voice, and whispered, "Little brother Muge, don't mind him. Let's talk about our own things." Her warm breath tickled my ear as she spoke, making me itch and unconsciously stiffen. But it quickly became a little painful. Couldn't be helped. It was Mu Yuyan's masterpiece. Mu Kai on the other side couldn't stand watching anymore. She reached out and pulled her sister off me. "Sit properly, don't be so handsy." Mu Kai's posture was very proper. She wore a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and if you didn't know, no one would guess she was a nuclear physics student. She even gave off the vibe of a scholarly scum. The thought popped into my head unconsciously. Then I noticed that Muji had also turned his head, his gaze falling on the three of us. When Mujiji saw the two flower-like beautiful sisters, sandwiching me on the left and right with that seamless, intimate expression, his gaze immediately turned dark. Why? Although these two sisters weren't mature and charming as fourth and fifth sister, they were still top-tier beauties. Moreover, they were twins, each with her own unique charm, and now they were surrounding a pretty boy like you. The familiar feelings of jealousy and unwillingness in his heart surged up once again in Mujiji. Then he squeezed out a smile that he considered very handsome, got up from the sofa, and walked towards the three of us. Aiming for the small gap between me and Karen, he squeezed his butt in without a second thought. His action was very rude, directly pushing Karen a long way to the side. A clear trace of displeasure flashed across Karen's face, but Mujiji acted as if he didn't see it. He brazenly leaned against the sofa, and one arm very naturally tried to rest on Karen's shoulder. What are you talking about? That's so fun. Let me join in. Sixth sister. Seventh sister. His voice was a bit greasy. Karen's body shifted to the side, and the displeasure on her face quickly vanished. After all, he was her biological brother, so she didn't show her disgust. Actually, besides fourth, fifth, and eighth sister, the three who openly wanted to eat me alive, the other sisters didn't hate Mujiji that much. At most, they would complain a little, but in the end, he was their biological brother. Gigi, you haven't seen your room yet, have you? Mukai said, pushing up her glasses. Mujiji was taken aback. Huh? Room? Yes, your room is on the third floor. She pointed towards the stairs, on the same floor as Mom and Dad, eldest sister, second sister, and third sister. A hint of dissatisfaction flashed across Mujiji's face. In his heart, he wanted to be closer to these beautiful young sisters. Being on the third floor with his parents wasn't bad, but second and third sister weren't usually home. But he couldn't just say that. Oh, alright, so who's going to take me up to see it? The maid will take you, Karen said, pointing to a maid standing not far away. Young master, please follow me. The maid respectfully approached. Mujiji looked at the maid, then back at the three of us on the sofa. Although he was a bit unwilling, he had no choice. He stood up and reluctantly followed the maid upstairs. The living room finally returned to its quiet state. Karen let out a long sigh of relief. Mukiai also relaxed a little. She took off her glasses and gently rubbed the bridge of her nose. Karen suddenly spoke up. Let's keep playing. Little brother Muge, let's play around. I nodded and picked up my phone beside me. Karen had already opened Honor of Kings. I'll carry you. Halfway through the match, Karen was ganked and killed by the enemy jungler. She wanted to save me, but ended up dying herself. This is so frustrating. Karen stomped her foot in anger, but happened to step on my left hand. Because Karen had also been kneeling on the sofa, her feet got sweaty from being pressed under her legs. I felt a damp heat on my left palm. I subconsciously wiped my left hand on my pants leg. This scene was seen by Karen. Her eyes widened, and she said angrily, "Little brother Muge, are you daring to be disgusted by me?" I was immediately stunned. Sister Karen, what are you talking about? When was I disgusted by you? I didn't realize at all that there was anything wrong with my action. Still not admitting it? Karen pointed to my pants leg. I saw you wipe it on your pants. You're disgusted by my foot, aren't you? Then her expression immediately darkened, and she pouted at me, saying, "A fairy's feet are fragrant, you know?" Her tone carried a hint of grievance and also a hint of pride. Do you know how many boys at my school want to smell them but don't even have the right? And you dare to be disgusted by me. Is it because you know that we're not related by blood that you're disgusted by me? Only then did I react, and hurriedly waved my hands. No, it was just an unconscious action. With that, I raised my left hand to my nose and took a deep sniff. See, I'm not disgusted. Karen pouted. I don't believe you. With that, she stuck both her feet out in front of me. This is the only way to prove it. I immediately looked awkward, not knowing what to do for a moment. Mukiai couldn't stand watching anymore. She thought, this is something only the most intimate relationships do. I haven't even let him play with my feet. On what grounds should I let my little sister go first? She just reached out and slapped Karen's feet, pushing them away. Karen, don't bully little brother Muga. Just then, both of their heroes had revived, so Karen also continued playing the game. Her mouth was still muttering, consider yourself lucky. I breathed a sigh of relief, feeling my cheeks were a little hot. Mukiai glanced at me, her gaze a bit complicated. She had just noticed that I really seemed to be staring at Karen's feet, staring very intently. One could even say, staring in a daze. Could it be that little brother Muge is a foot fetishist? This is important information. Mukiai smiled. It seems she now had a weakness to exploit in the future. Thinking of this, she discreetly moved her foot towards me. She said nothing, just continued to play the game. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw her foot quietly approaching. My heart was in a bit of a turmoil. I unconsciously averted my gaze and focused on the phone screen. On the screen, the match continued. A fierce team fight was about to break out. The three of us continued to play the game. Mukiai played the game while secretly provoking me. She changed her sitting position, and that foot of hers would occasionally, unintentionally touch my leg. The cool, soft sensation made my mind wander. I glanced down a few times, Mukei was still seriously looking at her phone screen, her fingers moving like lightning. I could only assume she wasn't doing it on purpose, but the number of these unintentional times kept increasing. I knew Mukei was provoking me, so I also stuck my foot out and started to play footsie with her. But Mukei's toes seemed very nimble. I don't know how she trained them. It was like they had eyes, and I was always at a disadvantage, teased by her until my heart itched. Just like that, the game ended. My screen showed a 1-0 victory with a score of 4-3. I carried the whole match. "Ah, little brother Muge, you're too good," Mukaren praised, her eyes sparkling like stars. "This awareness, this execution, it's truly god tier." I chuckled and was about to say a few modest words when the sound of footsteps echoed down from the stairs. Muji had finished viewing his luxurious room on the 3rd floor and came down satisfied. Coming down with him were eldest sister Mu Yulu and 8th sister Mu Ketchen, who had woken up from their nap, and the live-in son-in-law, Ashtray. Mu Yulu was still in her suit, preparing to go to work. "I have to go to the company. Everyone, show Gigi around the house." Mu Gigi, on the other hand, flopped down onto the sofa and saw the game interface on the phones of me and the twin sisters. His eyes lit up. "Yo, playing Honor of Kings? A 5-person team? Let me in." With that, he pointed to Mu Ketchen beside him. "Add Ketchen and we'll have exactly 5 people. However, Mu Karen spoke first, not playing anymore. Mu Kei also took the opportunity to stand up. "Yeah, there's no game experience at all." After speaking, the twin sisters went upstairs. "Little brother Muge, let's go up too." Mu Ketchen came over, very naturally took my hand, and also led me upstairs. In an instant, the only one left on the sofa was Mu Gigi. He watched my back as I left, surrounded by the sisters, and that feeling of being isolated and ignored made him tremble with anger. Looking at the empty living room, the jealousy and hatred in his eyes were about to spew fire. "Why is everyone targeting me? What have I done wrong?" Muke-han grabbed my hand and pulled me straight up to the 2nd floor. Her hand was very small and soft, with a thin layer of sweat in her palm. A warm, damp feeling transmitted through our skin contact. Muke-han pulled me and pushed open the door to her room. A sweet fragrance hit my face, like strawberry-flavored fruit or hard candy melting in the air. I was pulled inside by her, and the door was closed. Unlike 4th sister Mu Yuyan's room, which was full of mature female charm, Muke-han's room was entirely a dreamy princess castle. As soon as she entered the room, Muke-han let go of my hand. She kicked off the small white leather shoes on her feet, and her whole body, like a boneless kitten, jumped straight onto the large, soft bed. Then, Muke-han hugged a giant strawberry bear, burying her small face deep into the plush fur of the teddy bear. Her muffled voice came through. "Who would want to play games with Mu Gigi? That foul-mouthed guy." As she spoke, she kicked her small feet wildly in the air, like a little rabbit throwing a tantrum. I looked at her pouting, angry expression, and the bit of unhappiness I felt from having my game interrupted also dissipated a lot. To be honest, I'm also very annoyed with Mu Gigi. His badness is blatant, not hidden at all. But on second thought, I felt a bit complicated. After all, I really did take over 18 years of Mu Gigi's life, enjoying what he should have had, the love of his parents and the doting of his sisters. Now that he's back, having some resentment and hostility towards me seems understandable. I think as long as he doesn't do anything too outrageous, just pulling petty tricks with his words or in games, if I try to put myself in his shoes, it seems I have no standing to truly hate him. I let out a sigh, walked to the bedside, and sat down. He's your biological brother after all. The moment these words left my mouth, Muke-han suddenly lifted her head from the teddy bear, her delicate little face filled with indignation. Her small mouth pouted, so much so that you could hang an oil pot from it. "So what? Even a biological brother can't bully you like that?" With that, she crawled up from the bed and knelt in front of me. This posture made her whole body look even more petite and adorable. She wasn't like 4th sister Mu Yoyan, who had a magnificent body that made one's blood boil, nor was she like 5th sister Mu Yokyan, who had a perfect, model-like figure. The feeling she gave me was like a small, soft, and fragrant cake. Every inch of her skin exuded a sweet breath, making me want to take a bite. I saw Muke-han extend her small, slender, fair hands and gently stroked my head. "You're too good-natured and too well-educated. Since you were young, you grew up under the protection of our parents and, us sisters, you have no idea how bad people outside can be. I only learned after I went to college how complicated people's hearts are. Especially Mu Gigi, I've asked around. He used to be a hoodlum outside and even had connections with gangsters. Fighting was a daily occurrence for him, and he's full of dirty tricks." Seeing her worried look for me, a warm current flowed through my heart. Among the 8 sisters, each one's way of being good to me was different. Eldest sister was a strict warden. 2nd sister was melancholic care. 3rd sister was silent support. 4th sister was direct possession. 5th sister was domineering teasing. 6th and 7th sisters were boisterous companionship, but only with 8th sister Muke-han could I feel that I wasn't like a younger brother, but rather like an older one. "It's okay," I smiled and reached out to stroke her hair. "I'm about to go to college. I won't see him anymore in the future. Out of sight, out of mind." Being petted by me, Muke-han comfortably narrowed her eyes like a cat being stroked. But upon hearing my words, she froze for a moment and her small mouth pouted again. That's right, you're about to go to college. Then she suddenly opened her arms and hugged my arm tightly, her whole body wrapping around me. Yeah, my little brother Muge is a university student now and we're even classmates at Donghai University. From now on, he'll be your senior. With that, Mukahan seriously extended her hand. Junior Muge, please take good care of me. My body stiffened. Oh my god, I thought to myself, this girl's way of acting cute is really deadly. Please take care of me, Senior Mukahan. Mukahan laughed happily and rested her head on my shoulder. As she spoke, she used her cheek to gently rub against my shoulder, and the feeling of her soft skin made my shoulder feel like it was on fire. I realized that my earlier thought of treating her like a sister seemed too naive. The women of the Mu family are no simpletons. Even the one who looks the most harmless knows how to use her innate advantages to attack men invisibly. Oh, right. Little brother Mugi, why did you pat my leg just now? Her big eyes, sparkling like stars on a summer night, stared at me without blinking. I felt my cheeks get a little hot. I was indeed in a hurry just now, seeing Mu Kei-han was so angry she was about to argue with Mujiji right on the spot. I subconsciously wanted to stop her, but the closest thing to my hand was her fair leg. Now that she asked me like this, I realized that my behavior was indeed a bit inappropriate. I didn't do it on purpose. I just saw that you were too angry and didn't want you to have a direct conflict with Mujiji. I was in a rush then. Sister Kahan, you're not angry, are you? I looked at her carefully. That serious yet slightly panicked look in Mukahan's eyes was so cute it was against the rules. The little fox in Mukahan's heart was already wagging its tail. She found my serious and pure demeanor really interesting. She decided she had to tease me a bit. So, the smile on her face immediately vanished, and she put on an angry expression. Next, she got off the bed, stood on the carpet, made small fists with her hands, placed them on her hips, and tried to puff out her not-so-magnificent, but still full chest. I'm angry now, she puffed her cheeks like an angry pufferfish. She stomped her feet, which were only in tube socks. Don't you think you're a bit tactless? If you were my real brother, touching me a little would be fine. But you're not my real brother, we're not related by blood. For you to casually touch a girl's fair legs like that is crossing the line, you know? If this were at school and you dared to touch another girl's leg like that, you'd get your legs broken. The more she spoke, the more worked up she got, her small face tense. But in her heart, she thought, little brother Mugi hands are only allowed to touch my legs. If he dares to touch another girl like that, that girl would definitely be won over by him. No way. I must teach him a profound lesson so that in the future, he only dares to touch my legs. I was completely stunned. Why? Why did she suddenly become like this? Besides, speaking of being tactless, doesn't she also touch me all over every day? Stroking my head, rubbing her cheek against my hand, and just now she held my hand and wouldn't let go. This double standard is just too obvious. Looking at Mukahan's I'm angry, and the consequences will be severe expression. I felt a little guilty. I quickly stood up and apologized sincerely. Sister Keihan, I'm sorry. I was really too rash. I promise it won't happen again. Is sorry enough? Mukahan raised an eyebrow, her small chin lifted high. Then what should I do? I was a bit flustered. Hold out your hand, Mukahan ordered. I hesitated for a moment, but still obediently held out my left hand, the one that had just committed the offense. Mukahan held out her small hand and slapped the back of my hand a few times. Her hand had no strength. It didn't hurt at all when it hit me. In fact, it was a little ticklish, but she still put on a stern look. Do you remember now? Don't casually touch girls unless that girl agrees. I smiled and nodded. Got it. Mukahan nodded in satisfaction. I touched you, according to the principle of fairness. You have to touch me back. My mouth immediately formed an O. Huh? What's with the huh? Mukahan glared at me and said with great conviction, Don't you understand what I'm saying? On what grounds do you get to touch me, while I don't get to touch you? That's not fair. Just now I thought this soft and fragrant cake was like a little sister who needed protection, but now it seems this is not a small cake. It's clearly a tigress in rabbit's clothing. How should I touch you? I felt like my brain wasn't working properly. Take off your t-shirt, Mukahan said concisely. That's not a good idea. I subconsciously covered my collar. Mukahan's eyes narrowed dangerously. She put her hands on her hips and took a step closer. If you don't take it off, I'll go tell eldest sister that your hands are improper and that you touched me inappropriately. I finally understood this girl today is determined to act shamelessly. Reasoning with her is impossible, but I also know that telling eldest sister is baseless. She's just scaring me. But under Mukahan's threatening gaze, I had to give in. I slowly took off my t-shirt. The little person inside Mukahan's heart had already started screaming. Hey, I succeeded. I'm such a genius. I'm about to touch little brother Muga 9-pack abs. When my shirt was completely off, revealing my strong upper body, Mukahan's breath suddenly stopped for a second. She stared blankly, and even felt like she was about to drool. Mukahan unconsciously rubbed her hands together, stood up straight, and walked towards me step by step, trying to maintain a serious expression. Then she extended her small, slender, fair hands as if she were appraising a precious work of art and carefully touched the abs she had dreamed of. My body immediately tensed up. Now I finally understood. This seemingly harmless little rabbit was basically trying to take advantage of me. How scary. She's like a perverted girl. Mukahan's fingers gently glided over my abs, feeling the clear muscle definition. At this moment, the little person inside, her heart must have been blooming with joy. I'm definitely the first one to touch little brother Mugi abs. Fourth sister definitely hasn't touched them. Fifth sister only touched them through his shirt. I've won big time. Besides, this is also the first time in my life that I've touched a man's abs. This novel and exciting feeling made her brain a little oxygen-deprived. She observed so intently, her mouth slightly open, that she didn't even notice the clear saliva dripping down the corner of her mouth, but she still tried to maintain a serious look on her face. Looking at her naive yet eager expression, I felt both angry and amused. Sister Han, stop fooling around. Are you unhappy after just touching me a few times? Mukahan immediately interrupted me, her tone fierce. As she spoke, she grew bolder, her hands no longer satisfied with my abs, moved upwards, touching my firm biceps and then poking my full chest muscles. Tisk, not bad at all. Looking at her engrossed appearance, I really couldn't hold it in anymore. Sister Han, you're drooling. Muki Han's actions froze, and she subconsciously touched the corner of her mouth. It was wet. She really was drooling. Moreover, it seemed that wasn't all. The small face that was trying to maintain a serious expression finally couldn't hold it anymore. She burst out laughing with a pfft, her feigned angry face instantly melting like ice and snow, turning into a blossoming spring. She completely stopped acting. Her big, sparkling eyes unabashedly scanned my perfect upper body back and forth. As she looked, she let out a perverted laugh. That appearance no longer had a hint of a soft, fragrant cake, but rather like a child who secretly ate candy and wouldn't admit it, and also like a little devil whose plan had succeeded. I felt goosebumps all over my body. This contrast was too great. One second she was an adorable little princess, pouting because she lost a game. The next second she had turned into a perverted girl drooling over me. Mukahan finally got her wish. She didn't hide her admiration at all. Those big eyes of hers scanned my upper body again and again. Little brother Mugi, you're amazing. She praised sincerely, her restless little hands poking at my chest muscles. Your academic performance is so good, yet you still have time to work out. This physique is just too great. I felt like my body was no longer my own, as if I were a model on display on a shelf for others to look at and comment on. Can I put my shirt on now? No. Mukahan refused without a second thought, her tone resolute. She reluctantly withdrew, her hand that was lingering on my abs, but her gaze was still glued to me. It's hot in the summer. Isn't it normal for boys to be shirtless? At our home, why be so formal with your sister? Just sit like this and chat with me for a while. I was completely speechless. What kind of logic is this? I felt that in front of these sisters I had no ability to resist at all. Mukahan looked at my aggrieved but helpless expression, and her heart bloomed with joy. She pulled my hand and pulled me to a single pink, fluffy sofa in the corner of the room. The sofa was very small, designed to fit only one girl, but she didn't care. She pulled me and forced me to squeeze in. The sofa was immediately filled, our bodies pressed closely together. I could clearly feel the softness and warmth from the young girl's body next to me. Mukahan seemed to think it wasn't enough. She adjusted her posture and very naturally placed her two fair legs on my lap. This posture made my body go stiff. Looking down, her slender legs were wrapped in long white over-the-knee socks, resting unguardedly on my legs. Further up was an absolute territory that sparked the imagination. My gaze was forced to focus on her feet. Through the socks, I couldn't see their specific shape. I could only see a petite outline, being enveloped. Little brother Mugi, how do you usually work out? I want a good figure too. Mukahan's voice sounded in my ear, interrupting my train of thought. She seemed completely unaware of how suggestive her posture was. As she spoke, without any reservation, she pulled up the hem of her shirt, revealing her lower abdomen. Then, she pinched her stomach, pinching up a roll of soft flesh. She pouted and said to me with some annoyance, "Look at Sister Han's stomach. I didn't exercise much during the summer vacation, and I ate until I got fat." I glanced over. There was indeed a little bit of flesh. I mentally calculated. Mukahan is about 107 centimeters tall. She looks like a B cup, but she weighs 50 keys, which is about 2 to 2.5 kg heavier than fifth sister Mu Yukian, who is 174 centimeters tall. Compared to Mu Yuyan, who is 172 centimeters tall and has a magnificent D cup, she's also a few kilograms heavier. But I didn't dare say this. I had no doubt that, if I dared to say she was fat, this adorable-looking little rabbit would definitely bite someone on the spot. "A little bit of flesh is good. It's so cute," I said with a strong desire to survive. "You're not a big star like fifth sister, who needs to stay so slim." "No, I want to be slim," Mukahan retorted, refusing to back down. "You'll take me to work out in the future." Okay, I'll call you when I work out. Well, work out together." I could only nod in agreement. Yeah, that's great. The two fair legs resting on my lap, twisted happily with excitement. Then she got even more carried away, wrapping her slender arms around my neck, her whole body hanging on me. Little brother Muge is the best. A warm and fragrant beauty in my arms, I felt like I was about to suffocate. Sister Keihan, can you put your legs down? This isn't very appropriate. It's not that I'm afraid of anything else. It's mainly that I'm afraid Mu Keihan, who wears a short skirt at home, isn't wearing safety shorts, and if I accidentally see something I shouldn't, she would definitely call me a hooligan again, and then take the opportunity to tease me. I'm a bit used to this game. Nope, Muki-han was just as I predicted. Not only did she not put her legs down, but she became even more provocative, wiggling her two legs wrapped in socks on my lap. Her little head also swayed, and in her big, bright eyes, there was a look of smugness, as if saying, I'm not putting them down. What can you do about it? I was completely helpless, feeling like I was in front of this tigress, like a fish on a chopping block, only able to let her do as she pleased. Little brother Muge, how exactly do you work out normally? Muki-han hugged my neck and asked curiously. Show me as an example. There's no special way. I mainly do some basic exercises like sit-ups and push-ups, then perform for me. Muke-han's eyes lit up. She finally agreed to get off me, letting go of my neck and also retracting her long legs that made me so restless. I felt like I had been granted amnesty, immediately stood up from that narrow sofa and moved my slightly stiff body a bit. To end this torture as soon as possible, I didn't say a word and lay face down on the carpet. My two hands supported on the ground, forming a standard push-up position. Then, I immediately did 10 push-ups cleanly. The form was standard. The speed was very fast. My breathing was not disordered at all. Muka-han squatted beside me, resting her chin on her hand, looked at me with interest. The lines of my muscles rippled with my movements, and her eyes sparkled with an excited light. Suddenly, she laughed. A new idea popped into her head. Brother Mugi, if you sat on me, could I still do push-ups? My push-up motion paused. I looked up at her, a bit surprised. Probably. I've never tried it. Then let's try it. Mu Kexin's interest was completely piqued. I didn't have any objections either. After all, she had already taken advantage of me so much, a little more wouldn't hurt. I got back into the push-up position. My back muscles were straight. Mu Kexin was overjoyed. She walked over to my side, bent down to study me, seemingly thinking about how to sit on me. How can I be stable? I want to put my full weight on you. I thought for a moment and blurted out, just like riding a horse. Straddle me. When Mu Kexin heard the words riding a horse, her mind started racing. I can ride Brother Muge now. Even though it's riding on his back, this is a historic first step. This is one small step for Mu Kexin, but one giant leap for the 8 Mu sisters. She is the first one to dare to try, Mu Kexin thought to herself gleefully. She prepared to lift her leg and straddle my back. But just as she lifted her leg, before she could sit down, she suddenly thought of something. Her delicate little face immediately flushed red. Ah, Brother Muge, stand up first. I need to use the restroom for a moment. I grunted in agreement, not understanding what was happening as I got up from the floor. Then I saw Mu Kexin, like a frightened little bunny, run quickly to the wardrobe, pull open the door, and take out something unclear. Then she blushed and ran into the bathroom. I found it strange. Isn't she just going to the restroom? What's there to blush about? I really can't understand this little bunny's train of thought. Soon after, from inside the bathroom came the sound of rushing water from the shower. But the sound of water only lasted for about 20 seconds before stopping. Clearly, she wasn't actually showering, so what was she washing? Probably washing her feet. A few minutes later, the bathroom door opened again. Mu Kexin walked out. The pair of white long socks over her knees had been taken off, replaced by a pair of pink flip-flops, revealing her small, delicate, fair feet. Her 10 toes were round and cute, painted with black nail polish. Sister Kexin, did you take a shower? I asked curiously. Mu Kexin seemed a little embarrassed. She glared at me. Her cheek still held a lingering, faint blush. Don't ask, she said as she walked up to me. I had no choice but to lie prone again, getting into the push-up position. Are you ready? Mu Kexin's voice carried a hint of excitement and nervousness. I nodded. Then I felt a soft, warm body slowly press down on my back. Mu Kexin had finally straddled my back. Her legs clamped tightly around my sides. He. She couldn't help but giggle. This feeling is so new. I felt a soft and warm little mountain pressing down on my back. Although the weight wasn't light, it was still bearable. I took a deep breath, tensed my arms, and steadily did the first push-up. Ah, so amazing, Brother Mugi. Mu Kexin, lying on my back, exclaimed excitedly. I didn't stop. I continued with the second and the third. My form was still perfect, but my speed had noticeably slowed. When I was doing the third one, Mu Kexin, lying on my back, remained completely still. She suddenly said in a provocative tone, Can you do it, Brother Mugi? You're so weak. You can even carry a 50-kilo sister. That sentence was truly the strongest stimulant. A man can't say he can't do it. Provoked by her like that, the competitive spirit in my bones was ignited. I gritted my teeth and did a few more in a row. The 4th, 5th, 6th. Mu Kexin's laughter on my back grew louder. Her entire soft body trembled with laughter. This made it even harder for me to keep my balance. But when I reached the 10th one, I finally couldn't hold on any longer. And at that moment, in the second floor hallway, the twin sisters Mu Karen and Mu Kiai were about to go downstairs to get ice cream from the fridge. They had just reached the door of Mu Kexin's room when they clearly heard the sound of laughter, loud and undisguised laughter, from Mu Kexin coming from inside the room. The two looked at each other and both thought, this isn't good. This laughter from 8th sister is not good at all. Without a second thought, they rushed to Mu Kexin's door. The two of them pushed the door open and barged in. Then they saw the shocking scene in the room and froze on the spot. At that moment, I was shirtless, lying prone on the carpet, and their fragrant and soft 8th sister was straddling my back, laughing her head off. I heard the door open and subconsciously looked up, seeing two identical faces at the door, but both with expressions full of shock. My mind went blank with a buzz, and I instantly lost all my strength. My whole body collapsed to the ground, motionless. I just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Mu Kexin, you're laughing so flirtatiously, don't you know? Mu Karen pointed at her sister who was still on my back and shouted with both anger and worry. Mu Kexin, still laughing heartily, climbed off my back. Her face was still flushed with excitement. Brother Mu Gi is so amazing. She was completely oblivious to her sister's anger, still excitedly sharing. He could actually do push-ups with me on his back. The expressions of Mu Karen and Mu Kiai darkened. They looked at the absurd scene in the room, the jar of vinegar in their hearts completely overturned. How can there be such an intimate game? 8th sister is too bold, riding right on top of him. It's a good thing it's just riding on his back for push-ups, but it's still too much. If we don't punish her severely, and the next step is the other way around, what will become of us? Both of them were mad with jealousy, but they had to maintain a dignified, older sisterly expression. Kexin Mu Karen rushed forward, pulled me up from the ground with one hand, and then pulled the carefree, laughing Mu Kexin to the side. She put her hands on her hips, adopting an older sister's posture, and began to lecture. What are you two doing? Have you no shame? Mu Kiai also walked over. She pushed up the glasses on the bridge of her nose. Her eyes behind the glasses carried a scrutinizing look. Your behavior just now has exceeded the scope of normal sibling interaction. It falls under the category of extremely intimate physical contact. Mu Kexin and I could only lower our heads and obediently accept the criticism from our two sisters. There's no helping it in this house. Whoever is older has the right to speak. This is the naked suppression of bloodline. And I just happened to be at the bottom of the food chain. Just a moment ago in front of me, she was like a fierce little tigress, Mu Kexin. But now, in front of her two sisters, she could only be like an elementary school student, obediently being scolded. The two sisters took turns, from the difference between men and women to the bad influence, lecturing me and Mu Kexin until we couldn't lift our heads. After they were almost done scolding, the twin sisters looked at each other. Their eyes met in midair, and in an instant, they reached an agreement. If 8th sister can do it, then so can we. On what grounds should a good thing be hogged by her alone? Then, the two of them changed their tone. Mu Karen cleared her throat, a mischievous smile on her face. But, this game sounds pretty interesting. We want to play too. Mu Kexin and I were both stunned. What kind of logic is this? You two were just sternly criticizing us a moment ago. How could you change your minds so quickly? Mu Kexin immediately spread her arms, like a little lioness protecting her food, standing protectively in front of me. No way. Brother Mu Gi is tired. He's exhausted. Are you kidding? Brother Mu Gi back is mine alone. Other women better not touch it. Whether he has strength or not, your word doesn't count. Mu Karen raised an eyebrow. That's right. Let us ask him ourselves. Mu Kiai also chimed in. The twins were very determined, closing in step by step. Just as the three sisters were about to fight, the door was pushed open again. 4th sister Mu Yoyan walked in, rubbing her sleepy eyes. After the intense exercise before lunch, her body felt numb all afternoon. After eating and showering, she hurriedly went back to her room for an afternoon nap. Now she was woken up by the noise outside. What's going on? It's so noisy, she asked while yawning. As soon as the twin sisters saw Mu Yuyan, it was like they had found a mediator and a matriarch. They quickly ran over to tattle. Mu Karen added some spice as she recounted what had just happened. After Mu Yuyan heard the story, her expression also darkened. She walked up to Mu Kexin, her eyes carrying a hint of blame. Kexin, how could you be like this? Men and women should not be so familiar, don't you know? If word of this gets out, people will gossip about you. A man and a woman alone in a room, and with such intimate physical contact, the influence is so terrible. Mu Yoyan said seriously. Her words were stern. Standing beside them, I almost burst out laughing. I cursed silently in my heart. Sister Yoyan, you're really good at pretending. I wonder who it was that ate me all up, and ate me twice within 24 hours. How do you have the face now to say such things? Just when I thought Mu Yoyan would end the topic there, she changed her tone. But Mu Yuyan's gaze fell on my upper body, which was bare and perfectly sculpted. A barely perceptible hot flash appeared in her eyes. If Brother Mugi also gives me a ride on his back once, then this matter will be considered fair. I will pretend it never happened. Yes, 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 we want it too. The twins, Mukaren and Mukei, immediately chimed in. Mukechin was so angry her little face turned red and she almost jumped up on the spot. Fourth sister, didn't you just say that if word got out, the influence would be bad? I did say that, but I also said that it's only a bad influence if word gets out. We just won't let word get out and it'll be fine. Having said that, Mu Yuyan looked around at the people in the room, a smile on her face. The people present here are all family, aren't they? Mukechin still wanted to resist, but how could she alone resist the joint suppression of her 3 older sisters? Then the 3 older sisters flanked Mukechin from both sides and took her to her princess bed filled with stuffed animals. Then they started tickling her, their main targets being the places she was most ticklish, her armpits and the soles of her jade-like feet. Ah, don't. Stop tickling. I surrender, I surrender. Mukechin's laughter and pleas for mercy filled the room. In the end, she could only surrender helplessly, like a helpless wife, her mouth pouting high, looking furious. But in her heart, she could only use the spirit of Ah-Q to comfort herself. Anyway, I was the first one. This wife has agreed, so you can tease my husband. It was a complete spiritual victory. After dealing with the tiger blocking the way, Mukechin, the 3 sisters rubbed their hands excitedly, their fiery gazes fixed on me. I felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, surrounded by 3 hungry wolves. Sisters, I just did 10 reps. I'm really about to die of exhaustion. I don't have much strength left. Mukaren was the first to be unhappy. She put her hands on her hips, walked up to me, and poked my firm chest muscles with her finger. What's wrong? You have strength to carry Kexin, but you're out of strength to carry us? This is favoritism, that's right. This is discrimination, Mu Yuyan also chimed in. My head ached. Then can I rest for a few minutes? You have to let me recover my strength. Fine. The 3 sisters looked at each other and generously agreed. 10 minutes later, I finally felt like I had recovered. I moved my arms a little. And on the bed, the 3 sisters couldn't wait any longer. Their eyes were sparkling. Mukechin was still sitting on the side with a sulky expression, pouting her soft, fragrant lips. She knew she couldn't stop them, so she could only take a step back. Brother Mugi is very tired. 5 reps for each of you is enough. No more than that. Okay, 5 it is. The 3 sisters generously agreed. After all, the point wasn't how many reps, but the process itself. Mu Yuyan was the first to step up. She had a seductive smile on her face and then walked up to me. After I laid down on my stomach, she sat cross-legged, right on my broad back. Let's start, Brother Mugi. I gritted my teeth and started doing push-ups. The first, the second. Mu Yuyan sat steadily on my back, bobbing up and down with my movements. The hem of her nightgown fluttered slightly, revealing her long, slender, fair legs. 5 push-ups were quickly completed. Mu Yuyan got off my back, a satisfied smile on her face. She wiped the sweat from my forehead. Our brother Muge is so amazing. Total boyfriend material. Satisfied, Mu Yuyan stepped aside. Next up was Mukei. The twin sisters had a habit of exercising regularly, doing yoga or jogging every morning. Their core strength was much stronger than that of ordinary girls. Mukei pushed up her glasses. She didn't sit cross-legged like Mu Yuyan, but knelt directly on my back. This move required a higher level of balance. Mu Yuyan and Mukeren immediately stood on either side, ready to support her so she wouldn't fall. I started to exert force. Mukei knelt on my back, following my ups and downs, letting out a giggle. Clearly, she found it very exciting. 5 push-ups were completed smoothly. Finally, it was the last person's turn, the most mischievous 7th sister, Mukeren. Her eyes darted around, and a wicked idea came to mind. She first copied 4th sister's posture, sitting cross-legged on my back. I had just done the first push-up. As I pushed myself up, Mukeren suddenly screamed, "Ah!" Her body tilted, pretending to lose her balance, and it looked like she was about to fall. Mukei at her side quickly caught her. Mukeren said with an annoyed expression, "Ayya, I'm so clumsy. I can't do this move." Then she copied Mukei's posture and tried to kneel on my back. This move requires a very high core strength, but with Mukeren's physical fitness, she could have easily completed it, but she pulled the same trick again. I had just pushed up a little when she deliberately swayed, pretending to fall again. No. This is also too difficult. She frowned, looking troubled. Then she turned her head to look at me, revealing a pitiful expression. "Brother Muge, I'm a bit clumsy. My balance isn't good. I can only use the safest method. You wouldn't want me to? Fall and get hurt, right? Of course. Be careful." I believed her, and even reminded her caringly. Then, the next second, I felt my body being tightly embraced from behind by a soft and hot body. Mukeren's entire body was lying prone on my back. Her long, slender legs were wrapped around my waist. Her arms went straight through my armpits, hugging my chest. This posture was extremely intimate. The other 3 sisters in the room were all stunned. I also froze. I only saw Mukeren press, her cheek against my back, her voice filled with a triumphant laugh. "This move is the safest. This way I absolutely won't fall. Seventh sister is a bit weak, so brother Mugi will have to bear with me. Mukiai at the side rolled her eyes. This woman really knows how to play. She really knows how to feign weakness. Her core strength is clearly even better than mine. How could she lose her balance? She is clearly, openly taking advantage of brother Mugi. Mukexen on the other side was fuming. How dare she? How dare she? I haven't even done this move. Why do these sisters have so many tricks? No, I will definitely do these moves with brother Muge once in the future. Being held tightly by Mukaren like an octopus, I did 5 push-ups. But luckily, Mukaren was the lightest among the sisters. Although she was 172 centimeters tall, she only weighed 46.5 kilograms, even a bit too thin, so it wasn't too strenuous for me. Just as this absurd yet seductive game was about to end, a head suddenly poked in through the doorway. It was Muji. He looked inside and was completely stunned. What did I just see? Mugi, that pretty boy, is shirtless on the ground, and seventh sister Mukaren, the great beauty of the Shanghai Theater Academy, is lying all over him and hugging him tightly. Fourth and sixth sister not only didn't stop them, but were watching with amusement. What are you guys doing? Muji's voice carried a hint of disbelief. Helping brother Muji train his body. Mukiai answered with a straight face. The corner of Muji's mouth twitched imperceptibly. Training his body? Does anyone train like this? He walked into the room. His gaze swept over my well-defined 8-pack abs. The jealousy in his eyes was almost overflowing. He asked sourly, "How many did you do?" 5 for each person. Mukiai answered, "I can do it too." Muji immediately puffed out his chest and said loudly, "Sisters, I can also carry you and do push-ups." Although Muji didn't intentionally train his muscles, he was still a street thug. He got into fights often and also played basketball frequently. He thought he had this much strength. But as soon as he said this, the sisters who were having fun in the room, their expressions immediately changed. The expressions on their faces all became a bit cold and indifferent, with no interest in responding to him at all, as if they really only wanted to help Muge train his body. Wasn't everyone thinking in their hearts about how to take advantage of their little brother Muge? When Muji saw that no one was paying attention to him, he felt a little embarrassed. He gritted his teeth, imitated my actions, and directly took off his short-sleeved t-shirt. He wanted to prove that he was not inferior to me. But when his shirt was taken off, revealing the body inside, the atmosphere in the room immediately froze. The big star Muyukian's guess was indeed correct. She was very good at judging people. A green dragon on the left, a white tiger on the right, 2 crude tattoos, bearing their fangs and claws occupied, his dark skin looking extremely ridiculous and ugly. Moreover, Muji usually loitered outside, had an irregular lifestyle. His skin condition was very bad, not only dark, but also had all kinds of acne. There were also many acne scars on his back that hadn't faded. There were no clear muscle lines on his body either, just a thin layer of flesh over his ribs. This appearance, compared to the physique next to him, which could be compared to a male model like me, was truly a public execution. The sisters all stared in a daze, their faces showing expressions of disbelief. So ugly. Muji's face was actually quite handsome. If I had to rate it, it would be an 8. Although not on the same level as my 9.5, it could still be considered top tier. But Muji, whether it was in skincare, dressing, demeanor, or physique, was completely outclassed by my charisma. They all quickly shifted their gazes back to my beautiful body to cleanse their eyes. No one said anything. The scene was extremely awkward for a moment. Even Muji's body had a faint smell, an unpleasant mixture of sweat and tobacco. An awkward silence filled the air. But Muji still thought he was great, showing off his ribby physique, completely unaware of the strange atmosphere. Sisters, who wants to come and feel it? Everyone remained silent, no one said a word. The sisters' eyes were locked on me, cleansing their eyes as if another glance at Muji would be a pollution to their eyes. The smile on Muji's face was a bit stiff. He could only turn his pleading eyes towards the one among the sisters present, who had a slightly better attitude towards him. Sixth sister Mukiai. Sixth sister, you try. Mukiai, having been called out, was extremely unwilling in her heart, but she wasn't like the other sisters, who would write their disgust plainly on their faces. She hesitated for a moment and still reluctantly agreed. All right, he's my biological brother after all. In front of so many people, I can't just completely disrespect him. As soon as Muji heard that, he was overjoyed. See, sixth sister really does love me. She's on my side. She is the crucial support for me to seize power in the Mu family in the future and to drive out this pretty boy Muji. He thought smugly to himself and immediately lay prone on the carpet, getting into a push-up position. Then came the problem. What position should we use? Muji was very expectant in his heart, hoping sixth sister could also, like seventh sister did with me earlier, get into an intimate hugging position. But Mukiai looked at his back full of acne scars and ugly tattoos and felt that she didn't want any position. Especially the hugging position Mukaren used earlier. With me, she would agree 1,000 times over, but with Muji, Mukiai rejected it in her heart because he was ugly. At this moment, Mukexin, who was beside them, was very considerate and took out from the nearby cabinet a brand new pair of disposable slippers and gave them to Muki. Muki immediately understood. She took off the flip-flops she was wearing and replaced them with these clean, disposable slippers. Then she walked over to Muji and said with a blank expression, "They'll stand on you." Although Muji was a little disappointed, he still forced himself to say, "Come on up." Muyuyan and Mukaren came from the left and right, took Muki's hands, helping her keep her balance. Muki carefully placed both feet on Muji's back. Muji felt a great force coming from his back and couldn't help but gasp. Actually, Muki was only 47.5 kg. For a man, an adult who exercises regularly, this weight was basically nothing. But Muji didn't intentionally train. He was normally involved in all sorts of vices. His body had long been depleted. He was truly weak. He gritted his teeth and struggled to do the first push-up, his whole body trembling. Then the second one. His strength and stability were completely incomparable to mine from earlier. On the third one, Muji's entire arms began to shake violently, his face flushed red. Then he couldn't hold on anymore. His arms gave way and his whole body slammed down with a thud, falling flat on the carpet. Muki, who was standing on his back, immediately lost her footing and let out a frightened cry. Her whole body uncontrollably fell forward. It looked like she was about to fall face first and crash hard onto the carpet. In the nick of time, I, who was standing nearby, reacted extremely quickly. I took a long stride forward, spread my arms wide, and precisely blocked the direction of Muki's fall. Immediately after, Muki's whole body flew into my arms and was caught steadily by me. The strong impact made me take a step back as well, and in that split second, due to inertia, Muki's face slammed into mine and then her fragrant lips unexpectedly and tightly pressed against mine. Whoa! The whole room seemed to hit the pause button. All the women present were frozen like statues on the spot. Mu Yoyan's charming, almond-shaped eyes were filled with astonishment. She unconsciously covered her mouth, unable to believe what she was seeing. Mukection's small, adorable face immediately turned pale. Her large eyes widened. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed hard by something, aching so much she could barely breathe. How could this happen? Little brother Muga first kiss, and the person being held tightly in his arms. Muki was also completely stunned. The sensation on her lips was clear and real. My mind went blank. I could feel the girl in my arms, body stiffen and tremble. I quickly pulled my lips away from Muki's and then carefully placed her, gently onto the bed beside us. The entire room was still dead silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. At this moment, Muji, who was lying on the floor, finally got up from the ground. He saw this scene, was stunned at first, and then an unknown fire shot to the top of his head. He angrily pointed at me and roared, "Mugi, what kind of hooligan trick was that?" He rushed forward, raising his hand to push me. "Isn't it because you're too useless?" Mukection was the first to react. She rushed in front of me, blocked Muji, and angrily retorted, "If it weren't for you being useless, would Sixth Sister have fallen?" Muji was retorted into speechlessness. His momentum immediately halved. He knew he was in the wrong, so he could only apologize in a low voice. My arms gave out just now. "I'm sorry, Sixth Sister." But no one was paying attention to him anymore. Everyone's eyes were focused on the bed, on the dazed girl. Muki's face was so red it looked like it was about to drip blood. On her usually calm and rational face was now written embarrassment, panic, and confusion. She didn't dare to look at anyone, especially me. She suddenly stood up from the edge of the bed without saying a word, lowered her head, and just ran out of the room. After Muki ran out of the room, the entire Pink Princess room fell into a strange, deathly silence. I stood where I was, a bit bewildered, and unconsciously raised my hand, gently touching my lips. It seemed like there was still the lingering taste of Muki. Very fragrant, very soft, with a faint fragrance like the cool scent of mint. I could even feel that my lips still had a bit of her saliva on them, moist. That kiss was too sudden, so unexpected, I didn't have time to react at all. "Muge, you damn pervert!" Muji's angry roar broke the silence in the room. He pointed at my nose and continued his moral judgment. "What did you do to my sixth sister? Give me back my sixth sister's innocence." He cursed a few times and found that no one was paying him any attention. The remaining three sisters' attention was all focused on me and Muki, who had just run out. He felt bored, his eyes darted around, and came up with another idea. If you sisters won't handle it, I will." He pretended to be righteous and awe-inspiring. "I'm going to comfort my sixth sister right now, give her a warm brotherly hug." He said that and strode quickly out of the room. The small abacus in Muji's mind was clicking away. Muki wears a pair of glasses. She looks so beautiful and has a great figure, and she's never had a boyfriend. Maybe she's a lesbian. Completely uninterested in men. Now her first kiss was stolen by Muge, that damn pervert. She must be heartbroken. Maybe she's secretly crying in her room. If I, her biological brother, go in now and give her a warm and secure hug, comfort her, and enlighten her, then Sixth Sister will surely be moved to tears with gratitude for me. From now on, she will be completely on my side. The more he thought, the more he felt his plan was flawless. Truly a genius. He arrived at the door of Mukei's room. He straightened his clothes, prepared his emotions a bit. Then he raised his hand and knocked gently. Sixth sister, open the door. It's me, Xiao Cat. Sixth sister, don't be sad anymore. That Mugi is just a pervert. Don't be sad because of him. If you have any grievances, just tell your little brother. Little brother will help you vent your anger. The room was still dead silent. Muji couldn't hear any sound. He was secretly happy. See, I told you she must be crying. That kind of pitiful crying. So much so that she can't even speak. Then a more malicious thought popped into his head. He smirked. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Then he secretly took out his phone and opened a group chat that he had long since pinned. On the other side, in Mu Ketchen's room, the atmosphere was still heavy. The three sisters, Mu Yoyan, Mu Karen, and Mu Ketchen, their faces were all filled with complex emotions. There was shock, but more than that was a kind of jealousy and envy. Why? On what basis was it sixth sister? I stood in the middle of the room. My heart was in a mess. My mind was filled with the unexpected kiss from just now, and Mu Kei's flushed face as she ran out, filled with panic and embarrassment. What should I do now? My voice was a bit dry as I asked the three sisters present. Should I go apologize to her right now? Is she very upset? Very heartbroken. That seems to be her first kiss. I really messed up. It was too rushed back then. I couldn't dodge it. My heart was filled with guilt. In my heart, Mu Kei has always been a calm, rational, and quiet older sister. I can't imagine how a person so calm after experiencing this would be in such inner turmoil. Mu Yuyan and Mu Kexin also didn't know how to answer. Although their relationship with the quiet Mu Kei wasn't bad, they couldn't guess what that ice-cold, intelligent sixth sister really felt about me. So they also didn't know if Mu Kei's mood right now was heartbroken or angry or something else. But Mu Karen, as her twin sister, who had lived with Mu Kei day and night for 20 years, understood her sister very well. Heartbroken and sad? How could that be? Mu Karen rolled her eyes internally. Based on her understanding of Mu Kei, a secretly seductive woman was probably hiding alone in her room, hugging a pillow and giggling secretly. Maybe she was even reliving the feeling of the kiss, but she couldn't say this out loud. She saw my guilty appearance, about to blame myself to death, and came forward to gently pat my shoulder in comfort. Little brother Muji, don't overthink it. It was an accident. No one expected this to happen. That sixth sister, don't be fooled by her usual cold demeanor. She's not that fragile. Just let her be alone and quiet for a while. Wait for her to calm down on her own. Talk to her properly at dinner time. Just make it clear and it'll be fine. Hearing Mu Karen's words, my heart felt a little more at ease. On the other side, Mu Yuyan took the jealousy in her heart out on Mu Kexin. She glanced at Mu Kexin and scolded, "It's all your fault. You're the only one with so many tricks all day, insisting on playing some push-up game. Now look what's happened. You've caused trouble." Mu Kexin was already sad because sixth sister kissed Mugi. Now, being scolded by fourth sister, she felt even more wronged and couldn't bear it. She pouted. The rims of her eyes turned red, but she didn't dare to talk back. After Mu Yuyan finished scolding, she felt a little better. She and Mu Karen exchanged a look and then left the room together. Only Mu Kexin and I were left in the room. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Mu Kexin sniffled and walked over to my side. She said in a low voice, "Little brother Muge is all my fault." Before she could finish, both of our phones, almost at the same time, vibrated once. It was a WeChat message notification. We both unconsciously picked up our phones. The screens lit up. It was a pinned group chat named Loving and Caring Family. A new message suddenly appeared on the screen. The sender was Mu Gigi. The message content was, reporting to sisters, dad, mom. Something big just happened. That Mu Ji kissed sixth sister and made sixth sister cry. Sixth sister is now crying alone in her room, completely heartbroken. I just spent a long time comforting her outside the door, but sixth sister still won't open it. That Mugi is too much. Seeing this message, my and Mu Kexin's pupils simultaneously constricted violently. The 8 sisters of the Mu family all pinned the family group chat named Loving and Caring Family. Moreover, no one had turned on the Do Not Disturb mode for messages, so this message from Mujiji, which twisted the truth, was seen by everyone immediately after it was sent. One stone caused 1,000 ripples. The whole family group chat immediately exploded. The first to react were 4th sister Mu Yuyan and 7th sister Mu Karen. The moment they saw the message, their expressions all changed. This Mu Gigi, how could he talk such nonsense? Mu Yuyan was trembling with anger. She had just witnessed the entire incident with her own eyes. It was clearly Mu Gigi's own uselessness that led to this accident. Now he was biting back, throwing all the dirty water onto Muji. At the same time, 2nd sister Mu Yulu, far away in Magic City, and 5th sister Mu Yukian, who was on her way to work, saw this message at almost the same time. Both of them simultaneously sent a question mark in the group. They both found it hard to believe. In their impression, I had always been a sensible and well-behaved little brother. How could I do something as outrageous as forcing a kiss? Could it be that little brother Mugi has hit puberty and couldn't control a momentary impulse? This thought flashed through their minds, but they quickly dismissed it. Impossible. Little brother Muge isn't that kind of person. An eldest sister Muyulu, who was handling work at the company, after seeing the message, her eyebrows furrowed tightly. She didn't express her emotions first, like the others, but directly asked in the group, her tone carrying the authority and calmness of an eldest sister. Mu Yoyan, Mu Karen, what's going on? When Mu Yoyan saw the eldest sister's message, she immediately turned on voice input. She didn't want to type, because typing couldn't fully express her anger at that moment. Eldest sister, don't listen to Mujiji's nonsense. Her voice carried an uncontainable flame of anger, reaching the ears of everyone in the group. Then she used the fastest speaking speed to recount the entire story from beginning to end, without leaving anything out. From when Mu Kexin suggested playing the push-up game, to when Mujiji failed to show off, and then to the accident that happened when I saved someone. She spoke very clearly and logically. After hearing Mu Yuyan's voice message, the group was silent for a few seconds. Then Mujiji jumped out again. He was still being stubborn, trying to continue his sophistry. Even if I couldn't hold on, when Mugi came to help, he could have just tilted his head. Why didn't he tilt his head? He did it on purpose. He just wanted to take advantage of Sixth Sister. I feel it's unfair for Sixth Sister, being bullied by him like this. These unreasonable words of his completely enraged Seventh Sister Mu Karen. Mujiji, don't talk nonsense. Do you understand what in the nick of time means? In that situation, who would think about their lips touching? Little brother Muji's first reaction was definitely to save someone. Do you think everyone is like you, with a mind full of dirty thoughts? Mu Karen's typing speed was extremely fast, a series of questions like a machine gun, leaving Mujiji speechless. The atmosphere in the group chat suddenly became tense. In the end, it was the eldest sister, Mu Yulu, who stepped in to control the situation. All right, stop arguing. I understand what happened. Mu Yuyan, Mu Karen, you two go comfort Ki and younger brother Mugi first. We'll deal with this tonight when Mom, Dad, and I get back. After the eldest sister spoke, the group chat finally quieted down. Mu Yulu put down her phone, rubbing her aching temples. She was filled with exhaustion. She was worried about Sixth Sister Ki and me. It must have been the first kiss for both of them, right? After an accident like that, I'm afraid it'll leave a knot in their hearts. Sigh, it's all that Mujiji's fault, always trying to show off, causing so much trouble. What a nuisance. Meanwhile, in Mu Kexin's room, Mu Kexin and I were looking at the message on the phone screen, and both of our faces were grim, especially mine. I never expected Mujiji's heart to be so malicious. Not only did he twist the truth right in front of everyone, but he also did it in the family group, in front of all, the elders and my sisters, openly slandering me. How could he do that? Mu Kexin was so angry her eyes welled up with tears. He's gone too far. How could he say that about you? She looked at my tense face, feeling both angry and heartbroken. Mu Kexin was so angry she started to cry. On one hand, she felt the first kiss that should have been hers was stolen, so she was jealous. But on the other hand, she felt that I certainly didn't want to kiss Mukiai either, so she felt sad for me. Younger brother, Mugya. Mu Kexin's sobbing voice came from beside me. I turned my head, only to see the eighth sister, who was like a protective lioness just moments ago, now had her big eyes all red. Her small hand gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her lips pursed, her face full of self-blame and guilt. It's all my fault. It's all because I insisted on playing that game. I'm the one who hurt you, and Sixth Sister too. She sobbed, her tears smudging her small, pretty, and cute face. My heart ached. I raised my hand and gently used my fingertips, carefully wiping the tears from her cheeks. It's not your fault. It has nothing to do with you. How is it not related? If I hadn't suggested playing the game, none of this would have happened. Now Mom, Dad, and our sisters all misunderstand you. Mu Kexin cried even harder. They won't misunderstand you. I looked into her eyes and said seriously, Sister Yuyan and Sister Karen were there. They'll explain everything clearly. The one who deserves to be scolded is Mujiji, not you. I looked at Mu Kexin, feeling a little emotional. A moment ago when she was teasing me, she was like a little female rogue. Now that things got serious, she's turned back into a little sister who blames herself over a small matter and will hide away to cry. Truly, a cute and pitiful little rabbit. All right, don't cry anymore. If you keep crying, you'll become a little crybaby. I used a coaxing tone and gently patted her head. Mu Kexin sniffled, raised her teary eyes to look at me, and asked in a small voice, Younger brother Muga, you're not angry at me, are you? I smiled at her. Why would I be angry at you? At the same time, in Mukiai's room, she had locked herself in. Her cheeks were burning. She raised her hand, her trembling fingertips gently touching her lips. That place still lingered with the other person's temperature and feeling. Soft, warm, the hint of fresh breath, the clean scent unique to a young man. She even felt that on them there was still a hint of my taste. That kiss was a complete accident, but this accident made her heart beat wildly. Just then, the phone screen lit up. The caller was the eldest sister. Mukai tried to make her voice sound more normal. Hello, eldest sister. From the other end of the line came Mu Yulu's concerned voice. Ki, How are you doing now? I'm fine. Mukei's voice sounded a bit choked up, with a slight nasal tone, as if she had just been crying. This was her pretending on purpose. Mu Yulu believed it, and her tone softened a little. I saw the messages in the group. Yu Yan told me everything. Don't take it to heart. This was just an accident. Younger brother Mugi didn't do it on purpose. Yes, I know. The other end was silent for a few seconds. Mu Yulu seemed to have thought for a moment before speaking again. You and younger brother Muge. Was it just a light touch, or did you really kiss? This question immediately struck a chord in Mukei's heart. Her face flushed red. She unconsciously stuck out her tongue and gently licked her lips. My taste was really still on them, sweet, with a hint of a faint salty taste from just after exercising. This thought made her mind go blank. She spoke into the phone in an almost dreamy voice and answered honestly. We really kissed. My saliva probably even got into younger brother Muge's mouth. After saying this, she herself wanted to find a hole to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. Mu Yulu, on the other end of the line, was clearly stunned for a moment. She probably didn't expect it to be such a deep contact. She immediately imagined how her sixth sister must be feeling, so embarrassed and angry she wanted to disappear. She couldn't help but feel they were both still kids, and encountering this must have been both embarrassing and sad. Ki, listen to me. This was really just an accident. You and younger brother Mugi shouldn't feel burdened. Just get some rest, wait until your mood stabilizes, then talk things over with younger brother Muge. Don't leave any unresolved issues. Yes, I know, eldest sister. After hanging up, Mukei leaned against the door as if all her strength had left her. She slowly took off the gold-rimmed glasses from the bridge of her nose. She stuck her tongue out again, very slowly and carefully licking her lips, as if savoring some wonderful delicacy again. 1 second, 2 seconds, then a small smile bloomed uncontrollably on the corner of her lips. That smile grew wider and wider, until finally Mukei couldn't hold it in anymore, hugging a pillow and burying her face in her arms, letting out a giggle. My first kiss was with younger brother Muge. Although it was an accident, it didn't feel bad. Just then, a knock suddenly sounded at the door, startling Mukei. Sister, open the door. It's me. It was Mukaren's voice. Mukei immediately wiped all expression from her face, quickly put her glasses on, and returned to her cold, dejected appearance. She went to the door, mentally preparing herself for a moment before opening it. Mukaren at the door saw her, with slightly red and swollen eyes, a gloomy expression, if the whole world had abandoned her, and raised an eyebrow. Mukaren entered the room, closing the door behind her. She didn't say anything, just crossed her arms and casually looked at Mukei. Mukei knew she had been seen through, so she could only continue acting. She lowered her head, pretending not to want to talk. All right, stop pretending. Mukaren finally spoke, her voice carrying a hint of teasing. Sister, what are you pretending for in front of me? Mukei's heart skipped a beat. She looked up and pretended to look at her sister with a blank expression. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know? Mukaren walked up to her and gently poked her cheek with a finger. Have you been hiding alone, in your room, secretly laughing for a long time? I haven't. Mukei immediately retorted. You haven't? Mukaren looked as if she could see through everything about her. Just confess honestly. Are you still not satisfied, and have licked your lips several times since then? Mukei felt her cheeks were about to catch fire. She was exposed. Exposed by the person in the world who understood her best. Thoroughly exposed. She angrily swatted Mukaren's hand away and yelled out of sheer embarrassment. Mukaren, that was my first kiss. How can you talk to your sister like that? Her voice, high-pitched from guilt, sounded completely unthreatening. Mukaren wasn't fooled at all, just smiling at her with an all-knowing look on her face. The two just looked at each other like that. The pained expression Mukei was trying so hard to maintain under Mukaren's knowing gaze began to crack bit by bit. Finally, she couldn't hold it anymore. With a poof, she burst out laughing. All right, you know me best. Mukei stopped pretending. She plopped down on her bed, hugging a pillow, an unconcealable smile on her face. Mukaren looked at her love-struck appearance and couldn't help but feel annoyed. Well, aren't you something, Mukei? You really took all the advantage. Then she went over and pinched her blushing cheeks. You gotta be the damsel in distress saved by our hero, younger brother Mugi, and even stole his first kiss for free. Then you come back and act like a victim, as if the sky is falling, playing innocent after getting a great deal. Having been called out, Mukei blushed even more. She buried her face in the pillow, her muffled voice coming out. Just be jealous. Me jealous? What do I have to be jealous of? Mukaren was verbally merciless, but her heart was sour with envy. Why did such a good thing have to happen to this secretly seductive girl? I'm clearly the one who played the most tricks, teased the most aggressively, but in the end I didn't even get to touch his lips. Sixth sister, on the other hand, did nothing and went straight to the finish line. You are jealous. Mukei lifted her head from the pillow, licked her lips again, with an expression of utmost enjoyment. It felt pretty good. Mukaren angrily lunged forward and started tickling her. You really are a secretly seductive girl. Ha ha ha, stop it, Kieran. The two sisters laughed and played boisterously on the bed. After playing for a while, Mu Karen finally stopped, lying next to Mu Ki, her expression suddenly turning serious. Sister, let's be serious. Younger brother Mugi must still be blaming himself. He must think that he took advantage of you and feels guilty. Plus, with Mujiji causing such a scene in the group, he must be under a lot of pressure right now. Eldest sister just called younger brother Mu gay. I heard it. Although he said he was fine, his tone sounded very self-reproachful, as if he had committed a terrible mistake. Hearing that, the smile on Mu Ki's face gradually faded. That's right, I'm here secretly laughing, but younger brother Mugi must be feeling terrible. He's so kind, so considerate of his sister's feelings. With this happening, he must have taken all the blame upon himself. You have to find a chance to talk to him clearly. Mu Karen looked at her and said seriously. Mu Ki nodded. I know, you'll talk to him. She paused for a moment, then added shyly, but I definitely want. Tell him that I was very happy. Mu Karen looked at her with a puzzled expression. Why? Then where would I put my face? Mu Ki shot her a glance, her cheeks flushing. It's too embarrassing. This is something I naturally have to keep in my heart and be happy about by myself. Mu Karen looked at her, duplicitous appearance, and shook her head helplessly. She was still dying of jealousy. She got up from the bed, ready to go back to her room. This secretly seductive sister of hers is just too lucky. Just as Mu Karen predicted, I was lying alone on my bed, my heart a tangled mess. I stared at the ceiling with my eyes open, my mind replaying the scene of the unexpected kiss from the afternoon. The soft feeling of Mu Ki's lips, the faint fragrance on her body, the trembling at the moment she fell into my arms, everything was crystal clear. The more I thought about it, the deeper my guilt became. That was Mu Ki's first kiss, taken away by me so ridiculously. The way she ran off then, so panicked, so flustered. She must be alone and sad in her room right now. How should I start my apology to her later? Should I just directly apologize? I didn't mean it. Is that too stiff? Will she think I'm some frivolous hooligan? I frustratedly ruffled my hair, cursing Mujiji 100 times in my heart. Soon, the sky outside the window gradually darkened. At dusk, there was a sound at the main door of the villa. Mom, Dad, and eldest sister Mu Yulu were back. Not long after, the nanny Zhang Ma called from downstairs. Young masters, young mistresses, dinner is ready. With a sigh, I sat up from the bed, adjusted my clothes, and walked out of the room with an anxious heart. The doors to my sister's rooms, on the hallway, also opened one by one. As soon as I stepped out, I saw Mu Ki walking out from the room opposite mine. There were about 10 meters between us, and our gazes met in mid-air for a moment. In just a second, both of us, as if shocked, simultaneously looked away. Both of us looked extremely awkward. What caught my eye was Mu Ki's instantly flushed cheeks. She lowered her head and quickly walked towards the stairs. I looked at her back, opened my mouth, but couldn't say a word. Oh well, maybe I should wait until after dinner to find a chance to apologize to her in private. The group went down to the dining room one by one. The long dining table was already filled with sumptuous dishes smelling fragrant. Mu Karen looked at the lavish spread, her eyes lit up, and she picked up her chopsticks, ready to eat. Wait! The mother, Bioju, sitting at the head of the table, stopped her. Let's wait for Gigi to come down and eat together. Mu Karen pouted and grumbled under her breath. So many rules. That's the table etiquette of a big family. You can't start eating until everyone is present. Especially in this house, the person who dotes on Mujiji the most is the mother, Baoju. Towards this son, who was found after being lost, she felt full of guilt. She always felt that if they hadn't carelessly lost him back then, he wouldn't have had to suffer so much outside and become the unruly person he is today. So no matter what Mujiji did, she unconsciously wanted to compensate him, to indulge him. Mu Yangquan and Baoju showed no expression, observing me and Mu Kiai. Both of us had our heads down, looking rather listless, but they didn't notice any major abnormalities. The couple exchanged a look and decided to wait until after dinner to talk to them privately about this matter. Just then, a string of curses echoed from the stairs. Damn it, do you even know how to play? The support is so stupid. Mujiji finally came down. He was walking slowly, while holding his phone and playing a game. His mouth never stopped cursing. He pulled out a chair, plopped down, his eyes glued to the phone screen. The whole table was waiting for him alone, and the atmosphere was a bit stagnant. Mu Yangquan, sitting at the head of the table, frowned and said in a deep voice, It's time to eat. Put your phone away. Almost done. This round is almost over. Mujiji didn't look up, his fingers flying across the screen. Mu Yangquan's face darkened, but seeing his wife's pleading eyes, he didn't say anything more in the end. Then, he said to everyone, Let's not wait, everyone, let's eat. Just as he finished speaking, Mujiji's game finally ended. Damn, finally won. He cursed, casually tossed his phone on the table. Without a word, he directly picked up a large piece of braised pork and stuffed it in his mouth, eating voraciously, making loud chewing noises. At the dining table, sisters Mu Yoyan, Mu Karen, and Mu Kexin were about to roll their eyes into the back of their heads. With eating habits like that and manners like that, just one more look would make them lose their appetite. The atmosphere at the whole table became even weirder with Muji's presence. I was seated in the middle, with Mu Yoyan on my left and Mu Kexin on my right, while Mu Kai was across from me. This seating arrangement made me feel like I was sitting in the defendant's chair. I lowered my head and ate quietly. Occasionally, I would feel a complicated gaze from across the table. I couldn't help but look up and happened to meet Mu Kai's eyes. Mu Kai blushed like a frightened fawn and quickly lowered her gaze. My heart skipped a beat and I hastily lowered my head, pretending to focus on eating. The others at the table all saw this brief, shy glance and each had their own thoughts. Baoju and Mu Yangquan exchanged worried glances. Mu Kechin pouted her lips high, feeling sour inside. In this strange silence, Mu Kai suddenly made a move. She hesitated, then reached out her chopsticks, picked up a piece of tender steamed fish, and carefully placed it in my bowl. Her cheeks were so red they looked like they were about to bleed, and finishing this action was as if she had completed a great mission. She quickly pulled her hand back, lowering her head, not daring to look at me. On the piece of fish in my bowl there was a translucent white grain of rice stuck to it, carelessly brought over by her chopsticks. Mu Kai also saw that grain of rice, and immediately became even more embarrassed. This action was too intimate, like something couples do. Her mind went hot, and she hurriedly reached out her chopsticks to pick the grain of rice away. I gently blocked her with my chopsticks, the two pairs of chopsticks touching in midair. Then, I picked up the piece of fish with the rice grain on it, calmly put it in my mouth, and chewed slowly. Mu Kia's heart was about to melt. A sweet warmth instantly spread throughout her body. She looked at my gentle cheeks, and the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curve up into a small smile. This scene was completely caught by Mu Kexin's eyes, who was beside her. The jar of jealousy in her heart was completely overturned. This wouldn't do. She wanted it too. Mu Kexin wasn't willing to be outdone. She immediately took action. She reached out with her chopsticks and picked up a crystal shrimp ball. Then, she deliberately used her chopstick to pick up a few grains of rice from her bowl, blatantly sticking them to the shrimp ball. She put the seasoned shrimp ball into my bowl. "Little brother Muge, you should eat this too. This is delicious." I looked at the shrimp ball with 3 or 4 grains of rice stuck to it in my bowl, feeling both amused and exasperated. I thought to myself, these sisters of mine are really. Then I ate that shrimp ball. Only then did Mu Kexin let out a satisfied hum, feeling a bit more balanced inside. A dinner ended in an atmosphere that was strange, with undercurrents swirling, but it also carried a hint of sweetness. After dinner, the whole family moved to the sofas in the living room. Mu Yangquan and Baoju had gone upstairs, probably to discuss how to handle the afternoon's events. Muji was sprawled on a single sofa, continuing to stare at his phone, playing a game, occasionally cursing out loud. The sisters sat clustered together, each with their own phone. In the living room, only the sound of Muji's game echoed. I sat in a corner feeling restless, occasionally stealing glances at Mu Kai, who was sitting not far away. She was quietly looking at her phone, looking incredibly serene and beautiful. I knew I had to talk to her, so I mustered up my courage and stood up, walking over to Mu Kai's side. "Sister Kai, let's go for a walk outside." My voice was a little dry, trying to make my tone sound more natural. All eyes in the living room immediately turned towards the two of us. Mu Kai's heart skipped a beat. Looking at my sincere and nervous eyes, she was silent for a few seconds. She gave a soft mom before standing up. Mu Kai and I walked side by side on the small pebble-paved path. The night breeze was a bit chilly, blowing her skirt and the ends of her hair. Silence spread between us. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. In the end, I was the one who broke the silence first. "Sixth sister, about this afternoon. I'm sorry." Mu Kai stopped and shook her head. Her clear eyes sparkled under the moonlight. "Why should you apologize?" Her voice was very gentle. "I know everything. You didn't mean it. I know you did it to save me. If it weren't for you, I would have definitely had a painful fall. Come to think of it, I haven't even thanked you yet." The huge rock in my heart finally fell to the ground, and I let out a sigh of relief, a sincere smile appearing on my face. "It's good that you're not angry." "What would I be angry about?" Mu Kai playfully tilted her head, changing the subject. "But I should be the one apologizing." "Huh? What would you apologize for?" I was a little confused. A mischievous smile tugged at the corner of Mu Kai's mouth as she moved a little closer. Her beautiful eyes carried a hint of scrutiny and a bit of pride as she looked at me intently and said, "That was your first kiss, wasn't it?" Her words made my mind go blank. Uncontrollably, the captivatingly charming face of Mu Yuyan appeared in my mind. Yesterday and today, in her room, whether it was a teasing peck or a deep, passionate, lingering kiss, or the aftertaste kiss after we were done, My lips and Mu Yuyan's had touched countless times, let alone 50 times, even 100 times wouldn't cover it. How could I possibly still have my first kiss? I thought to myself, but can this truth be spoken? Looking into Mukiai's eyes, I felt extremely guilty. My lips trembled, but I could only awkwardly avert my gaze. I didn't dare to look at her anymore. My silence became the best answer. In Mukiai's eyes, my blushing cheeks and averted gaze were the best proof of my shyness and tacit admission. The small sense of triumph in her heart immediately swelled, turning into immense pride and joy. She had gotten it. She had gotten little brother Muji first kiss. "Aya, our little brother Muji is getting shy." She deliberately said it in a teasing tone. The sweetness in her heart felt like it was about to overflow. Looking at my innocent and flustered appearance, she found it incredibly endearing. This unexpected accident was truly wonderful for her. The awkward atmosphere completely dissipated with her teasing words. The two continued to walk side by side on the small path, the atmosphere becoming relaxed and pleasant. They talked about interesting things at school, talked about a movie they had recently seen, talked about trivial everyday matters. Mukiai's mood was better than ever, and she was more talkative than usual. After walking for a while, her hand accidentally and gently brushed against my fingers hanging by my side. It was a brief touch before quickly pulling away. I felt that softness, and a tingling sensation spread from my fingertips. I subconsciously glanced at Mukiai. She was looking at the path ahead. The curve of her cheekbones under the lamplight appeared gentle and beautiful, as if nothing had happened. A moment later, as our arms came close again, Mukiai's hand accidentally touched mine again. This time, the contact lingered, a little longer than the last. Her fingertips gently brushed across the back of my hand tentatively. My heart started to beat uncontrollably fast. I knew Mukiai was doing it on purpose. This sister, who was always the calmest and most rational, turned out to know how to flirt too. I didn't pull away. The next time she touched me, I silently spread my fingers a little, and my fingers proactively and gently hooked hers. Mukiai's body stiffened slightly, then immediately intertwined her fingers with mine. Our hands were finally holding each other. Her hand was soft and small, with a slight coolness to it, but in my warm palm, it quickly warmed up. I felt like I had gained a bit of initiative. This feeling was wonderful. I held her hand. We didn't say anything for the rest of the way, just silently feeling the warmth and heartbeat coming from each other's palms. "Oh, right," Mukiai suddenly remembered. "The Ferrari that eighth sister gave you is too flashy. It's not suitable for daily use. I haven't shown you the G-Wagon I got you yet. When you go to university later, you can drive it to school discreetly," I said with a laugh. "A G-Wagon doesn't seem very discreet, does it?" "It's already very discreet," Mukiai said as if it were obvious. "Otherwise, what do you want to drive? Muji's little electric scooter?" Hearing that, I was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing. Just then, Mukiai pulled my hand and led me towards the garage. "Come on, I'll take you to see the car." The Mu family's garage was very large, with more than 10 luxury cars parked inside. In the most prominent spot was a brand new Mercedes G63. Mukiai pulled me to open the back door of the car. "Get in and sit down." I obediently got into the car. Mukiai also bent down and got in and closed the car door. In the confined space, only the sound of our breathing and heartbeats remained. In the air there was a faint scent of Mukiai's delicate fragrance, and the atmosphere instantly became ambiguous. Mukiai leaned over slightly, her proud curves becoming even more breathtaking. For a moment, I didn't know where to look. At this moment, I suddenly spoke up. "I haven't had time to get my driver's license yet. I still don't know how to drive." Mukiai looked at me, a mischievous glint in her eyes. Then, "Do you know how to drive me?" I was stunned, wondering if I had misheard. What was she saying? Seeing my foolish expression, Mukiai burst out laughing. She reached out and gently tapped my forehead. "Don't misunderstand. I mean, it'll teach you how to drive." That's what she said, but her sparkling watery eyes and slightly flushed cheeks still betrayed her true thoughts. The temperature in the car seemed to rise by several degrees. "I'm a slow learner," I felt. My mouth was a bit dry. "It's okay, I'm patient," Mukiai said gently. Her gaze shifted from my eyes to my lips. "It'll guide you step by step, starting from the basics. For example, shifting gears, stepping on the gas, so you can experience the real joy of driving." As she spoke, her body unconsciously moved closer to me. I looked at her face, so close to mine, looked at her slightly parted lips as if inviting me to taste them. My Adam's apple bobbed unconsciously. Mukiai's hormones were raging. Her cheeks were charmingly flushed. Her breathing was a bit rushed. Her eyes were covered in a layer of mist. She looked dreamy and alluring. She looked at me, mustering all the courage she had, and asked in a trembling voice, "Little brother Muge, is it okay?" This question had no subject or predicate, but I understood her meaning immediately. I hesitated a little. Just yesterday, I had my first time with Mu Yuyan, and on the second day, this is too fast. I felt something wasn't right. I wasn't ready yet. Sister Ki, this isn't very good. However, Mukiai showed unprecedented persistence. She looked at me, her eyes hazy, clearly at her limit. She shook her head, her voice so soft it could turn to water. "It's not what you think. I want to help you. Then you can help me too." I was bewildered. Help you? Help me? What does that mean? Just as I was feeling doubtful, Muji smiled. When we were playing games during the day, I noticed your little hobby. As she spoke, she slowly bent down, her pleated skirt riding up, revealing a patch of snow-white thigh. It's so stuffy in the car. The summer is scorching hot. I must be muddled. Wearing these leather shoes is making me sweat. I should have worn sandals. She reached down to unbuckle her leather shoes, took them off, and threw them onto the floor mat. Next, her fingers hooked the edge of her white socks and slowly pulled them down. After taking off the socks, her bare feet were completely revealed before my eyes. Her delicate and cute feet could be described as perfect. Her toes were round and adorable. My eyes were completely captivated, and my throat felt even drier. I don't have any hobbies, just playing basketball and reading, that's all. Muji saw my gaze, was about to get stuck somewhere, and couldn't help but laugh. She brought her index finger to my lips and wagged it slightly, saying with narrowed eyes, "Naughty little brother Muji, you've learned how to lie." Her voice was soft to the bone. Every word was like a feather, gently stirring my heart. My disguise exposed, my face turned red, feeling both embarrassed and helpless. I could only surrender. Sister Ki, you're really amazing. You saw right through me, of course. Muji was very smug. She gently placed her glistening bare feet on the leather seat. Her toes curled playfully. I remember this afternoon when we were playing King of Glory in the living room. You even used yours to fight with mine. Mine is much more flexible than yours. You lost that match miserably. All the blood in my body rushed to one place. I couldn't hold it back anymore. Looking into her hazy eyes, I said in a hoarse voice, "How about we lock the car doors?" Muji's eyes lit up immediately, revealing a triumphant smile, and she quickly pressed the central locking button. With a click, all the car doors were locked. She pressed another button, and the window tint gradually darkened, forming a privacy film. Immediately after, she turned her head and winked at me. Good thing the backseat space of the G-Wagon is big enough. Now no one knows we're doing something bad. I couldn't control myself anymore. I reached out directly, wrapped my arm around Muji's neck, pulled her towards me, and then kissed her ravenously. This time, I was the one who initiated it. I was no longer the passive, shy teenager. In the confined space, temperature soared. The moonlight and streetlights outside the window could no longer peek at the amorous scene inside the car. An hour later, I got out of the car first, then helped Muji out. They had been out for a walk for an hour already. If they didn't go back, the family would surely get suspicious. Muji's legs were very tired and weak. She even had a slight cramp in her leg, almost unable to stand steadily. Her whole body leaned against me, supported by my strong left arm. She could barely stand firm. The two of them slowly walked towards the main building of the villa. Just as they were about to reach the door, I looked down at Muji in my arms. Under the light, her cheeks were as red as an apple. Her gaze was still a bit unfocused, her expression a mixture of guilt and satisfaction. "Sister Ki, you look like you've just done something bad." I hadn't finished speaking when Muji gently brought her index finger to my lips. "Shh." Her voice was both soft and alluring. "From now on, when we're alone, just call me Ki." The two of them straightened their clothes a bit, before pushing the door open and entering the living room. The living room was brightly lit. The whole family was there, including Mu Yang-kwan and Bao-ju, who had just come downstairs. When everyone saw the two of them return, all eyes turned towards them. Muji and I acted very naturally, then walked over to the sofa and sat down, as if we had just gone for a very normal walk. The two of them even chatted naturally, talking about interesting things at school. Their relationship seemed even more intimate and solid than before. The unexpected kiss in the afternoon seemed to have left absolutely no awkwardness between them. This scene made the others in the living room a bit confused. Especially Muji. He frowned, staring intently at me and Muji. What's going on? Shouldn't these two be very awkward? Shouldn't Muji feel guilty and not dare to look at Sixth Sister? Shouldn't Sixth Sister be heartbroken and not want to pay attention to him? Why does their relationship look even better now? Impossible. Muji couldn't believe it. There's definitely something fishy going on between these two. Mu Yang-kwan and Bao-ju were also full of doubt. They had thought the two kids would have some awkwardness between them and were planning to talk to them, but now it seemed they had overthought it. At this moment, Muyoyan took from the fruit platter 2 pre-cut apple slices and passed them over. Here, freshly cut, they're very sweet. Muji very naturally took a slice, took a bite, and said with her mouth full, "Thanks, fourth sister." I also extended my right hand and took the remaining apple slice, but I just held the apple in my hand and didn't eat it. Muyoyan found it a bit strange and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" Hearing this, Muji also turned her head to glance at me, a smile in her eyes. I immediately said, "I am eating, why wouldn't I?" As I spoke, I brought the apple to my mouth and took a big bite. It's really good. I chewed a few times, and after finishing, I even licked my fingers. Muji saw this action of mine and couldn't help but lower her head to hide a laugh. This scene made the others even more confused. "Mugi, Ki, come sit over here." Baoju waved at the two of them, wanting to ask about the situation in the afternoon. Seeing this, Mukai shook her head. Mom, I'm going upstairs for a bit to change. It's over 30 degrees outside. I'm all sweaty from the walk. I also stood up. Me too. It's so sticky and uncomfortable. After saying that, the two went upstairs, one after the other. Mukai quickly went back to her room, and after locking the door, she practically rushed into the bathroom. Then she leaned against the door, sat on the toilet lid, and let out a long sigh of relief. Then she looked up at her reflection in the mirror. Her face was flushed, her eyes sparkling, her lips slightly swollen. Her whole being exuded a charming allure. She recalled everything that had just happened in the car. Still holding the white socks she had just taken off, thinking it over and over, she couldn't help but laugh out loud, a happy and satisfied laugh. As if possessed, she brought the socks up to her nose and took a gentle sniff. Then she decided not to throw these socks into the laundry bucket, but instead found a hanger, carefully hung the socks up, hanging them in a hidden corner. From now on, these socks would be honorably discharged. They had a more important use. Then Mukai took a bottle of mineral water, wanting to rinse her mouth, but on second thought, she swallowed it. On the other side, I had also returned to my room. I closed the door and went to sit at my desk. My right hand looked translucent and sparkling under the light, having just held a juicy apple slice. There was still some juice left on my hand. I like to eat sweets. I also usually like to drink some milk tea and eat fruit. I unconsciously put my right finger back into my mouth and gently sucked on it. I felt a bit thirsty. My mouth and tongue were a little tired, maybe from walking for too long just now. I was too tired. I took an unopened bottle of mineral water from the side, twisted the cap but didn't drink immediately. Instead, I took a big gulp first and gargled with it. After doing all this, I tilted my head back and drank more than half of the remaining mineral water. After drinking the water, I felt the heat inside me had subsided a bit, then I went downstairs again. Coincidentally, just as I reached the top of the stairs, the door to Mukai's room also happened to open. Our eyes met in the hallway. There was no longer the previous awkwardness, but an added unspoken understanding. Both of them had learned a new skill, which was after doing something bad, they could still keep a straight face and a steady heart. For me, today's experience was truly different. Being with fourth sister Mu Yoyan was direct, but being with sixth sister Mu Kai was indirect. Watching a girl who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside slowly melt in front of me, showing her most passionate side. The thrill brought by that contrast and the feeling of conquering a woman with a high IQ made me, a young man, full of vigor, with raging hormones, feel a sense of satisfaction. In the living room, Baoju saw the two of them come down and spoke up. Muge, Kai, you two go to the study for a moment. Your father and I have something to talk to you about. Coming. Mukai and I glanced at each other. Both of us already understood. The two followed their parents into the study on the second floor. At this time, Mu Yangquan was sitting behind a large desk with a serious expression. He pointed to the two chairs in front of the desk. Sit. Regarding what happened this afternoon, I want to hear what you two think about it yourselves. Baoju also added, Kei, I know you must feel uncomfortable inside for something like this to happen. Our daughter is always the one at a disadvantage. Before he could finish his sentence, Mu Kei interrupted with a dazed look. Afternoon. What happened this afternoon? She blinked her clear eyes, pretending to be innocent. Baoju and Mu Yangquan were both stunned. Her reaction was completely unexpected. Actually, Mu Kei really didn't think it was a big deal. It was just an accidental kiss, right? Compared to what just happened in the car, that was just child's play, like preschoolers playing house. Just now, their lips were almost kissed raw, and they did things 10,000 times more intimate than kissing, so now discussing that accidental kiss, she just found it a little funny. Baoju looked at her daughter, who genuinely seemed like she had forgotten everything, and was even more surprised. She probed with a reminder. It's about the accident with you and brother Mu. Mu Kiai seemed to finally remember, clapping her hands in sudden realization. Mom, are you talking about that accidental kiss? I thought it was something serious, Dad. Mom, you two are overreacting. That was nothing. Brother Mugi and I are both not so narrow-minded. Besides, at that time, if it weren't for Brother Mugi's quick reaction, I would have definitely fallen flat on my face and my face would have been scraped. Compared to that, I should be thanking him. After she spoke, she changed the subject, a clear look of dissatisfaction on her face. Speaking of which, it's all Muji's fault. He doesn't have the ability himself, but insists on showing off, and in the end, he couldn't handle it. Then he turned around and bit back, talking nonsense in the group chat. It's just too much. Hearing her daughter openly criticize Muji like that, Baoju's expression changed. The doting on her biological son in her very bones made her subconsciously start to defend him. Ki, no matter what, he's your younger brother. How can you talk about him like that? He suffered outside since he was a child. There are many things he doesn't understand as his older sister. You should be a little more lenient with him. I'm not wrong. It was his problem to begin with. Mu Kiai's stubborn streak flared up. What she couldn't stand was her mother's unconditional favoritism. If you do something wrong, you have to admit it. That's the most basic principle. It has nothing to do with whether he's my brother or not. Seeing that the mother and daughter were about to argue, I spoke up to take all the responsibility on myself. Uncle, auntie, this matter is actually my fault. The situation at the time was too urgent. I was only thinking about catching Sister Ki. I didn't think it through, which led to such an accident. Sixth sister said that to protect me, if you want to blame someone, blame me. These words of mine gave my parents a way out and also protected Muki. The atmosphere in the study finally eased a little. Mu Yangquan looked at me deeply, his gaze complicated. This adopted son was indeed more than 100 times better than that biological son in terms of dealing with people. But he thought this was related to upbringing, and if he groomed Muji like me in the future, he could definitely make him outstanding as well. Then he nodded and said in a deep voice, "All right, since the two of you involved don't mind, then this matter ends here. In the future, you must still be mindful of your boundaries in the house. This matter is considered over." After the conversation ended, Baoju stood up to leave the study. As she passed by me, she paused for a moment and looked at me with a complicated tone. "Mugi, you are a good kid." Baoju sighed softly as she spoke, her eyes revealing an emotion that even I couldn't quite put my finger on. I could clearly feel that. Since Muji returned, my mother's attitude towards me had changed. On the surface, she still cared for me as before, asking after me kindly, but the maternal love that came from the bottom of her heart and was without any impurities seemed to be missing something, with an added layer of politeness and a little more distance. Actually, I could understand. After all, women are emotional creatures. Discovering that the son she had painstakingly raised for 18 years was not her own biological child, to say there wasn't a hint of resentment in her heart would be impossible, especially after her biological son returned. That comparison and the guilt in her heart would make it even more complicated for her when facing me. In comparison, my father, Mu Yangquan's attitude had always been so serious. Nothing had changed. I thought to myself, after this summer vacation, he'll be going to university and it'll be time to move out then. I didn't want to live under the same roof with Muji anymore anyway. That guy is like a fly, always coming to provoke me. It's very annoying. Leaving would be good for everyone. Muki and I walked out of the study together. We looked at each other and saw a trace of resignation in each other's eyes. We didn't go back to the living room, but went to our respective rooms. After I returned to my room and closed the door, I collapsed onto the bed. I felt so tired. Today was truly too stimulating and too mentally draining. Starting from the unexpected kiss in the afternoon, to Muji's slander, then to the evening in the car with Mu Ki, an hour-long heart-to-heart, and finally, I had to brace myself to deal with my parents' questioning. My nerves had been in a state of high tension all day. At the same time, in Muji's room, his face was livid as he forcefully threw a porcelain cup to the ground. He had just heard from a maid that after I and Mu Ki came out of the study, nothing damn happened. Their parents didn't scold them at all. How could this be? An unmarried man and woman kissing in broad daylight in a big family like the Mu family that values family etiquette, isn't this a big deal? Moreover, what Muji couldn't understand even more was that after I and Mu Ki came back from their walk, their relationship seemed even better than before, impeccably intimate. Could it be that the unexpected kiss actually sparked feelings between them? The more Muji thought about it, the angrier he got. He had originally thought that his move, even if it couldn't get me kicked out, could at least cause a big rift between me and Mu Ki and create a huge crack, making Mu Ki feel that I was a hooligan who likes to take advantage and thus dislike me. But as it turned out, it became a catalyst for the two of them instead. Mugi! Muji gritted his teeth as he said the name, his eyes filled with venomous resentment and jealousy. He couldn't understand. He was the official young master of the Mu family, the biological son of his parents, the biological brother of his sisters. Why did everyone defend a fake like me just because he knew how to be pretentious, knew how to please others? No, if this goes on, sooner or later there will be no place for me in this house. I have to think of a way to completely ruin Muji's reputation, to make everyone despise him. I'm afraid I can't do it alone. After today's incident, my sisters must all have a problem with me now. They're all on guard against me. It seems I need an ally, someone who is also not welcome in this house. An ally who is also dissatisfied with the current situation. Suddenly, a person's face appeared in his mind. Eldest brother-in-law Yan Huigang. The corner of Muji's mouth slowly curled into a smile. Then he took out his phone, found Yan Huigang's contact information, and composed a message to send. Brother-in-law, are you asleep? I have something to tell you. Is it convenient to come out for a bit? This is very important. It's not convenient to talk on the phone. It'll wait for you at the pavilion in the back garden. After sending the message, Muji changed his clothes and secretly slipped out of his room. It was late at night and the back garden of the manor of the Mu family was deserted. Muji sat alone in the pavilion, lighting a cigarette, and amidst the swirling smoke, his face looked particularly gloomy. Not long after, a figure hurried over from a distance. As soon as Yan Huigang stepped into the pavilion, he asked. He seemed a little tense and uneasy. Gigi, looking for me this late? What's so urgent? At this time, Muji blew out a puff of smoke, then leisurely said, "Brother-in-law, don't be nervous, have a seat." "Brother-in-law, I know you must be very curious why I'm looking for you. I've come to ask you to cooperate." "Cooperate?" Yan Huigang was even more stunned. Muji chuckled and stubbed out the cigarette butt in his hand on the stone table. "Brother-in-law, do you know what arrangements my parents are planning for me? They plan to change my nationality to Nigerian." "What?" Yan Huigang was shocked. "To Africa?" "That's right." A smug look appeared on Muji's face. "With a black person's nationality, I can participate in their college entrance exam as an international student. As long as I get into the top 5% in their local area, it'll be eligible for guaranteed admission into Project 985 or 211 universities in our country. You might not know about the exams over there. Our level of technology there is a complete blow to the system. Cheating won't even be discovered. This is much easier than struggling with IELTS, TOEFL, and spending a large sum to study abroad. Besides, my parents don't want me to be too far from them. After all, I've been wandering outside for 18 years. Muji paused intentionally here, observing Yan Huigang's reaction. Yan Huigang's mind was spinning. He immediately understood the Mu family's intentions. This move was truly brilliant. Not only could it help Muji easily obtain a prestigious university degree, but it could also keep him by their side. It seemed that Mu Yangquan and Baoju were truly planning to devote themselves to grooming this long-lost biological son. At this time, Muji continued to speak. "Most importantly, my parents said, when I graduate from a 985 university, they will let me into the family business and start handling the core business. So, the future heir of the Mu family will definitely be chosen between me and eldest sister Mu Yulu. As for you, you're completely out of the picture." A storm immediately brewed in Yan Huigang's heart. Do Mu Yangquan and Baoju really think so highly of this hooligan of a son? He knew that in the future, Muji would be an important competitor to Mu Yulu for the position of heir. The heir, that's the heir of the Mu family, the largest family in Jiangcheng. I'm a live-in son-in-law living in the Mu family like a dog. But Muji, this hooligan, just came back and immediately became a candidate for crown prince. Yan Huigang was jealous of Muji's luck and also jealous of me. Since he knew I was the fake young master, his attitude towards me had completely changed. Before, he could still console himself that the sisters treated me well because I was their biological brother. It was normal sibling affection, but now without blood ties, these beautiful, jade-like sisters, the way each of them looked at me was about to spin into threads of silk. At the dinner table, Mukai and Mukexin fighting over, serving me food, stabbed even deeper into his heart. Why, when we are both men? Why am I surrounded by everyone? And what about me? Let alone having other sisters cling to me even. His own wife, Mu Yulu, treated him like heir. They had been married for 3 years and still slept in separate rooms. Mu Yulu absolutely wouldn't let him touch her. One time, he accidentally caught her changing in her room. Before he could see anything clearly, she rushed over and slapped him hard. "Get out!" At that moment, Mu Yulu's cold and disgusted gaze was something Yan Huigang would never forget for the rest of his life. He clearly hadn't seen anything. This nominal eldest son-in-law of the Mu family was just a tool for Mu Yulu to handle trivial matters in the company and silence the public. Thinking of this, Yan Huigang's fists quietly clenched inside his sleeves. Seeing Yan Huigang silent, Muji quickly extended an olive branch. "So, brother-in-law, we can cooperate. I know your ambition, and I also know your situation in the Mu family isn't good. To be honest with you, fourth sister's future husband is also Jia Zai of the Jia family in Jiangcheng. He has already allied with me. Do you want to join us?" Yan Huigang's heart skipped a beat. Jia Zai is also participating? He felt as if a shortcut to power had appeared before his eyes. One side was to continue being trampled underfoot by Mu Yulu, working like an ox and horse with no end in sight. The other side was to support the new crown prince and become a founding hero. This choice required no hesitation at all. Yan Huigang almost blurted out, "I agree to join and support you in becoming the future heir." "Very good." Muji smiled with satisfaction. "But brother-in-law, you have to think carefully. My opponent is your wife, eldest sister Mu Yulu." "I understand." Yan Huigang's eyes turned vicious. "She has never considered me her husband. I help her handle work at the company, busy as a dog every day. But what about her? She has never trusted me. Core documents, important meetings, she has never let me near them. I feel like I'm just a high-level assistant she keeps. I've had enough of this life." This was exactly the attitude Muji needed from him. The two of them were officially allied. Very good. "But before I officially compete with eldest sister, there's one condition. That is, we have to remove the thorn in our side, which is Mugi first. As long as he is in this house for a day, the sisters' hearts will still belong to him. I can't do anything at all." Yan Huigang nodded in agreement. "What do you want to do?" Muji leaned into his ear. "You go get a few sets of eldest sister's underwear or panties and put them in his room. Then you find a chance to tell eldest sister, say that you seem to have seen Muji sneakingly taking her things. When we catch him in the act, eldest sister will be angry and will definitely think he's a pervert, a peeping Tom. Even if our parents cover for him, eldest sister will absolutely not tolerate him and will definitely kick you out of the house. After hearing this plan, Yan Huigang immediately looked troubled. Without Yulu's permission, I can't get into her room at all. That's your business, and also your pledge of allegiance. Mujiji's face turned cold. Why don't I go myself? Because of what happened this afternoon, my sisters are definitely suspicious of me. Now they're watching everything I do with a magnifying glass. So it has to be someone who looks honest like you, the person least likely to do this, for them to believe it. You figure it out yourself. After saying this, Mujiji stood up and patted Yan Huigang on the shoulder. If this succeeds, you'll be my man. In the future, when I inherit the Mu family, you won't be left out. If it doesn't succeed, then our conversation today will be considered as never having happened. After saying that, Mujiji didn't look at him again and turned to disappear into the night. Yan Huigang sat alone on the stone bench, his expression changing constantly. Married for 3 years, that door was harder for him to enter than the imperial palace. He absolutely couldn't get Mu Yulu's underwear. What to do now? Pass up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? No. In Yan Huigang's mind, Mu Yulu's ice-cold face and the scene of me surrounded by the sisters appeared. In an instant, a flame of humiliation and jealousy reignited in Yan Huigang's chest. I can't give up. I have to become a man above men. I have to crush this high and mighty queen, Mu Yulu, under my body, but I can't get into her room, so how can I steal her things? Yan Huigang paced back and forth in his room, frustrated. Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind. I can't get it from her room. Doesn't mean I can't get it from somewhere else. Clothes have to be washed. After washing, they have to be dried. The Mu family's balcony is so big, with so many clothes hanging out to dry. I just need to wait until Mu Yulu takes her washed clothes, hang on the balcony, and secretly take one. Then, without anyone knowing, this method is much safer than sneaking into her room and much more logical. Yes, let's do it like this. Yan Huigang's mood immediately became excited. He seemed to have seen his bright future. I will become a core member, and when Mujiji, this true young master, successfully becomes the heir, I will be the #1 hero of the new dynasty. At that time, Mu Yulu, this dethroned queen, wouldn't she be at my mercy? She will become an obedient little wife, warming my bed every day, serving me tea, doing my laundry and cooking, even bathing every night to be fragrant, and obediently waiting for me to come home from work in bed. Heh. Yan Huigang thought. His mouth was about to twist into a grin. He was even about to drool. He was so excited he couldn't sleep all night. The next day was the weekend. I woke up at 8 a.m. sharp, ready to start my eventful day. As soon as I washed my face and went downstairs, Mu Yulu saw me. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly waved at me. Brother Muge, you're awake? Come quickly and have breakfast. After you eat, let's go out and exercise together. Yesterday I heard them say you went to the gym with them. Speaking of which, I haven't exercised in a long time. I'm busy with work every day. I feel like my bones are about to rust. I looked at her. Unlike Yan Huigang's sneaky glance, there wasn't a hint of impure thought in my heart, so my gaze was upright and honorable. My gaze fell on her pair of jade-like feet in strappy high heels, which made me unable to resist an urge to personally undo that strap, take off her high heels, and then cradle that perfect work of art in my hands to admire. Yan Huigang sat opposite, watching me unabashedly sizing up his wife. His lungs were about to explode with anger. Why? Why can you brat look so openly while I, the official husband, can only sneak glances like a thief? The fire of jealousy in his heart burned fiercely, further strengthening his determination to ruin me. At this time, I retracted my gaze and asked with a smile, Eldest sister, this outfit you're wearing doesn't seem very suitable for exercise, does it? When Mu Yulu heard this, a faint blush flashed across her face again. She put down her knife and fork and said softly in a slightly coquettish tone, Isn't it because I was afraid you'd sleep in or think I'm too old and wouldn't want to take me? If you agree to go with me, I'll go change into sneakers and sweatpants right away. I looked at her appearance and found it amusing in my heart. So eldest sister has such an adorable side too. I agree. Why wouldn't I agree? Hearing my firm reply, Mu Yulu was overjoyed, her eyes smiling into crescent moons. Then let's go for a bike ride. As long as you agree. But eldest sister, you have to keep up with my speed. Brother Mugi, you dare look down on me. Mu Yulu pretended to be angry, extending her delicate hand and playfully pinched my ear. If I can't keep up, won't you wait for me? I'll wait, of course, I'll wait. I smiled, begging for mercy, then lowered my head and started to quickly finish the breakfast on my plate. Yan Huigang sat opposite them. Looking at the scene before him, he was completely stunned. The radiant smile that came from the bottom of Mu Yulu's heart, the playful tone when she spoke, and her pouting expression, and the intimate act of pinching his ear. These were things that in 3 years of marriage he had never seen. Towards him, she was always just, cold, indifferent, and impatient. Why, on what grounds could he enjoy all of this? Yan Huigang felt his heart was being soaked in a centuries-old vat of sour vinegar. Sour to the point of bitterness, bitter to the point of acridity. After finishing breakfast, Mu Yulu patted my shoulder. Let's go. Brother, Mugi. Which road are you planning to take me on today? I had already planned a route. Well, just cycle along the riverbank. It's about a 10-kilometer round trip. 10 kilometers? Tisk tisk. Muyulu clicked her tongue. That's a bit much. You have to pedal a little slower. My old arms and legs can't keep up with you. Don't worry, sister. I'll stick with you, I said with a laugh. The two of us got on our bikes and started today's exercise. As expected, I didn't pedal too fast. I deliberately controlled the speed, always maintaining a parallel position with Muyulu. The riverside wind was very pleasant, blowing a cool mist against our faces. Muyulu felt that it had been a long time since she had been this relaxed. She didn't need to think about the troublesome reports at the company, nor did she need to deal with phony business partners. Beside her was only this teenager who made her feel at ease and happy. Half an hour later, we reached the 5-kilometer endpoint. This was a riverside park. The two of us stopped our bikes, both drenched in sweat. We found a bench by the road and sat down. At this moment, Muyulu was fanning herself with her hand while panting heavily. Phew, I'm exhausted. Eldest sister, I didn't realize. You're quite good. I praised her with a smile. Muyulu said cheerfully, Of course. Don't underestimate me. I could smell a very pleasant fragrance coming from Muyulu's body as she sweated from the exercise. Faint and fragrant, like the smell of a garden after the rain. Do beautiful women even have fragrant sweat? I subconsciously smelled myself. There was already a faint smell of sweat. I wonder if eldest sister will find it disgusting. I quietly shifted a little to the side. The two of them rested for about 10 minutes, preparing to head back. On the way back, I slowed down a bit. Muyulu was pedaling hard behind me, looking at the graceful lines of my arm and calf muscles. They looked incredibly powerful under the sun. My healthy appearance and focused gaze both made her heart flutter. Occasionally, I would turn my head to look at her. When she got closer, I would give her a radiant smile. When she was exhausted, fell behind, I would shout loudly, Keep it up, eldest sister. Then I would proactively slow down, patiently waiting for her. So considerate. Muyulu felt a strong sense of being protected wash over her. Doesn't this perfectly match my own standards for a partner and those of all women? A person full of youthful energy. He's really handsome, very considerate, very good at taking care of others. Unconsciously, the boy who once needed my protection has grown into a man who can shelter me from the wind and rain. In Muyulu's heart, a wicked thought that shouldn't exist suddenly arose. She suddenly snapped back to her senses, silently scolding herself. Muyulu, are you crazy? He's only 18 and I'm already 28. Besides, I'm a married woman. Even if I have no feelings for Yan Huigong, I'm still a married person. Mugi definitely likes girls his own age, young and lively ones. How could a university student like a married woman like me? Isn't this robbing the cradle? Wouldn't I be like cow dung sticking to the little flower Muji? The more Muyulu thought, the more confused she became. The more she thought, the filthier she felt. She shook her head forcefully, wanting to throw out all those messy thoughts. The moment Muyulu lost her focus, an unexpected accident happened. An electric scooter was seen driving against traffic, rushing towards them from the front. The driver was a young man listening to music with headphones on. He was carrying two other people behind him, not looking at the road at all. Muyulu didn't notice at all, and with a loud bang, the electric scooter crashed hard into the rear wheel of Muyulu's bicycle. The immense impact caused her to lose her balance instantly. Her whole body was thrown from the bicycle, crashing hard onto the cement ground. I was not far away. Hearing the loud noise and the scream, my heart skipped a beat. I turned my head just in time to see the scene of Muyulu falling to the ground. My pupils contracted instantly. Without a second thought, I slammed on the brakes. Then I rushed towards Muyulu. Muyulu's left leg was pinned under the bicycle, unable to move. A sharp pain shot up from her leg. She looked down. Her long, snow-white legs looked miserable now. Her calf was scraped by the bicycle chain, leaving a black, oily streak mixed with fresh blood. It looked horrifying. Her knee and ankle were also scraped by the rough cement ground, tearing off a large patch of skin, a bloody mess of flesh and gore. Muyulu was in so much pain that her whole face was contorted in agony. The electric scooter that hit her also fell to the ground. The people on it fell flat on their faces. They were three thuggish-looking young men. All had mushroom haircuts identical to Muji's, wearing ripped skinny jeans, several piercings in their ears. They had the look of gangsters. Although the three of them fell hard, they were thick-skinned and tough. They didn't seem to be injured at all. They got up from the ground, swearing, brushing the dust off themselves. Then they pointed at Muyulu, who was still on the ground, and started cursing. Fuck your mother. Are you blind? Do you even know how to ride a bike? The road is so wide, yet you crash into us. Are you looking to die? One with blonde hair even walked over and kicked Muyulu's bicycle hard. Muyulu was in so much pain she was about to cry and subconsciously called my name. Eldest sister, I rushed over like a gust of wind, looking at the pitiful scene on the ground, without a second word. First, I gently lifted the bicycle that was pinning Muyulu's leg. Then I knelt on one knee and carefully supported Muyulu's back with my hands, letting her lean into my arms. Eldest sister, are you okay? Where are you hurt? When I saw the deep, black wound on Muyulu's calf, my heart clenched. The black grease from the bike was mixed with blood, and dirt was stuck in the wound. It looked both dirty and serious. It hurt so much, little brother. It hurt so much. Mu Yulu finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears streamed down her face. She had never been so pathetic. Nor had she ever been so weak in front of others like this. In front of me, all her strength and pretense crumbled in an instant. She just wanted to be in these arms that could bring a sense of security, to find some comfort. Seeing her cry, my heart ached as if it would break. Don't be afraid, eldest sister. I'm here. Is the bone injured? I don't know. Mu Yulu was in so much pain that her consciousness was a little hazy. Let me check for you. Please bear with it for a moment. After saying that, I reached out, gently taking hold of Mu Yulu's slender ankle. Then I moved up along her calf, probing little by little, pressing lightly. Does it hurt here? When my fingers pressed on the shin bone in the middle of her calf, Mu Yulu's body trembled violently, and she let out a painful moan. Ah, it hurts. My heart sank. The bone is injured. It might be a fracture, or even more serious. I can't handle this situation. The only way is to go to the hospital immediately, but first, I have to give the wound some first aid. Otherwise, an infection would be troublesome. Luckily, I have a habit of carrying a simple first aid kit. Then I carefully helped Mu Yulu lean against the roadside railing. Then I stood up and pushed the 3 thugs who were blocking the middle of the road away, and walked towards my bike. Tisk, what are you pushing for? The blonde-haired one cursed unhappily. The 3 thugs seemed to know they were in the wrong. They had been drinking a little, plus they were driving against traffic. But so what? In this area, they were the law. If you crashed into them, you had to compensate them. I took out the first aid kit from my bicycle's frame bag. Then I opened the first aid kit and took out iodine swabs and gauze. Eldest sister, I'm going to disinfect it for you. It might hurt a lot. Please bear with it. After speaking, I used a wet wipe to clean off the visible grease and dirt on her calf. Then I tore open the iodine swab packet and carefully wiped the bloody mess on Mu Yulu's wound. Shh! The moment the iodine touched the wound, Mu Yulu's whole body trembled in pain. That bone-deep stinging was even more painful than the fall. Her small hand subconsciously grabbed my arm tightly, but because of the pain and force, her fingernails dug deep into my firm forearm muscles, almost drawing blood. But I didn't even frown. I didn't even let out a groan. All my attention was focused on the movements of my hands. I had to be quick. I had to clean the wound. Finally, the cleaning was finished. I used clean gauze and gently bandaged the wound. Mu Yulu felt like she had just been pulled out of the water. Her whole body was covered in a cold sweat. After the wound was bandaged, the stinging sensation seemed even more intense. Just then, the 3 thugs saw that things had settled down and staggered over to surround us. Hey, you're done patching it up. So we should talk about compensation. Compensation. I stood up and looked at them coldly. You were the ones driving against traffic and crashed into us. If anyone should pay compensation, it should be you compensating us. Bullshit. Another one with green hair jumped out, pointing at my nose and scolding. Who saw us driving against traffic? It's obvious you weren't looking where you were going. You crashed into us. Look, our scooter is all scratched up, and this little bro of mine scraped his hand when he fell. You have to pay up, he said, rolling up his sleeve, revealing a tiny scratch on his arm. That wasn't even as big as his booger. That's right, pay up. Let me tell you, without 5,000 yuan, this won't be over today, the blonde one said arrogantly. I was so angry my whole body was shaking. This is extortion. Extortion? So what if I'm extorting you? The blonde one poked my chest with his finger. Kid, don't push your luck. Just obediently take out the money. Otherwise, none of you are leaving today. He'll say it again. We don't have any money, I said as I pushed his hand away. No money. The blonde one looked me up and down. Then he looked at the woman beside me, pale but still unable to hide Mu Yula's stunning beauty. Then, the blonde one gave an extremely vile smile. Heh, it's fine if you don't have money. Let the chick next to you play with us 3 brothers. Paying the debt with her body is also an option. We brothers wouldn't mind. We guarantee, well, make her feel good. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere immediately froze. My body went rigid, then I slowly turned my head. In my once clear eyes, 2 flames now burned, enough to incinerate everything. An extremely cold killing intent erupted from me. What did you say? I said, let your girlfriend. The blonde one hadn't finished his sentence. I was like a completely enraged wild beast. I took the initiative and lunged forward. No wasted movements, no flashy moves, just a simple straight punch, brutal, fast, precise, and vicious. Pow! A punch landed on the blonde's jaw. The blonde one let out a tragic scream. His whole body flew backward. A mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth, mixed with 2 broken teeth. The other 2 were scared stiff. This guy is too fast, unbelievably fast, incomprehensibly fast. But they quickly reacted and rushed towards me. Fighting, especially bullying women, the elderly and children, and people who are alone, was the specialty these thugs were best at. I knew well that when fighting many with few, you absolutely cannot divide your focus. You have to grab one person and beat them to death. Then I charged after him, giving the blonde one absolutely no chance to catch his breath. I got right on top of the blonde one. Punch after punch rained down on his face. Each punch carried a sky-high fury. The blonde one was beaten by me until he had no strength to resist. He quickly curled up, covering his head like a dead dog, cowering on the ground, begging for mercy. Seeing this, the other two thugs immediately rushed up, punching and kicking my back and head. He's hitting someone. Yulu saw this scene and hurriedly shouted for help in fear. But this was a non-motorized vehicle lane by the river. It was already remote. In the hot summer, there wasn't even a ghost in sight. Enduring the attacks from behind, I kicked the blonde's stomach hard twice more, until he was completely motionless. Only then did I abruptly stand up, and created distance from the other two. Those two saw the miserable state of the blonde one, and were a little scared. They didn't care about their accomplice on the ground. Instead, they glanced at each other. Then they ran to the fallen electric scooter nearby, opened the rear compartment, and pulled out two shiny folding knives. A fierce and ruthless smile also appeared on their faces. Kid, you fucking looking to die. Yulu saw the two shiny knives. Her mind went buzzing, completely blank. She was completely panicked. An unprecedented fear enveloped her entire being. Muji, be careful. They have knives. The two thugs looked at the blonde one on the ground. They were furious enough to burst. Kid, you're dead meat. Do you know whose turf this is? This is the turf of our South Australia gang. Daring to beat a member of the South Australia gang here. I think you're tired of living. The other one also chimed in, shouting, Our big boss has been in and out of jail 3 times. We also have a brother, who was recently taken in by a big clan. If you mess with us, just wait to die. Yulu was so scared her face turned pale. She grabbed the hem of my shirt. Her voice was also trembling. Muge, don't force yourself. You should go. They wouldn't dare anything to me, just run. She knew I was fighting to protect her. She couldn't just watch me get hurt by these 2 knife-wielding desperados because of her. But how could I abandon eldest sister alone and run away? I protected Yulu behind me. My hawk-like eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. I have to find something that can be used as a weapon suddenly. My gaze locked onto the pavement not far away. Next to a large tree, there was a long pole leaning against it. It looked like a broomstick, or something like a mop handle. My eyes lit up and I dashed over without hesitation. The 2 thugs saw me run and thought I was trying to escape. They immediately let out a contemptuous laugh. Trying to run? Too late. But they quickly couldn't laugh anymore. They only saw me run to the base of the tree, grab that pole and pick it up to look. I was completely stunned. This thing was actually a dog-catching pole. In an instant, my confidence exploded. Come on! I held the dog-catching pole and pointed it at the 2 thugs from a distance. My aura immediately changed. The 2 thugs were dumbfounded. What's this kid doing with a dog catcher? Does he want to compete with their knives using this? Is he stupid? Go, kill him. We'll leave you with one last breath later, so you can watch us humiliate that chick. I didn't retreat but advanced. I charged straight ahead. I stared intently at the green-haired one's movements, looking for the right opportunity. My wrist suddenly snapped. The loop of the dog-catching pole at the end precisely snared the green-haired one's neck. Then I abruptly pulled backward. The green-haired one only felt his neck tighten. His whole body was pulled backward by a great force. The knife in his hand almost fell. He was tightly controlled by the dog-catching pole. He was so angry he screamed, and swung the folding knife in his hand frantically forward. But the dog-catching pole was 1.8 meters long. His knife couldn't reach me at all. He was like a mad dog with a noose around its neck, only able to bark helplessly on the spot. The remaining thugs saw this, and wanted to attack from the side. But my footwork was extremely skilled. I dragged the snared green-haired one along, frantically changing positions as if walking a dog, always using the green-haired one's body as a shield between me and the other thug. Sit, 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 while I was walking the dog. My mouth was even making dog-teasing sounds. This was truly a great humiliation. The green-haired one was so angry his eyes turned red. The other thug was both angry and anxious, unable to find any opportunity to strike. Damn it, I'll risk my life against you. That thug was pushed to his limit. He decisively took a gamble and threw the folding knife in his hand at me. Muge, get out of the way. Yulu was so scared she was about to have a heart attack. I had long predicted he would do this. My body leaned to the side with the momentum, easily dodging the flying knife. At this very moment, I let go of the dog-catching pole with one hand. My body suddenly shot forward, closing the distance with that thug. Then a ruthless, powerful punch landed on the face of that green-haired guy. This punch contained the essence of my 6 years of gym training. With a crisp crack, the bridge of that thug's nose was knocked sideways by my punch. Fresh blood spurted out immediately. He let out a terrible scream, and before he could even react, my second punch landed. Wham! This punch hit him right on the side of his face. His eyes rolled back, and without even a groan, he collapsed straight onto the ground. The second one was dealt with. Now only the last red-haired guy was left. I did the same thing, found the right opportunity, and the dog-catching pole in my hand struck accurately again. The red-haired guy's neck was also clamped tight. The battle ended without any suspense. Very quickly, 3 thugs were lying on the ground, wailing and rolling around incessantly. I threw the dog-catching pole aside and immediately took out my phone to call the police. Then I gathered the 2 folding knives and the dog-catching pole in one place as evidence of the weapons. At this point, a few scattered passers-by had gathered around to watch. They saw that there was a fight, and knives were involved, so no one dared to come forward. "Please, keep an eye on them for me until the police arrive," I shouted to the crowd. A few bolder passers-by nodded in agreement. I knew I didn't need to stay here anymore. If anything happened, the police could talk to the Mu family. The Mu family is the largest clan in Zhangcheng, with unparalleled influence in both political and business circles. Handling a small matter like this would be as easy as flipping a hand. Then I quickly ran back to Mu Yulu's side. "Eldest sister, how are you?" Mu Yulu looked at me, her eyes filled with emotion and admiration. "I'm better now. I was in such a hurry just now, I only remembered to call the police and forgot to call an ambulance. Besides, the ambulance would be slow to arrive. I immediately decided to run to the roadside and start hailing a car. A private car stopped. "Driver, I'm in a hurry to get to the hospital. Sorry, it's not on my way." The driver was about to drive off when I quickly said, 1,000 yuan. The driver was stunned. "It seems it is on my way after all." I hurried back to the planter, pushed both bicycles into it, then walked up to Mu Yulu in a standard princess carry. I lifted her into my arms. Then I carefully placed Mu Yulu into the back seat of the car. Mu Yulu was still immersed in a great sense of emotion and shock. The pain in her leg seemed to have lessened quite a bit. She stared blankly at my face, which was a little dirty but still handsome, remembering everything that had just happened. Mugi is so manly, fighting 1 against 3 without flinching. Most importantly, he's responsible. He has a sense of responsibility. He was willing to stand up for me, regardless of the danger to his own life. Because her leg hurt and she couldn't bend it, Mu Yulu could only lean against the car door with both of her long legs stretched out across my lap. My hand also very naturally rested on her injured ankle, gently massaging it to help ease her pain. "Eldest sister, let me take another look for you." With that, I lowered my head, continuing the unfinished examination. My hand also moved slowly down from her thigh, section by section, gently pressing. "Does this spot hurt?" At first, Mu Yulu felt a little shy and awkward, but seeing my focused and serious expression and feeling the warmth and strength from my palm, her panicked heart gradually calmed down. She peacefully enjoyed my care. When my hand reached her left ankle, she gasped and frowned. "It hurts. I think my foot is sprained too." I made my diagnosis. Then I reached out to untie Mu Yulu's shoelaces, the sneakers on her feet. Mu Yulu's face immediately turned bright red. "Mugi, is he going to take off my shoe?" Her mind was in chaos. After cycling for so long, my soles must be all sweaty. They might even smell a little. If Muji smells it, it'll die of embarrassment. As Mu Yulu thought this, she was actually revealing her true feelings. A woman only cares about these details when she's in front of someone who makes her heart flutter, wanting to hide her unflattering side. If they were real siblings, no matter how beautiful the older sister is, the younger brother only sees his sister as a flower, and vice versa. You two are not related by blood. If she really had no ill intentions, why would she care if her soles were sweaty or if her feet smelled? Although Mu Yulu knew her feet didn't smell, they had definitely gotten sweaty. "You don't have to." Mu Yulu's voice was as quiet as a mosquito's buzz. "I have to." My voice was very firm, but my actions were very gentle. "Don't worry, it'll be gentle." With that, I carefully untied the laces, then gently removed her shoe. Next, my fingers hooked onto the opening of her white ankle socks and slowly pulled them down. A small, flawless foot was thus revealed before me. At this moment, Mu Yulu's 10 round, cute toes were curled up in embarrassment. If this jade-like foot belonged to someone else, I might have taken a moment to appreciate it, but unfortunately, the owner of this foot was the respectable Mu Yulu, so I had no indecent thoughts in my mind and treated myself entirely as a doctor. In my eyes, there was no appreciation, only examination. I looked closely, and indeed there was a clear bruise on the outer ankle. I gently pressed the top of Mu Yulu's foot. She cried out in pain as expected. Mu Yulu could clearly feel that the sole of her foot was indeed a bit sweaty and clammy. She immediately felt very embarrassed and just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Although she couldn't smell anything, I was so close. Will he dislike me in the future? "Mugi, put my sock back on for me." Mu Yulu's voice was filled with embarrassment. Her face and ears were all red. "No." I shook my head. "A sprained foot can't be kept stuffy. Anyway, I'll be carrying you into the hospital later. You won't have to walk." At this moment, I was holding Mu Yulu's foot and could also feel that her pink sole was a little damp. I then took out the tissues I carried in my pocket and gently helped her wipe the sweat from her sole. Mu Yulu closed her eyes, bit her lip, feeling like she was about to faint from embarrassment. After wiping, I very naturally put the used wad of tissue into my pocket. After all, this was someone else's car. There was no place to throw trash. Besides, I noticed the driver in the front seat occasionally, glancing at the two of us through the rearview mirror. At this time, the Mu family mansion was quiet. Only Yan Huigang was in the living room. He sat on the sofa, holding a newspaper in his hand, but his eyes weren't reading the content on it at all. His gaze was unfocused and erratic, occasionally glancing towards the stairs, his heart pounding. The opportunity had arrived. Yan Huigang had waited all night, and finally, this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity had come. Today, Muyulu and I went out early in the morning, and we still hadn't returned. The other sisters at home were all sleeping in. And most importantly, the household maids and driver had all been sent away by him. Just half an hour ago, he had accidentally broken the iron fence in the back garden. That part of the fence was already a bit loose. He just gave it a couple of kicks and it collapsed completely. The butler saw it, immediately took a few maids, and the driver to the scene to repair it. Now in the entire main building, apart from the few young ladies and the young master sleeping upstairs, he was the only one left. Yan Huigang's heart pounded. He knew this was his only chance. By then, that pretty boy Mugi would be seen by everyone as a pervert who steals underwear. Even if the Mu sisters protected him, they absolutely couldn't tolerate such a filthy person. He would be completely kicked out of the Mu family. Yan Huigang stood up from the sofa and, like a thief, tiptoed towards the upper floor. The whole villa was frighteningly quiet. Luckily, nothing happened along the way. He successfully reached the third-floor balcony. This was a super large outdoor balcony with several rows of clotheslines on it. The Mu family's clothes were hung separately for men and women. Yan Huigang spotted the women's side with a glance, and then he froze. The sight was truly spectacular. It couldn't be helped. This house had an overabundance of women, too many women, and it was summer, so everyone had to bathe and change clothes every day. Looking out, the clotheslines were full of all sorts of colorful women's clothing, especially the small, exquisite underwear items, in various styles and rich colors, which made a man like him dizzy just looking at them, his face red and heart-pounding. Yan Huigang's forehead began to sweat. He tried to remember when Mu Yulu went upstairs in the morning. She seemed to be holding red on the bottom, black on top. Yes, that was the combination. He began to search carefully on the clothesline. He quickly found his target, but the problem was there were two sets that matched this red and black combination, and the two sets were hanging next to each other. Yan Huigang's scalp tingled. What should I do? How could I know what style my wife's underwear is? I've never even seen it. Yan Huigang had no choice but to get closer and examine the two sets carefully. They were both black on top and red on the bottom, but one of the sets had lace-trimmed panties, which looked both sexy and alluring, while the other was made of very ordinary cotton, and the style was quite conservative. Yan Huigang was so nervous that his palms were sweating. Which set belonged to Mu Yulu? He began to analyze quickly in his head. What kind of person was Mu Yulu? Rigid, cold, arrogant, like an emotionless work machine. Would she wear something like lace? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yan Huigang immediately rejected this choice in his mind. In his opinion, something like lace was probably for young girls who liked to wear it for their boyfriends to see. For example, Mu Karen and Mu Ketchin. Mu Yulu was a woman approaching 30. How could she be so secretly promiscuous? Who would she wear it for? For this husband of hers to see. Don't be ridiculous. Yan Huigang was certain. Mu Yulu was a cold woman. Otherwise, after being married for so long, why wouldn't she come to me to satisfy her needs? Therefore, the remaining, most ordinary set, made of cotton must be hers. It must be. Yan Huigang felt proud of his tight analysis. He no longer hesitated and reached out a trembling hand, taking down the ordinary red and black set. Then, he guiltily looked around, confirmed that no one was there, and pulled out a pre-prepared black plastic bag from his pocket and hastily stuffed the set inside. Mission accomplished. Yan Huigang held the bag containing the evidence tightly in his hand, pretending as if nothing had happened, and quickly went downstairs. Then, he stealthily went to the front of my room, his heart beating even faster. I normally never lock my door, which was the complete opposite of Mu Yulu. Mu Yulu's door was always locked, because she had to guard against Yan Huigang like a thief. A venomous glint flashed in Yan Huigang's eyes. He grabbed the doorknob, gave it a gentle twist, and the door indeed opened. Then he slipped into my room and quickly closed the door again. The curtains in the room weren't drawn, so the sunlight was very good. The room was very tidy, with a few magazines placed on the desk. He didn't have time to look around, but went straight to the bed, took the set of underwear out of the bag, and then lifted my pillow, placing the red and black underwear set neatly underneath the pillow. After doing all this, he felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. He could almost see that when this was discovered, everyone's shocked and disgusted expressions, and how I would be unable to defend myself, seen as a pervert by my sisters. Thinking of this, Yan Huigang couldn't help but let out a cold laugh in his heart. Then he carefully placed the pillow back in its original position, patted it, making sure no trace could be seen. Only then did he tiptoe back out, gently closing the door. After returning to the living room and sitting back on the sofa, he picked up the newspaper to hide his face, which was slightly distorted with excitement and tension. Everything was ready, only the east wind was missing. Now, all he had to do was wait. Wait for me and Mu Yulu to return, and wait for the good show to officially begin. Meanwhile, in the car, Mu Yulu leaned against the car door, watching the street scene flash by outside the window. It feels so good, so happy to have Mugi by my side. She couldn't help but steal a glance at me beside her. I was holding my phone, my brows slightly furrowed as if hesitating about something. I have to call home and tell them to come over. With that, I called Yan Huigang first. Yan Huigang on the other end quickly answered the phone. Hello, Muji, what's up? I said without hesitation. Brother-in-law. Eldest sister is injured. We're on our way to Zhangcheng No. 4 hospital. What? Injured? Is it serious? Yan Huigang's voice sounded very surprised. Quite serious. Everyone should come over quickly. After hanging up, I called 4th sister, Mu Yuyan. 4th sister. Sister, eldest sister is injured. Right now, she and I are on our way to hospital number 4. Mu Yuyan's voice on the other end immediately became anxious. What? How did that happen? I'll be right over. We arrived at the hospital very quickly. I paid the driver 1,000 yuan, then took out from Mu Yulu's shoe the white ankle sock I had removed. Then I carefully put the sock back on for her. Mu Yulu looked at me strangely. Mugi, didn't you just say a sprained foot shouldn't be kept stuffy? Why? Why did you put my sock back on as soon as we got out of the car? Could it be that you're afraid others will see this foot of mine? After helping her put on the sock, I picked up the shoe, and only then did I carry her out of the car and rushed into the emergency room. When we arrived at the consultation room, the examining doctor was a woman who looked to be over 50. Doctor, the patient was hit by an electric bike. She fell off her bicycle. I didn't wait for the doctor to speak and quickly explained the situation. There are large abrasions on the left knee and outer calf. The wound is contaminated with grease from the bicycle chain, suspected fracture of the tibia, sprained left ankle, with obvious external bruising and swelling. The female doctor was stunned as she listened. She gave me a slightly surprised look. Not bad, young man, quite professional. Speaking so clearly, it'll be much more convenient. With that, she smiled and looked at Mu Yulu. Your husband is quite knowledgeable. The word husband exploded in Mu Yulu's mind, and her face flushed bright red. He's my younger brother, not my husband, Mu Yulu hastily explained. Sorry. The female doctor quickly apologized, but her face wore a knowing smile. I thought it was an older woman, younger man relationship. That's all the rage now. Mu Yulu just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. The female doctor stopped teasing and began to seriously examine the wound. She removed the gauze I had applied, cleaned it again with a professional antiseptic, and then immediately arranged for an X-ray. The X-ray films were ready very quickly, and the results were almost as I had predicted. There was a slight fracture in the left tibia. Luckily, it wasn't serious. No surgery was needed. She just needed to rest. The ankle had a strained ligament, plus a lot of soft tissue contusions, which meant various bruises. The female doctor held the films and began to explain the medical condition to the two of them. I listened very attentively, occasionally asking some professional questions to confirm some details with the doctor, such as medication, such as the recovery period, such as dietary restrictions. But Mu Yulu wasn't listening at all. Her entire attention was focused on my focused profile. She felt that with me here, she didn't need to worry about anything. She just needed to peacefully entrust herself to me. At this moment, the clinic door was pushed open and Mu Yoyan and Yan Huigang rushed in. Eldest sister, how are you? Mu Yoyan rushed to the bedside as soon as she entered, her face full of worry. Yulu, are you okay? Yan Huigang also followed with a worried expression. I'm fine, it's nothing serious. Mu Yulu answered coldly. Seeing the family had arrived, the female doctor continued to explain the things to be aware of later. The fracture isn't a big problem. A cast and rest will be enough. The main issues are the sprained ankle and the bruises on her body. Recovery will be quite slow. It's best to gently massage the sprained and bruised areas every day to promote blood circulation and reduce swelling, which will help recovery. Looking at her condition, it's best to be hospitalized for observation for a few days. A nurse can help with the massage every day. No, the company has a ton of work. I can't be hospitalized. I can only work from home. Mu Yulu refused without a second thought. That's fine too. The female doctor didn't insist. Then one of you family members must come learn the massage technique. This is very important. A good massage will lead to a fast recovery. A bad massage, on the other hand, will worsen the injury. With that, she looked around and asked, which one of you will learn? I'll teach you. The clinic immediately fell silent. Yan Huigang, myself, and Mu Yuyan, all three of us were awkward. Logically, the most suitable person was undoubtedly Yan Huigang. After all, he was Mu Yulu's husband. But how could Mu Yulu let him touch her body? Let alone her thighs and feet, he couldn't even dream of touching her finger. However, in Yan Huigang's heart, a glimmer of hope flashed for a moment. It's my time to shine. Thinking back with his status as a live-in son-in-law before getting married, he had even specially signed up for a crash course for sons-in-law. It was just like those crash courses for a noble young lady. Thinking of this, Yan Huigang cleared his throat. Just as he was about to volunteer, I spoke up first. Let fourth sister learn. Ah, me? Mu Yuyan dazzly pointed to herself. Then she thought about it and agreed and nodded. Okay, let me do it. The female doctor began to teach Mu Yuyan that the pressure should be light, massaging in a circular motion from the outside in, and finding the right acupressure point. Mu Yuyan learned very seriously, but theory and practice are two different things. Come on, you try it. The female doctor told her to practice. Mu Yuyan took a deep breath, reached out to Mu Yulu's ankle, and gently pressed on the bruise. Mu Yulu cried out in pain immediately. Fourth sister, are you trying to kill me with pain? Mu Yuyan was so scared she quickly pulled her hand back, with an innocent expression on her face. I don't know how. I've never learned this. Mu Yulu was in so much pain she was about to cry. She looked at me and said, Muge, you do it. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire scene became awkward again, especially Yan Huigang. His face immediately turned pale. What is this? Letting an outsider like him give a massage? That means he would have to touch Mu Yulu's fair legs and thighs. If he were her biological brother, it would have been acceptable. But Muge isn't. He's just a stranger with no blood relation. Thinking of this, Yan Huigang finally couldn't hold it in any longer and spoke up. This isn't very appropriate. Yan Huigang's voice was slightly altered by jealousy, but Mu Yulu didn't even bother to glance at him. She just said gently to me, Brother Muge, you learn first. After you've learned, you can go home and slowly teach the other sisters. I didn't stand on ceremony and went straight to the bed. Under the female doctor's guidance, I began to learn. Mu Yulu only felt a pleasant, tingling sensation spreading through her body from where my fingers touched. The burning pain seemed to have subsided a lot. She was so comfortable that she couldn't help but let out a soft moan. And this scene entered the eyes of Yan Huigang standing beside them. He stared intently at the hand that was gliding over Mu Yulu's snow-white ankle and calf. All the emotions of anger, humiliation, and jealousy were gnawing at his heart bit by bit. I am Mu Yulu's husband. The one who should be enjoying all of this should be me. But now, he could only stand there like a powerless cuckold, watching helplessly as I touched his wife's exquisite body all over. In that moment, the thought of chopping me into 100 pieces in Yan Huigang's heart to ruin my reputation became more urgent and clear than ever. Muge, you just wait. The humiliation you caused me today, I will soon repay you 100,000 times over. After learning the massage technique, I went to get medicine for Mu Yulu. I gave all the medicine to Mu Yuyan. Then I went to the store myself, next to the hospital, to buy a wheelchair. Everything was ready. I pushed the wheelchair with Mu Yulu in it onto the MPV that Yan Huigang drove. Together, we left the hospital. On the way, I recounted the whole story to Mu Yuyan. I told it very simply, especially the part about fighting 1 against 3. I just briefly said that. There was a small conflict with the other party. I don't like to boast about my achievements, nor do I like to show off my physical strength. But Mu Yulu wouldn't have it. She leaned back in her seat with a tone full of pride and admiration and filled in the details for me of that terrifying process. From how I used a dog-catching pole to deal with the bad guys, how I took down the other 2 with my bare hands. Mu Yuyan was stunned as she listened. Her eyes looking at me were filled with shock and sympathy. Brother Muji, are you hurt? As she spoke, she quickly pulled my hand and checked me over. It's nothing, fourth sister. They're just superficial wounds. I smiled and shook my head. Those bastards are truly lawless. Mu Yuyan was so angry her face turned pale. This can't be left as it is. Later, I'll talk to uncle. This must be investigated thoroughly. Very quickly, the car returned to the Mu family's manor. The group got out of the car. It was still me who carried Mu Yulu out of the car and placed her curvy bottom into the wheelchair. Then, I pushed Mu Yulu into the villa's main hall. Yan Huigang stood to one side, his eyes almost bloodshot. In the living room, the 3 sisters, including Mu Kiai and Mu Jiji, were all awake. They saw Mu Yulu in a wheelchair, with her leg in a cast, and were all startled. They hurriedly gathered around. Eldest sister, what happened to you? What did the doctor say? Is it serious? The sisters chattered with concern. Mu Yulu smiled and replied to each of them, saying she was fine. It was just a minor injury. Mu Jiji leaned against the sofa, crossing his legs. A sarcastic voice chimed in at the wrong time. Muge, oh Muge, you're really something. You just had to insist on taking my eldest sister to ride that piece of junk bicycle. Now look what happened. She has to be in a wheelchair. You really are talented. Mu Yulu shook her head. I was the one who wanted to exercise, so I asked Brother Muji to take me. It has nothing to do with him. Is that so? Mu Jiji raised an eyebrow. So even if eldest sister wanted to go, you're the younger brother, the man. Don't you know how to protect eldest sister properly? You actually let her fall and get into this state. I think you're a pretty lousy bodyguard. That's enough, talk less. We're family, don't say such things. If you say more, I'll get angry. Mu Yulu said, then turned to look at me. Brother Muge, push me upstairs, I'm tired. I want to rest. Okay. I pushed Mu Yulu to her room door. I was planning to take her to the door and leave. Wait. But Mu Yulu called me back. Then, she pointed to the wardrobe. Help me get a few sets of clothes to change into. Pajamas will do. Okay. I opened the huge wardrobe. Inside was filled with all kinds of women's clothing, mostly business attire. Following Mu Yulu's instructions, took out a set of pajamas. Then I went to the bedside, bent down again to lift Mu Yulu from the wheelchair, and gently placed her on the large bed. Thank you, Brother Muge. Mu Yulu lay on the bed, looking up at me. Her gaze was as gentle as flowing water. Eldest sister, get some good rest. Just call me if you need anything. I helped her pull up the blanket, then turned to leave and thoughtfully closed the door for her. Only Mu Yulu was left in the room. She lay on the bed, struggling, change into her soft silk pajamas. Afterward, her whole body relaxed. She let out a long sigh. She closed her eyes, planning to take a nap, but her mind couldn't calm down. Every scene that happened today kept replaying in her mind. Mu Yulu was 28 years old this year, at the peak of a woman's vitality. But because of her family responsibilities, because of that marriage in name only, she had always suppressed all her emotions and desires. Incredibly beautiful, Mu Yulu was pursued by countless men, yet she was still a virgin. Mu Yulu was cold as ice on the outside, but a fire burned within her. It was just that no one had ever been able to light this fire, until today. The hormones in her body were raging wildly. She felt her whole body flush and her heart beat fast. She couldn't sleep anymore. She directly took her phone out from under her pillow and flipped through the photos taken at the Riverside Park this morning. Mu Yulu gently stroked with her finger the handsome face in the photo that would make gods and men envious. Looking at my fit figure and my powerful muscles, she felt her breathing become rapid. Then, she put her phone down. Trembling, she pulled open the drawer of the nightstand and took out a small object with a remote control. I returned home and relaxed. As the adrenaline subsided, the pain in my body became distinct. My head had been punched a few times by those two thugs, and it was still ringing a little. My back had also been kicked a few times, but it was all just superficial injuries. At this moment, Muyoyan pulled me down to sit on the sofa. Brother Muge, sit down quickly. I'll apply medicine for you. Mukexin also ran over with the first aid box, her eyes red, like a frightened little rabbit. But Brother Mugi, it's all because of those bad people. Does it hurt? She took out a cotton swab, carefully dipped it in some iodine, wanting to help me treat the scratch on my face. I looked at their worried expressions, and my heart immediately warmed. It's nothing. I have thick skin. It doesn't hurt. Muyoyan took the cotton swab and shot me a glare, still saying it doesn't hurt. Your skin is all scraped. She gently disinfected the wound on my face, then applied ointment. Mukechin was by my side, handing me water, getting an ice pack, busying herself non-stop. In a corner not far away, Yan Huigong and Mujiji looked at each other. They both saw in each other's eyes a sinister smile. Let him be smug for a little longer. Let him enjoy the sisters' tenderness a little more. I wonder what their expressions and reactions will be when these sisters find out that the beloved little brother they cherish is actually a damn pervert who likes to steal women's underwear. I wonder what their expressions and reactions will be. However much he is doted on now, that's how much hell be despised later. He will immediately become the target of everyone's criticism, spat upon by everyone. Then, like a stray dog, he will be kicked out of this house. This feeling of falling from heaven to hell in the blink of an eye is the cruelest and most satisfying punishment. The corners of Yan Huigong's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Mujiji was even more smug, shaking his leg. He was already calculating in his mind how, after I'm gone, he would step by step take control of this house. After applying the medicine, I felt sticky and very uncomfortable. I'm going upstairs to take a shower. Mu Yuyan nodded. Go ahead. After your shower, get a good night's sleep. After lunch, the injury on Mu Yulu's leg felt much better. She sat in her wheelchair and I pushed her for a stroll around the manor. It's not convenient for her to bathe now, so she can only ask her younger sisters for help. This morning before resting, she was looking at photos on her phone, and after she was done, Muyoyan helped her clean up. There's no other way. She has to clean up, otherwise it's easy to get an infection. Biological sisters don't need to be so formal. Muyulu now just felt refreshed, her whole body full of vitality. Although she normally did that quite a bit, she never really got into it. Women's needs are higher than men's, but this morning, she could be considered to have broken through to a new realm. She suddenly felt the world open up. Just by looking at my photo on her phone, she could reach an unprecedented peak. Although she was mortified afterward, feeling like she could never face me again, because in her mind, I had been thoroughly tormented. Eldest sister, what are you smiling about? Are you in a good mood? My voice came from behind. Mu Yulu came back to her senses, a radiant smile on her face. Yes, it really is very good. Just then, the three youngest sisters, including Mu Ketchin, ran over chattering and pulling me, insisting I go to the gym to work out with them. Unable to refuse them, I had to hand Mu Yulu's wheelchair over to Yan Huigong, who was standing beside us. Yan Huigong pushed Mu Yulu slowly for a stroll in the flower garden. He changed his usual attitude and said very little today. He sighed from time to time, his brow furrowed, looking like he wanted to say something but held back, as if he had something difficult to say. Mu Yulu had long noticed his unusual behavior. She couldn't be bothered with him, but this guy kept sighing next to her. It was really annoying. When they reached a secluded spot, Mu Yulu finally stopped. What's wrong with you? Yan Huigong pretended to be troubled. Yulu, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should. If you don't think it's appropriate, then don't say it. Mu Yulu hated this wishy-washy attitude of his the most. Then I'd better say it. Yan Huigong gritted his teeth. Yulu, just now I saw Mu Ge. Hey. As soon as she heard it was about me, Mu Yulu immediately became alert. What about brother Muge? Yan Huigang sighed again, a pained expression on his face. I saw Muge on the balcony just now. He took something he shouldn't have. What shouldn't he have taken? Mu Yulu asked doubtfully. Yan Huigang pretended to be very troubled and stammered. It looked like women's underwear. As soon as the words were spoken, Mu Yulu was completely stunned. Just a moment ago, she was thinking of ways to tease me, and now this man was telling her that I steal women's underwear. This is slander. This is defamation. A bright, open young man like brother Muge. How could he do such a thing? That's something only those perverts on the news do. An unknown fire immediately erupted. Mu Yulu directly scolded him loudly. Yan Huigang, what nonsense are you talking about? Yan Huigang immediately put on an innocent and wronged expression. Yulu, I really saw it. Otherwise, I wouldn't just say it, right? How would I dare to talk nonsense about this? I even saw him sneakily take those things back to his room. Mu Yulu completely disbelieved him. You must have seen it wrong. Brother Muge is not that kind of person. I also hope I saw it wrong. Yan Huigang had a pained expression. But that's the truth. What I saw with my own eyes were red and purple. Definitely a girl's style. Red and purple. Mu Yulu's eyes immediately widened. Her whole body froze. Wasn't that the set she had just washed this morning? The set she liked the most, the sexiest one. How could it be? Seeing her reaction, Yan Huigang knew the fish had taken the bait. He continued to add fuel to the fire. Yulu, don't be angry, and don't get too agitated. I guess Mugi is also going through puberty. His hormones are raging, and he can't control himself. Almost every boy will have this phase. It can be considered normal. As he spoke, Yan Huigang put on the air of a lecturing elder. Muge is usually strictly managed by the family, unlike little Gigi who often goes out to fool around with other girls, so he must be a bit repressed in this aspect, which led him down the wrong path. I don't think this is a big deal, but it needs to be corrected in time. If he's still like this when he goes out into society later, the problem will be much bigger. We are his elders, and we have the responsibility and duty to help him get back on the right path. Yan Huigang felt he was truly a genius. These words not only belittled Mujiji, but also built the image of a good brother-in-law who cares for the younger generation and understands the greater good. Most importantly, he also specifically emphasized educating him privately. Thinking of this, Yan Huigang continued, I think, you are his elder, you should find him and talk to him privately. Talk to him about this, but absolutely do not make a scene, and certainly don't let the other sisters know. He's still young, at an age where his self-esteem is at its highest. Making this mistake is also very normal. We can just educate him privately. We absolutely must not hurt his self-esteem. Mu Yulu was stunned as she listened. What Yan Huigang said was so reasonable, so considerate of me, that for a moment she couldn't find any reason to refute it. But reason still made her unable to accept this fact. Then she waved her hand in frustration. Don't say any more. I don't believe brother Muge would do such a thing. Push me back, I'm tired. Yan Huigang knew when to stop, so he could only sigh and push her back. But he knew Mu Yulu definitely wouldn't be able to resist. After returning to her room, Mu Yulu sat conflicted in her wheelchair. On one hand, she truly trusted me, a bright and upright young man who could risk danger to protect her. How could he do such a dirty thing? But on the other hand, what if it was true? Boys in puberty are indeed prone to being impulsive. Furthermore, Yan Huigang really had no motive to lie like that. If Mujiji had said it, she wouldn't have believed a single word. But Yan Huigang, what reason and motive did he have to frame brother Mugi? There was no benefit in it for him. The two of them had no conflict of interest, no disagreements. At this moment in Mu Yulu's mind, two little figures were fiercely battling. No, I can't just rely on Yan Huigang's one-sided story to doubt brother Muge. I have to go to my brother's room, myself to confirm it, and prove his innocence. Right now, I must be with the three younger sisters exercising in the first-floor gym. Mujiji is playing games in the living room. Yan Huigang is handling work in the study. This is a perfect opportunity. Then she controlled her electric wheelchair and quietly left her room. Next, she quickly snuck to my room door. After pushing the door open, the room was very quiet. Her gaze immediately locked onto the large bed. Mu Yulu first opened the nightstand drawer, and after seeing nothing, she shifted her target to the pillow on the bed. Mu Yulu held her breath and lifted the first pillow. Underneath was empty. There was nothing. She immediately sighed in relief, and her whole body relaxed. As expected, Yan Huigang saw it wrong. Or he was talking nonsense. I knew you weren't that kind of person. The large stone in her heart was finally lifted. She even felt a little lucky that she hadn't impulsively confronted me. That would have been too hurtful to others. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze fell on the remaining pillow. It was the spare pillow. I usually just propped it against the headboard. Mu Yulu reached out without hesitation and lifted the second pillow. Then, her movements froze. Her breathing stopped as well. Her pupils in an instant also dilated to their maximum. Under the pillow was a set of lingerie, a red and purple set of lingerie. In this moment, Mu Yulu only felt like something in her head had completely exploded. Muyulu was completely stunned. She stared at the two pieces of fabric under the pillow. The red and purple were so glaring, but this wasn't hers. Muyulu's mind buzzed, falling into chaos. These are all women's clothes. They belong to the other sisters in the house. How could Brother Muji be like this? There must be some misunderstanding. Yes, it must be a misunderstanding. Muyulu desperately tried to deceive herself, but the truth before her was like a resounding slap, striking her hard across the face. She couldn't deceive herself anymore. To say you took it by mistake? Who would believe that? The difference between men's and women's clothing is so great. How could you not tell them apart? Muyulu felt her worldview collapsing. You, this bright and cheerful young man. You, the young man who would risk his life against 3 thugs, with weapons to protect me. You, the young man who would carefully treat my wounds, who would gently hold me, making me feel incredibly secure. How could you be a pervert hiding in a dark corner, stealing girls' underwear? Unconsciously, tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto the back of her hand. I don't understand why you did this. Her heart felt like it was being squeezed by an invisible hand, so painful she couldn't breathe. But a few seconds later, the surging sadness and disappointment were replaced by a stronger emotion. It was the responsibility of an eldest sister. I can't let this be exposed. If the family finds out about this, or if the other sisters find out, you'll be seen as a monster by everyone, and then you'll be kicked out of the Mu family home. Your life will also be completely ruined. Muyulu closed her eyes after taking a deep breath, forced herself to calm down. There must be a hidden story behind this. Maybe he was framed by someone. A person quickly appeared in Muyulu's mind. It was Muji. Besides, even if you really made a mistake, it's because you're still young and you were momentarily confused. I can't just give up on you. I am your eldest sister. I have a responsibility to protect you and also a responsibility to guide you. She decided to hide this set of clothes and take them back first. Let's just pretend nothing happened. Then I'll find you privately to talk things through. Absolutely no third person can know about this. I want to protect you, and I also want to protect the other sisters. This secret, I'll bear it alone. Muyulu wiped away her tears, her gaze becoming resolute again. She started searching in my room, looking for a bag to put the items in. But just then, the door was suddenly pushed open a crack. Immediately after, Mujiji's head peeked in. He and Yan Huigong had planned this beforehand. They had calculated that Muyulu would come to my room to check. They also guessed that Muyulu, the eldest sister, who valued family honor and kinship above all else, would definitely choose to cover for me. Therefore, it wasn't enough for just Muyulu to discover it. They had to be the ones to light this fire. Eldest sister, what are you doing here? Mujiji pushed the door open and entered, pretending as if he had just found her. Eldest sister, about me taking the exam under Brother He's name. How are the procedures you're handling coming along? Muyulu was startled, panicked inside. I came to look for something. I think I left my medicine at Brother Mugi place, Mujiji said. Oh, but his eyes darted around the room. Then, his gaze fell precisely on the pillow that Muyulu had lifted a corner of. Immediately, as if he had discovered a new continent, he strode forward. Eldest sister, what is this? As he spoke, he reached out and flipped the entire pillow over. In an instant, the red and purple lingerie set was exposed without any cover before the two of them. Mujiji's act also began. He looked as if he had been struck by lightning, standing frozen on the spot, his eyes wide as saucers. He pointed at the lingerie, his voice changing. This. What is this? This is something girls wear, isn't it? As he spoke, he suddenly turned to look at Muyulu, who was sitting in the wheelchair, his face a mask of utter shock and disgust. Brother Muge steals girls' clothes, eldest sister. You've discovered it too, haven't you? Muyulu's face immediately turned pale. She was frantic, at a complete loss. Her mind was blank. Seeing that she was silent, Mujiji pressed on even more aggressively. Eldest sister, you already discovered something was wrong, didn't you? That's why you came to his room to search, right? Muyulu's lips trembled, unable to say a single word. After a few seconds of silence, she finally found her voice again, carrying an imperceptible hint of a plea. Little Gigi, give that to me. This is just a misunderstanding. Nonsense, a misunderstanding? Mujiji acted as if he had heard a huge joke, his voice suddenly rising. Eldest sister, at a time like this, you're still covering for Brother Mugi? Brother Muge is a well-known pervert, a pervert who likes to steal women's underwear. With someone like that in the house, tell me, how can my sisters sleep peacefully at night? Eldest sister, you are too biased. Every word was like a stabbing knife. The word biased pierced Muyulu's heart. She had indeed been biased. As the eldest sister of the Mu family, she should have prioritized the safety of all her younger sisters. But her first reaction was to protect me. But she always felt that there must be a misunderstanding in this matter. If it was exposed directly, it would only ruin my reputation, and I wouldn't even be able to hold my head high. Therefore, she felt that what she did was not wrong. Before clarifying everything, no one else could know. If it was truly discovered that I had done something wrong, she would also protect the other sisters and make me move out. Muyulu also seemed to feel that her reasoning was a bit weak, but she still gritted her teeth and spoke firmly. "This is a misunderstanding. I said I would handle it." Her voice carried the unquestionable authority of an eldest sister. Muji was startled by her sudden outburst of aura and reflexively took a step back, but he quickly reacted. Today, he was the one on the side of justice. Muyulu looked at him, her tone softening. "Little Gigi, come here. Haven't you always been worried about getting into university? I promise you, I will help you solve it. Qingbei or Donghai University, as long as you want to go, I guarantee you can get in." Clearly, for my sake, she could only choose to compromise, making a deal that she despised the most. She also thought this condition was tempting enough. However, Muji laughed, laughing with extreme triumph and contempt. Everything was going according to the plan he and Yan Huigang had devised. The more Muyulu wanted to smooth things over, the more it proved she had a guilty conscience, the more it proved that I was guilty. Then, a vicious expression unfitting for his age appeared on Muji's face. "I can skip university, but this pervert Muji must be punished. He must get out of the Mu family home." After saying that, he didn't give Muyulu any chance to react and turned to run towards the door. He wanted to go out and call for people. He wanted everyone to see what kind of person they were, cherishing in the palm of their hands. "Come back." Muyulu was completely panicked now. She suddenly maneuvered her wheelchair, wanting to rush forward and block him. "Muji, you get back here for me!" Her voice grew hoarse with fear and anger. Although the wheelchair's speed was pushed to the maximum in the cramped space she couldn't possibly catch up to, a teenager who was determined to run. In her haste, she wanted to grab Muji's arm, but because the wheelchair turned too sharply, it crashed hard into the corner of the bed. The immense impact sent her flying out of the wheelchair, and she fell hard onto the cold floor. Ah! The heart-wrenching scream instantly echoed throughout the second floor. Her leg, which was in a cast, her left leg, slammed onto the ground. The wound, which had just shown some signs of improvement, immediately split open. Intense pain overwhelmed her. She was in so much pain that her whole body trembled and tears flowed uncontrollably. Despair, helplessness, and a bone-chilling cold enveloped her, but Muji only gave her a cold glance before rushing out of the room without hesitation. His voice was like a thunderclap, booming through the quiet villa, carrying a sick excitement. "Is anyone there? Come quick! Something big has happened. Brother Muge is a pervert. Brother Muge steals his sister's underwear." This loud noise immediately startled the people downstairs, creating chaos, and the sound of heavy footsteps quickly rushed towards the second floor. Very quickly, Yan Huigang was the first to appear at the door. He looked at Muyulu on the floor, her face full of tears and in great pain. Then he looked at the glaring red and purple lingerie on the bed, the corner of his mouth curling into an almost imperceptible smile, cold and vicious. Several maids also rushed over. Everyone was shocked by the scene before them. "Eldest miss, what's wrong with you? What happened?" Yan Huigang rushed in, a look of appropriate panic and concern on his face, and supported Muyulu by her shoulders. Everything was playing out perfectly, according to the script he had designed. At this moment, Muyulu's entire body felt like it was falling apart, especially the pain in her injured left leg, which was so intense her vision went dark. But right now, Muyulu was completely not paying attention to that. She just felt, it's over. Everything has been exposed. The situation can no longer be hidden. The thing she worried and feared the most had finally happened. Muji's shouts made the entire villa buzz. In the gym downstairs, I was surrounded by my younger sisters, teaching them how to use the newly bought equipment. "What's that noise?" Mu Yoyan was the first to stop her movements, frowning. Intermittent, piercing screams came from upstairs. "It sounds like eldest sister and Muji. Let's go check it out. Is that bastard Muji bullying eldest sister again?" My heart tightened, and a bad premonition immediately enveloped me. Immediately, I threw down the dumbbell and was the first one to rush out. Mu Yoyan and the other 4 sisters also hurriedly followed. The group quickly rushed up to the second floor. The source of the sound was my room. The door to the room was wide open. I rushed in, and the first sight met my eyes was eldest sister Mu Yulu, being supported by a maid, her face pale, her forehead covered in cold sweat. She had fallen. My mind buzzed, and I was immediately panicked, unable to pay attention to anything else. I rushed forward in one step. "Eldest sister, why did you fall? Did your wound open up again?" The atmosphere in the room was extremely strange. Mu Yulu was in too much pain to speak. She just kept shaking her head, but the despair and panic in her eyes could not be hidden. Yan Huigang stood to one side with a worried expression, while Mu Jiji stood by the bed with his arms crossed, a look of pleasure and coldness on his face. I supported Mu Yulu and finally realized something was wrong. Everyone's eyes seemed to be, intentionally or unintentionally, falling on me and that large bed. My heart sank, feeling that something extremely bad was about to happen. As expected, Mu Jiji suddenly acted. He took a step forward and with a judgmental, indignant tone, pointed at me. "Brother Muge, do you still have the face to care about eldest sister? If it weren't for you, would eldest sister have fallen?" I looked up, my brows furrowed tightly. "What do you mean?" "What do I mean?" Muji let out a cold laugh, suddenly turned around, and with one hand flipped over the pillow on the bed. Immediately after, the two-piece red and purple women's lingerie set suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. The air froze in that moment. Mu Yoyan, Mu Kiai, Mu Karen, Mu Kishin. The four sisters' eyes widened simultaneously. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Why would this lingerie appear under Brother Muji's pillow? I followed their gaze, and when I saw clearly what was under the pillow, my entire body froze. It felt like a string in my mind snapped. What the hell is this? Where did it come from? After a second of confusion, I immediately understood. I had been framed. Then, my gaze shot like daggers towards Yan Huigang and Muji standing to the side. It seemed there was no one else but them. Such a vicious scheme. This is trying to push me to my death. Brother Mugi, you ungrateful beast, do you have anything else to say? Muji's voice was piercing, as if it wanted to tear people's eardrums. He pointed at my nose and cursed viciously. Our Mu family took you in, gave you food and clothes, and raised you like a human being. Is this how you repay us? You went and stole my sister's underwear. Do you have any shame? I suddenly stood up, my face pale. I didn't take that. You didn't steal it? Then who did? Did this thing grow legs and run under your pillow? Muji was arrogant and aggressive, unforgiving now that he had the upper hand. The evidence is right here, and you're still making excuses? You are a thoroughly ungrateful wolf, you bastard! I think you're just a pervert. His curses grew increasingly vile. Those filthy words were like dirty knives stabbing towards me, and also stabbing towards every sister present. The sisters' worldviews were completely shattered at this moment. They looked at the lingerie, then back at me with my pale face, their minds in a complete jumble. Brother Muji stole this. How is that possible? This is absolutely impossible. They frantically denied this thought in their hearts. How could that bright and kind younger brother do such a filthy thing? But the truth was laid out before them. It was not an illusion. Mu Yoyan was the first to react. She immediately stood in front of me protectively. Little Gigi, what nonsense are you spouting? This must be a mistake. Maybe when collecting the laundry, a maid accidentally mixed someone's clothes in with our brother's clothes. This reason was very forced, but she knew better than anyone. I wasn't that kind of person. Mu Kiai also spoke up immediately, her voice firm. That's right, Brother Mu. He would never do this. Her reason was even simpler and more direct, but it couldn't be said out loud. Mu Yoyan and Mu Kiai, the two of them, had both had the most intimate contact with me. They knew that if I really had needs and desires in that area, I could absolutely come directly to them, and they would even proactively respond. I had absolutely no need to use this sneaky and almost pathological way to satisfy myself. It didn't make sense logically. Therefore, they knew I had definitely been framed. You're all covering for him? Seeing that both sisters were defending me, Muji immediately flew into a rage. At a time like this, you're still protecting him. Are your hearts clouded by lard? Immediately after, Muji snatched the lingerie from under the pillow and held it up high, as if displaying a trophy. Fine, you don't believe it, right? Then you tell me, whose clothes are these? As he spoke, he looked around at all the women present. Just then, in the crowd, Mu Kexin's doe-like, clear eyes instantly widened. Her body trembled slightly. That style and that small bow on the strap was the set she had just changed out of yesterday and gave to the maid to be washed. How could it appear under Brother Mugi's pillow? Brother Mugi stole from me. Mu Kexin's face instantly turned pale, drained of all blood. She felt the world spin and nearly couldn't stand firm. But this thought lasted less than a second before Mu Kexin forcibly cut it off. No, it's impossible. Brother Mugi is absolutely not that kind of person. The way Brother Mugi looks at me is always so clear, so gentle. Brother Mugi could never do this. It must be Muji framing Brother Mugi. Yes, it must be. Seeing that no one spoke up, Muji's cold smile grew wider. What's wrong? No one's claiming it? My dear sisters, don't let this ungrateful wolf sell you out and still be foolishly helping him count the money. As he spoke, he waved the lingerie in his hand and said in an utterly heartbroken tone, I'm begging you, please wake up. Don't be so generous when it's not your business. This time he steals from someone else. Next time he might steal from you. By then, it'll be too late for tears. You all figure it out for yourselves. Muji asked again, his tone aggressive. So who does this belong to? Everyone immediately fell silent. Mu Yulu endured the intense pain. She knew that someone had to step up and claim this set of clothes and then use a reasonable excuse to get past this. Then, Mu Yulu's gaze swept across the crowd and stopped on the face of her seventh sister, Mu Karen, her eyes carrying an almost imperceptible plea. Among all the sisters, Mu Karen was the cleverest and most mischievous, the most daring, and the best at muddying the waters in chaotic situations like this. She would surely understand my meaning. Mu Karen caught her eldest sister's gaze, paused for a moment, and understood immediately. Meanwhile, the innocent Mu Kexin looked at me as I was being suspected by everyone, lonely and helpless, her heart both worried and pained. She couldn't let me be slandered by Muji like this. She wanted to help me out of this predicament. Therefore, the moment Mujiji's voice faded, a clear voice and a weak voice, two voices, sounded out almost at the same time. It's mine, it's mine! Karen raised her hand.